Chapter 1710. Rumble, hundreds of millions of Renhuang's Taoist patterns intertwined in the sky. Ancient semi-holy Jiuyan's body shone with boundless divine light of the Great Path. He seemed to have turned into the Great Path of the world. A powerful and invincible aura gradually appeared on ancient semi-holy Jiuyan's body. This aura forced all living beings to bow their heads and submit. Could it be that the legend is true? The old Taoist from the Leaf family of the clan of the ancients muttered to himself. He seemed to have seen something, but he wasn't sure because it was too unbelievable. Could it be? At this time, Zhou Huang from the Zhou family of the clan of the ancients was also shocked. He had a bad feeling. Ancient semi-holy Jiuyan seemed to be using some kind of secret technique. The cultivators from the four great clans of the clan of the ancients were all shocked. Ancient semi-holy Jiuyan was going to bring their ancestor back to the human world. Roar! Ancient semi-holy Jiuyan roared madly. His voice grew louder and louder until the entire virtual sky world shook along with his roar. The bloodline of ancient Donghuian in his body was burning. The power in the deepest part of his bloodline was awakened. The invincible Renhuang might appeared between heaven and earth. Finally, ancient semi-holy Jiuyan stopped roaring. He also turned into a tall middle-aged man who emitted invincible might. Is it really our ancestor? The cultivators from the Dongfang family were extremely excited. The middle-aged man ancient semi-holy Jiuyan had turned into was their ancestor, the invincible ancient Donghuian. There was a portrait of ancient Donghuian in the Dongfang family, so these people couldn't be wrong. Hundreds of millions of Renhuang's Taoist patterns entered the body of this black-haired middle-aged man. The invincible might of Renhuang that shook the entire world also quickly faded. The Renhuang seal vibrated as if it had met a relative. This is against the heavens. The other forces of the clan of the ancients were stunned. Even the ancient clan of the southern wilderness retreated far away. Although this tall middle-aged man was just standing there, he made people want to kneel before him. Heavenly mirror. When the middle-aged man saw the heavenly mirror floating in the distance, his eyes immediately shot out two incomparably sharp rays of light. He wanted to make a move, but in the end, he didn't. That heavenly Tao mirror was extremely uneasy. Then, it actually turned into a streak of divine light on its own and rushed into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. It actually escaped. The middle-aged man did not stop them. I can't believe that I can reappear in this world. The might of the human sovereign had completely disappeared. The middle-aged man looked like an ordinary person. He held the human sovereign's seal in his hand and sighed. The human sovereign's seal in his hand gradually calmed down. Greetings, old ancestor. The few remaining cultivators of the Dongfang family rushed over and knelt at the feet of the middle-aged man. They were incomparably excited to be able to see the legendary figure of their family. Get up. The middle-aged man said indifferently. He did not look at those people. Instead, his eyes scanned the depths of the earth. Both the supreme divine might and the power of the human emperor disappeared, and the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world began to operate again. Some people began to feel that their cultivation levels were being suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in this part of the world. What's going on? At this time, Gu Fei had already arrived near the exit of the virtual sky world. He felt something strange behind him and couldn't help but be astonished. The divine might of the human sovereign behind him had actually disappeared. Swish! At this time, a streak of divine light rushed over from behind him and directly entered the spatial passage in front of him, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Heavenly Tao mirror. Although Gu Fei only took a quick glance, he still saw an ancient mirror wrapped in that streak of divine light. The divine might of the human sovereign emanated from that ancient mirror, and even the Great Path was suppressed. What's going on? Even the heavenly Tao mirror was scared away. Gu Fei felt his scalp tingle. Even the revival of the purple gold divine sword didn't scare away the divine weapon of the human sovereign. Could it be that the corpse of the supreme martial artist in the ancient city had appeared? Who cares? Let's get out of here first. Although Gu Fei was very curious, he knew that if the corpse of the supreme martial artist in the ancient city really appeared, even he would be in danger. He had just obtained a great fated chance, so he had no time to pay attention to other things for the time being. The most important thing now was to find a place to do closed-door meditation. At this time, he sensed that the fluctuation coming from the inner world in his dantian was getting stronger and stronger, as if a savage beast from the desolate era was awakening in his inner world. Hey Tian, this guy, there was no need to ask. It was definitely Hey Tian's doing. The spiritual aura in his inner world was attracted by him. This guy was using the endless spiritual aura in his inner world to make a breakthrough. Gu Fei put away the purple gold divine sword and the mountain and river cauldron, then rushed to the exit of the virtual sky world and directly entered the spatial passage. That spatial passage was fixed by the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era. As long as they had the permission of the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era, anyone could enter and exit the virtual sky world through this spatial passage. Of course, some powerful people didn't need the permission of the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era at all. They could directly enter the virtual sky world without any scruples. Faced with this kind of situation, the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era usually compromised. Just like the 100 clans of the southern wilderness, it would be a disaster if they didn't let them enter the virtual sky world. The power of the 100 clans of the southern wilderness could definitely drive away the people of the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era. Although this was the 100,000 mountains, it was also the territory of the 100 clans of the southern wilderness. In particular, among the 100 clans of the southern wilderness, the 4 great ancient clans were even more powerful. Each of the 4 great ancient clans had a divine weapon of the same level as the human emperor's divine weapon. The 4 great ancient clans were the descendants of the supreme divine beasts. Their resources were so deep that even some of the forces of the Desolate Era couldn't compare. Now, the Rift Valley had become a place jointly controlled by the major forces. They joined forces and used their supreme power to fix the gate of the void sky. It had to be said that these super forces were indeed amazing. Even if the heavenly demon rushing 7 evils phenomenon disappeared, it would still be difficult to close the gate of the void sky. When Gu Fei walked out of the gate of the void sky, everyone was stunned. "It's you." The white-clothed woman wearing a veil hat stood on the square formation platform. When she saw Gu Fei, her body seemed to shake slightly. "Gu Fei, you didn't die in there." At this time, countless experts gathered in the Rift Valley. Among them were experts from the Zhao clan of the Desolate Era and the Dongfang clan. When these people saw Gu Fei walking out of the virtual sky world, they were all shocked and angry. Humph. There are really a lot of people who want me dead. When Gu Fei landed on the square formation platform in front of the gate of the void sky, at least a dozen murderous auras erupted around him. See no ads, full text first novel, /text first novel, your best choice. Chapter 1711. As soon as Gu Fei came out of the virtual sky world, more than a dozen murderous intents rushed towards him. More than a dozen experts locked onto him at the same time, and some of them were about to attack. Humph, Gu Fei sneered. He didn't take these people seriously at all. He even dared to fight against ancient half-saint, let alone these small fries. Gu Fei, you devil. You've killed countless fellow Taoists. Everyone has the right to kill you. Someone yelled. Gu Fei looked in the direction of the voice. I was wondering who it was. So it's the dogs of the Dongfang clan. Do you think you're qualified to represent the world? Gu Fei said disdainfully. The grudge between him and the Dongfang clan had long been known. In the sky-splitting valley, there weren't many experts from the Dongfang clan. There were only 5 or 6 of them, but it had to be said that every one of them was a great expert. If these people joined forces, they would definitely be a powerful force that could run amok in the human world. However, in front of Gu Fei, these people were actually not much stronger than ants. Great experts of martial arts were invincible in the same realm. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, no great expert could compete with him, not even peak great experts. Fellow Taoists, don't let this devil escape. Let's attack together and kill this devil. Someone yelled. The direction of the voice was from the Zhao clan's camp. The people of the Zhao clan also had a great grudge against Gu Fei, so they naturally wanted to tear him to pieces. You're courting death. Gu Fei's voice was extremely cold. The next moment, his body suddenly became blurry. Watch out! In the Zhao clan's camp, an old man's heart pounded as he sensed a new warning sign. However, when his voice rang out, a scream came from the Zhao clan's camp. At this time, the afterimage on the square formation platform hadn't completely dissipated, but Gu Fei had already returned to the square formation platform as if he hadn't moved at all. In front of the gate of the void sky, everyone was shocked. The primordial Zhao family's camp was in chaos. An expert of the primordial Zhao family fell to the ground. The expert of the Zhao clan who had fallen to the ground no longer had any signs of life. He was actually killed by Gu Fei in an instant. Such speed, such means, shocked everyone. You're a demon. The old man from the primordial Zhao clan was both shocked and enraged. Beams of light shot out from his eyes as he stared at Gu Fei on top of the four ancient formations. His eyes even turned red. This was a resounding slap to the face of the primordial Zhao family in front of everyone. Killing an expert of the Zhao clan in front of everyone was simply a humiliation. This was something that the experts of the Zhao clan could not accept. If you want to kill me, then do it. There's no need to talk so much. A cold murderous aura emanated from Gu Fei's body. He would kill whoever wanted to kill him. It was as simple as that, even if it was the primordial clan. Too many worries and too many distracting thoughts were definitely not a good thing for cultivation. Gu Fei pursued the strongest power, so he naturally wouldn't let his heart of the way be affected. Simple, wholeheartedly pursuing the way. This was the state of mind that Gu Fei had always maintained. Haha, good, very good. The old man from the Zhao clan was so angry that he laughed. He walked out and walked towards the square formation platform step by step. With every step he took, his aura grew stronger. After taking 7 or 8 steps, the old man's entire body emitted endless divine light. Divine runes of the great path appeared in the void around him. He was like a god descending from the 9 heavens. 9 divine rings rushed out from his body. Each ring had a faint trace of Tao runes, giving off an extremely powerful pressure. I didn't think that the Zhao clan from the primordial clan would send more than one half-saint. Gu Fei couldn't help but become serious when he sensed the seemingly endless waves of divine power coming from the old man. This was a powerful half-saint. Die. The old man had already attacked Gu Fei before he even stepped onto the square formation platform. The 9 divine rings around his body shot into the sky, turning into 9 beams of light that shot towards Gu Fei. Whoosh! The 9 beams of light tore through the void and pierced through the sky, arriving before Gu Fei in an instant. The power of a half-saint caused everyone's expressions to change. Bang! In the face of such a powerful attack, Gu Fei only punched out. It was a simple punch, but it was enough to disperse the 9 beams of light. What? Everyone was stunned by what they saw. The attack of a half-saint was broken so easily. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe. The old man from the primordial Zhao clan was shocked to the extreme. He felt that Gu Fei's fist was like a primordial divine mountain crashing towards him. That powerful force made him feel a sense of powerlessness. Without any suspense, the old man from the Zhao clan was forced back by a single punch from Gu Fei. No one would believe that a supreme existence could force a half-saint to retreat. However, something that shouldn't have happened was happening right in front of everyone's eyes. Are the legendary cultivators really that powerful? Some of the old antiques had already noticed that Gu Fei was different from them. This young expert cultivated the ancient martial path, the most difficult path to prove his Tao. The path of martial path was publicly acknowledged to be the hardest path to prove one's Tao. Even in the primordial era, which was filled with experts, the supreme martial progenitor's bloodline was still weak. It was precisely because it was too difficult that the bloodline of the supreme martial progenitor gradually declined. However, if someone was truly successful in the path of martial path, they would be invincible among those in the same cultivation realm. They could sweep through all opponents in the same cultivation realm, and could even challenge those in a higher cultivation realm than them. And now, Gu Fei was challenging a half-saint. Whoosh! After forcing the old man from the Zhao clan back with a punch, Gu Fei took a step forward on the square ancient formation platform. He left an afterimage on the spot and instantly appeared in front of the old man from the Zhao clan. Bang! Gu Fei threw out another direct punch. There were no fancy attacks. It was a simple and direct punch that the half-saint from the Zhao clan couldn't dodge. Since there was no way to dodge, he could only bite the bullet. The old man from the Zhao clan displayed the laws of the divine path. His hands seemed to have turned into the sun and the moon. The power of yin and yang intertwined and clashed against each other, blocking Gu Fei's punch. Boom! With a muffled sound, the entire sky trembled violently. Gu Fei's fist landed on the old man's palms, turning them into a bloody mist. The old man from the Zhao clan spat out a mouthful of blood and flew thousands of meters away. Chapter 17:12. Gu Fei punched the half-sage, causing the half-sage from the Zhao clan to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backwards. The palms of the half-sage turned into a mist of blood. Roar! The half-sage from the Zhao clan roared in rage. He had never imagined that he would be injured by a supreme existence. How could something like this happen? Gu Fei's strength had exceeded everyone's understanding. He was just a supreme existence, but he could fight against a half-sage. Moreover, that half-sage was injured in just 2 moves. Heaven-defying, everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Ancient martial artists were invincible in the same realm and could sweep away all opponents of the same level. This was not a prelude. Many people knew that those who were successful in the path of martial arts were far stronger than ordinary people. However, this path was too difficult. Not many people were willing to walk on this path. Gu Fei's attack did not stop. He used the 8 Desolation Void steps and displayed the world's fastest speed, instantly closing in on the half-sage from the Zhao clan. Only now did the half-sage from the Zhao clan know that he had underestimated Gu Fei. Although the other party was a supreme existence, he had the combat strength to fight against a half-sage. Some people said that Gu Fei had killed the Dongfang clan's East Imperial City Lord. It seemed like this wasn't a baseless rumor. Bang! Gotcha! Gu Fei punched again and again, causing the half-sage from the Zhao clan to vomit blood and retreat. His powerful combat strength shocked everyone. The Zhao clan of the Desolate Era is nothing more than this. Gu Fei's cold voice rang out in the ears of everyone present. This caused the members of the desolate ancient Zhao family to be filled with both shock and anger. This Gu Fei was simply too arrogant. A woman walked out from the camp of the Zhao clan. It was a woman wearing a mask. Behind the mask, a pair of eyes stared at Gu Fei, who was in the sky. Under Gu Fei's attack, almost all the bones in the Zhao clan semi-sage expert's body were broken. The power of martial arts was powerful and overbearing. An ordinary person wouldn't even be able to withstand a single punch from Gu Fei. Gu Fei, don't be so ruthless, said the masked woman. Humph. Gu Fei just laughed coldly, and then he responded with his own fist. He punched out, and the chest of the half-saint from the primordial Zhao clan collapsed. The fleshly body of a half-step saint was extremely powerful, but even so, the Zhao family's half-step saint was still crippled by Gu Fei. Just as Gu Fei was about to kill this semi-sage of the Zhao family with a punch, the masked woman who walked out of the Zhao family's camp had already soared into the sky. Buzz! The sky rumbled as over a dozen beams of golden light shot out from the masked woman's hand and pierced towards Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. Gu Fei frowned. He saw that every single beam of golden light that was rushing towards him was wrapped in a divine needle. These divine needles had the power of a saint coiling around them. Saint-tier divine needles were enough to hurt him. Gu Fei had no choice but to deal with them carefully. Swoosh! Gu Fei left an afterimage on the spot. His real body had already retreated. The dozen beams of golden light completely missed, not affecting him at all. Who are you? After dodging the other party's attack, Gu Fei immediately retaliated. Two fists smashed through the void towards the woman. The powerful martial arts power caused the entire world to shake. At this moment, Gu Fei couldn't care less about the semi-sage of the Zhao family. Buzz! The 18 golden divine needles were vibrating. Under the control of the masked woman, the 18 divine needles shone with a dazzling golden light, triggering the power of the metal element in the world. It's a divine weapon of the metal element. Gu Fei was shocked. The power of the metal element was extremely sharp. The divine light emitted from the divine needles made him feel pain. Although Gu Fei wasn't really pierced by the metal element divine needle, he still felt uncomfortable all over. Could that woman be the goddess of the Zhao family? Someone guessed. After all, the expert from the Zhao family was a woman and had such powerful combat power. It seemed that only the goddess of the Zhao family could have such power. Emperor Dong of the Dongfang family and the goddess of the Zhao family were two great cultivation geniuses that appeared in the eastern region of the human world. They had already mastered great divine powers at such a young age. In the cultivation world of the human world, Emperor Dong of the Dongfang family and the goddess of the Zhao family were both rising geniuses among the younger generation. Without any unnecessary words, Gu Fei and the masked woman began fighting. Rumble! Gu Fei's fists shattered the world and shook the void. From time to time, the golden needles would be smashed away. His fists were already comparable to divine weapons. This guy is really sick. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't believe it. The physical body of a supreme being was actually strong enough to fight against divine weapons. It was really unbelievable. Martial artists who are successful in their cultivation are too scary. This was what everyone was thinking. The combat power that Gu Fei had displayed was way too strong. This combat power had already surpassed the realm of supreme beings. I didn't think that there would be someone like this in the Zhao family. The more Gu Fei fought, the more shocked he became. This masked woman had a peerless cultivation base. She was actually much stronger than that half-saint from before. 18 golden needles danced in the void. The power of a divine weapon spread out. Everyone hid far away. If they were to be affected by a battle of this level, their bodies and souls could be destroyed at any time. Bang! Gu Fei punched out with all his might. The extremely ferocious power formed a terrifying shockwave that spread out in all directions. The 18 golden needles were sent flying by this single punch of Gu Fei. With that, Gu Fei took a single step forth and appeared beside the masked woman. He then punched out at the dantian of this woman. As long as she was struck by this single punch of Gu Fei, the essence qi that the masked woman had gathered within her dantian would be dispersed. With that, her entire cultivation base would be gone like the flowing water. Just as Gu Fei's fist was about to strike the masked woman, the body of the masked woman blurred out. With that, a single punch sent the masked woman flying out of the void. Trying to escape. Gu Fei's face let out a look of disdain. Were all the members of the Zhao family such cowards who would run away when they couldn't win? Sure. Just as Gu Fei was about to strike out once more to capture this woman, a ball of godly light burst forth from the body of this woman. It then wrapped her up and dove into the void. From the start to the end, this masked woman had not said a single word at all. When she realized that Gu Fei was unbeatable, she left without hesitation. To think that he had offended someone as such, Gu Fei could not help but feel displeased. After all, it wasn't a good thing to be remembered by someone. Chapter 17:13. The Zhao family of the clan of the ancients had produced a goddess. She was a peerless figure nurtured by the Zhao family and was extremely powerful. She was able to fight endlessly against Gu Fei. Such an existence made Gu Fei feel a great deal of pressure. He could feel that there was an astonishing power hidden within the body of the masked woman. If that power were to burst out, Gu Fei would not dare to say that he would be able to defeat this woman. Those who came from the clan of the ancients were all extraordinary. It should be known that the clan of the ancients possessed unattainable cultivation resources. They had the best cultivation methods and the best spiritual medicines. Moreover, the clan of the ancients had all produced Renhuang before. They had the bloodline of the ancient Renhuang and the flawless inheritance of the ancient Renhuang. This was the reason why the clan of the ancients could continue to exist. However, this woman who was suspected to be the goddess of the clan of the ancients was eventually forced to leave by Gu Fei. If she did not leave, she would be in danger of being killed by Gu Fei. The masked woman used a secret technique to escape into the void and disappeared in an instant. Her speed was so fast that even Gu Fei could not stop her. The woman had escaped, but the expressions of the other members of the Zhao family of the clan of the ancients were extremely ugly. At this moment, no one from the Zhao family of the clan of the ancients was a match for Gu Fei. The half-sage who had been crippled by Gu Fei had also recovered his physical body. However, the old man did not dare to make another move. He was well aware of how powerful Gu Fei was. Even a half-sage would be smashed to death by his fists. It was not a legend for successful cultivators to be invincible among those of the same level. It was not a miracle for them to be able to challenge those of a higher level. What? Didn't you guys want to kill this demon? Why aren't you doing anything? Gu Fei stood in the sky and coldly glanced at the dozens of experts from the Zhao family of the clan of the ancients. His tone was extremely cold and a faint murderous aura was faintly discernible from his body. If even a half-sage was not a match for Gu Fei, how could they possibly fight him? At this time, the sky-splitting valley was so quiet that one could probably hear a needle drop on the ground. The combat strength that Gu Fei had displayed had shocked everyone. It could be said that more than half of the experts of the southern wilderness had gathered in the Rift Valley, including many semi-sage experts. However, these people had no enmity with Gu Fei, so they would never attack Gu Fei. The cultivation world was an incomparably cruel world where the strong ruled and the weak were prey to the strong. The experts in the sky-splitting valley would not jump out and fight with Gu Fei just because the Zhao family and Dongfang family of the desolate antiquity called him a devil. No one would be that stupid. Gu Fei, don't be arrogant. The real experts of my clan are about to come out of the virtual sky world. At that time, you'll just have to wait for your death, shouted a middle-aged man from the Zhao clan of the remote antiquity. When the other members of the Zhao family of the desolate antiquity heard the scolding of the middle-aged man, they jumped in fright. If they were to anger this malefic star before them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shut up. The old man's expression became extremely solemn. It should be noted that the experts of the Zhao clan of the remote antiquity who could come to the sky-splitting valley were all well-known figures in their clans. If Gu Fei became violent and killed all of them, it would be a great loss for the Zhao clan of the remote antiquity. It should be noted that no matter which force it was, cultivating the next generation of outstanding figures was a top priority because it was related to the inheritance of the clan. You've got guts. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He pointed with his finger and a beam of divine light shot out from his finger, instantly piercing the middle-aged man's glabella. The middle-aged man fell down unwillingly. His mud-pill palace was broken and his primordial spirit was scattered. Even if a real sage came, he wouldn't be able to save his life. The old man's eyes were red, but he endured it and didn't attack. I'll kill whoever wants to kill me. He shouldn't have tried to kill me. Gu Fei's words were extremely calm. He killed a great expert with just a raise of his hand. It wasn't that the middle-aged man wasn't strong, but that Gu Fei was stronger than him. Just as Gu Fei was about to attack the people of the Dongfang clan, his dantian suddenly vibrated. Even he couldn't help but change his expression when he sensed such a movement. Hey Tian, this bastard. When Gu Fei's spiritual will sensed everything in his inner world, he instantly knew what was happening in his inner world. In the depths of Gu Fei's inner world, above a divine spring of life, a figure was sitting with his legs crossed. At this moment, with this figure as the center, the area within a radius of 1,000 miles was enveloped by a force. Swoosh! Dazzling bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in this area without warning. This was a destructive force, and the lightning directly tore apart the void between heaven and earth. Rumble! The dusky sky seemed to be pressing down from the sky, emitting a peerlessly powerful wave of destruction. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. At this moment, countless living beings in Gu Fei's inner world were terrified to the extreme. This was the power of the heaven and earth, and no one could resist it. This guy wants to go through the heavenly tribulation in my inner world. Gu Fei was shocked and angry. This heavenly tribulation even made him feel a dangerous aura. It was peerlessly terrifying. If he allowed such a heavenly tribulation to fully erupt in his inner world would probably become a land of death. Swoosh! Gu Fei no longer paid attention to the others. He directly walked in the void and rushed into the 100,000 mountain range. He wanted to find a place to throw He Tian out of his inner world. His speed was unrivaled in the world. Only a few people could catch up with him. In just a short while, he had already rushed thousands of miles away and entered a desolate area. He Tian's heavenly tribulation this time was different from the past. If he guessed correctly, He Tian was going through the heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint. This guy used the medicinal power of the immortal liquid to break through a few small realms in one fell swoop. The heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint was incomparably powerful. If he went through the heavenly tribulation in the outside world, it was unknown how many living beings would be plunged into misery and suffering. However, the 100,000 mountain range was uninhabited and it was a good place to go through the heavenly tribulation. However, just as Gu Fei flew thousands of miles away, there was a demonic aura in front of him that shocked him. The sky in front of him was dark, and there was a demonic power shrouding the area in front of him. Demons in the 100,000 mountain range. When Gu Fei saw this scene, a smile immediately appeared on his face. He only paused for a moment, and then rushed forward again. The demons in the 100,000 mountain range were the other origin of demons besides the northern demon region. Moreover, the demons in the 100,000 mountain range seemed to be even more ancient than the demons in the northern demon region. It should be known that the 100,000 mountain range had existed since the Great Desolate Era. Any mountain peak here had experienced the baptism of countless years. The heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint couldn't be wasted. Gu Fei was ready to give the demons in the 100,000 mountain range a big surprise. Chapter 17:14. The demons in the 100,000 mountain range were incomparably ancient. It was said that they were the orthodoxy passed down by a demon ancestor. They had a great origin and were a source of demons in the human world. I didn't expect to find my way here. Gu Fei stood on a mountain peak outside the demon domain. 100 miles in front of him, the sky was dark and the demonic aura lingered. It was a completely different scene compared to the outside world. A demonic aura shrouded the land in front of him. Although Gu Fei was 100 miles away, He felt a sense of irritation when he sensed this aura. Such a situation rarely happened to him. One must know that he had always pursued the strongest power. Along the way, his will had been tempered to be as firm as a rock. It was no wonder that other than the demons, there were only demonic creatures in the demon domain. The demonic aura in the demon domain could affect the mind of a cultivator and trigger the inner demons of a cultivator, causing the cultivators who entered the demon domain to turn into demons. At this moment, none of the demons had noticed Gu Fei's arrival. The mountain range in front of him was eerily silent and not a single sound could be heard. Where are these demons? Gu Fei activated his heavenly god eyes. Tao rhymes lingered in his eyes. The heavenly god eyes could see through all illusions in the world, right down to the source. However, even with the heavenly god eyes, it was difficult for him to see into the depths of the demon domain. This was not a good thing. Rumble, at this moment, a series of muffled sounds came from Gu Fei's dantian. It was as if there was a rumble of wind and thunder. A powerful aura was emitted from his dantian. The heavenly tribulation of the half-saint has started. Gu Fei could feel the powerful destructive force of heaven and earth rapidly condensing in his inner world. The heavenly tribulation that He Tian triggered was about to erupt. Swoosh! Gu Fei no longer hesitated. He directly soared into the sky from the mountain peak. Then, like a giant bird, he instantly traversed 100 miles and dove into the demonic domain. As soon as Gu Fei entered the demon's domain, a powerful demonic aura immediately came from the depths of the demon's domain. At this time, the demons in the demon's domain were finally alarmed. Roar! A roar came from a mountain range that was shrouded in demonic qi. The entire region was shaking. A terrifying silhouette came out from behind a short mountain. It was a demonic wolf, pitch black in color. Demonic light flowed on its fur, and its blood-red eyes stared at Gu Fei, as if it would pounce on Gu Fei at any moment. As the wolf's howl rang out, all sorts of roars and howls immediately rang out from the mountain shrouded in demonic aura. All the demonic beasts within a radius of 500 kilometers trembled. Shwa! Gu Fei used the universal void steps and appeared in front of the demonic wolf in an instant. He threw a punch at the demonic wolf, and the violent force shook the void. There was no suspense in this battle. Gu Fei was powerful. With just one punch, the demonic wolf spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying thousands of feet away. An incomparably powerful demonic wolf couldn't even withstand a punch from Gu Fei. If anyone saw this, they wouldn't believe it. However, this was real. Just as Gu Fei sent the demonic wolf flying with a punch, the roars from afar were rapidly approaching. Many incomparably powerful demonic beasts were rushing towards Gu Fei. Boom! A nearby mountain suddenly collapsed. Amidst the dust that filled the sky, a huge beast's shadow rushed out. A pair of sharp claws directly grabbed at Gu Fei. Courting death. Gu Fei sneered. He had no interest in these demonic beasts. Brandishing his iron fists, he rushed forward. In the next instant, demonic blood splattered everywhere. With a banged sound, the demonic beast's body directly exploded in the sky. That powerful demonic beast was destroyed in both body and soul by Gu Fei. He didn't want to get entangled with these demonic beasts. After killing that incomparably powerful demonic beast, he directly rushed through the mist and flew towards the depths of the demonic domain. Roar! The roars of demonic beasts shook the heavens. All the demonic beasts chased after Gu Fei. To these demonic beasts, Gu Fei's exuberant life force was simply like a bright lamp in the dark, incomparably conspicuous. Who's so daring to barge into this place? Must be tired of living. In the depths of the demonic domain, many figures appeared. The demonic aura that enveloped the entire region grew even stronger. Some people saw Gu Fei rushing towards them. Bang! At this moment, someone from the demons' camp directly attacked Gu Fei. The demons would kill all the cultivators who barged into the demonic domain without mercy. A gigantic hand appeared above Gu Fei's head, grabbing at him. The pitch-black gigantic hand was condensed from boundless demonic energy. If he was caught by this gigantic hand, it would be hard for him not to die. Kill! Gu Fei punched out again, smashing the huge hand that was grabbing down from the sky. The expert from the demons who attacked was affected. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression instantly turned weary. So strong, seeing how Gu Fei could fight against the demons and even injure the demons, the other demons couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Where did this human cultivator come from? The demons from the 100,000 mountain range did not often wander around the human world. Thus, these demons did not know who Gu Fei was. They did not know that Gu Fei was a fiend. Let's go together and kill him. A demon shouted. The other demons immediately surrounded Gu Fei. Powerful demonic energy was awakened within the bodies of each of the demons. The entire void was trembling. A total of 6 experts of the devil race were making their moves. When such a force was gathered together, even a quasi-sage would be moved. The way the 6 demons stood was not ordinary. This was a joint offensive formation. The 6 of them used this offensive formation to converge 6 different forces together. Interesting. Gu Fei's eyes lit up at the sight of this offensive formation. This was an ancient battle formation. With 6 people in a group, the battle prowess they could display was so powerful that even he felt threatened by it. Gu Fei allowed the 6 demons to form their battle formation. He did not stop them. He wanted to see how powerful this battle formation was. Kill! The leader of the demons roared. A devil's saber rushed out from his body. This was an ancient weapon. There were countless Tao runes imprinted on it. A chilling killing intent spread out. Swish! That demons attacked. That devil's saber gathered the power of the 6 demons. It had truly awakened. That devil's saber turned into a black light, slashing towards Gu Fei. The devil's saber emitted waves of demonic energy. It was peerlessly powerful. Bam! Gu Fei swung his fist and punched the black light that was slashing towards him. Tao runes could be vaguely seen on his fist. That black light was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. So what if it was a sacred weapon of demonic path? Gu Fei's martial body had already reached a level where he could fight against a sacred weapon. The martial body of a martial artist who had cultivated it was extremely strong. It was not any weaker than a true sacred weapon. Legend has it that in the past, the supreme martial ancestor who created the Tao of martial arts did not refine his own supreme weapon. That was because the supreme martial ancestor didn't need a supreme weapon. To him, he was the best weapon. How could this be? The 6 demons were stunned when they saw this. The body of this human was so strong that he could fight against the sacred weapon of the demons. This was unbelievable. Roar! The 6 demons roared at the same time. Although they were shocked by the strength of Gu Fei's body, they recovered very quickly. They then operated the battle formation and charged towards Gu Fei. Every demon emitted a peerless demonic energy. The 6 energies intertwined and formed an ancient and simple demonic diagram, slashing towards Gu Fei. They wanted to obliterate Gu Fei alive. Gu Fei's face turned extremely solemn. The demons in the 100,000 mountain range were not to be underestimated. The inheritance of this lineage was probably passed down by some ancient demon ancestor. The 6 demons were all supreme experts of the demonic path. If these 6 demons were to fight separately, none of them would be a match for Gu Fei. But when they joined forces, they could actually fight endlessly against Gu Fei. The demonic diagram was faintly discernible. The ancient demonic Tao patterns were gathering the power of the demonic path. A powerful demonic aura spread out in all directions, scaring away all the demonic beasts in the vicinity. Within the demonic formation, Gu Fei could feel an immense pressure. It was as though an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on his body. If it was an ordinary supreme expert, he would have long been obliterated by this demonic diagram. Unfortunately, these 6 demons had encountered Gu Fei. "Open for me." Gu Fei exhaled. A powerful force erupted from his body. The void around him trembled under the impact of this force. Boom! He struck out with the strongest primal chaos fist. With a single punch, the void turned into primal chaos. It was so strong that the demonic diagram above his head was instantly dispersed. The 6 demons all vomited blood and were sent flying. Die! Gu Fei spread his hands apart, and the martial path true force in his body circulated rapidly. 5 voids appeared around him, and each void nurtured a divine sword. Buzz! The 5 divine swords vibrated at the same time. The 5 elemental powers in the 5 voids were instantly absorbed by the 5 divine swords. After that, the 5 divine swords turned into 5 shocking sword lights and rushed out. 5 of the 6 devil race powerhouses were instantly caught up by the shocking sword light and killed directly. They didn't even have the chance to scream before their bodies and souls were destroyed. The remaining demons were scared out of their wits. They turned around and fled. However, the ending of this demons was already determined the moment he encountered Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not show mercy. The 5 sword lights instantly rushed together and turned into a 5-colored divine sword. With a turn in the air, it caught up with the escaping demons. Then, it twisted upwards, directly killing the demons into a mist of blood. Chapter 17:15. Gu Fei had beheaded the 6 great demons on the outskirts of the demon's domain in the 100,000 mountain range. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. The 6 great demons had cultivated a joint battle formation. Their combat strength was strong enough to compete with a half-step saint, and they might not be killed by a half-step saint. However, even if they did not encounter a half-step saint, they would still encounter an almighty. However, it was this human expert who had broken through their joint attack formation and killed them one by one in an extremely easy manner. Even in death, the 6 demon race powerhouses couldn't understand why this human powerhouse's combat prowess was so strong. After killing the 6 great demons, the fluctuation of the heavenly tribulation in Gu Fei's dantian became even more violent. It was as if a terrifying ancient giant beast had rushed into his inner world, causing the whole inner world to shake. There were many living creatures in Gu Fei's inner world. The immortal ancestral dragon herb had taken root in it, and the undead army that Gu Fei wanted to create was also inside. His inner world couldn't be lost. Especially the immortal ancestral dragon herb. Although it was said to be immortal, it didn't mean that it could resist the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint was too powerful. Although the immortal ancestral dragon herb was intelligent and knew whether it was good or bad, where could it hide in Gu Fei's inner world? Roar! After Gu Fei killed the 6 great demons, a roar came from the depths of the demon's domain. The whole world shook along with this roar. A peerless and powerful demonic aura spread out from the depths of the demon's domain. Demons, a half-step saint. Gu Fei's face turned solemn when he sensed this demonic aura. There were indeed many experts in the demon's domain in the 100,000 mountain range. He had just entered and he had already encountered a half-step saint. In the cultivation world of the human realm, many super forces knew about the existence of the demons in the 100,000 mountain range. However, the demons in the 100,000 mountain range had always existed. No one had ever been able to exterminate the demonic area in the 100,000 mountain range. Since ancient times, the demonic area in the 100,000 mountain range was the source of the southern wasteland's demonic energy. In the innumerable mountain range, many peerless great demons had come out. During the several dark upheavals that occurred in the human realm, the demons of the innumerable mountain range could be seen. The demons were peerlessly powerful, but Gu Fei wasn't afraid of them. He could even fight ancient half-saints endlessly, so he was afraid of these demons. He used the 8 desolate void steps, and with one step, he disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 miles away. This speed was even faster than teleportation. Good, you have guts. A demonic roar came from the front. The demons did not rush out. He was waiting for Gu Fei. This human was really courting death. To think that he would come to his own death. Even a fool would know what the outcome would be if a supreme expert were to go against a half-saint. To a half-saint, supreme experts were just like ants. Although the demons had yet to become a true sage, he had already taken half a step forward. Any existence that was tainted with the word sage would be peerlessly powerful. Very soon, Gu Fei arrived in front of a mountain range. A huge mountain stood tall on the ground. Surrounding the huge mountain were 7 smaller mountains, like the Big Dipper, surrounding and protecting the huge mountain in the middle. Gu Fei came to a stop. The moment he saw this terrain, he couldn't help but be shocked. This terrain was extraordinary. There was a strong demonic energy shrouding this place. The terrain formed by the heaven and earth seemed to be resonating with the Big Dipper in the skies, giving off a tremendous pressure. For killing my disciple, I'm going to suppress you within the 9 underworld's demon flames for millions of years, and have you suffer the pain of having your soul refined. A loud voice boomed out from the huge mountain that was surrounded and protected by the 7 smaller mountains. At the peak of the huge mountain, there was a demon palace. A demonic figure walked out from the demon palace. The demonic aura of the demon spread out from that demonic figure, shaking the entire place. A pair of bloodshot eyes swept out at Gu Fei. At this moment, many powerful beings of the demons walked out from the 7 smaller mountains surrounding the huge mountain. There are many who want to kill me. However, I'm still alive and kicking. Standing in the void, Gu Fei was extremely calm. Even if it were the demons, they wouldn't be able to faze him. Even though the half-saint was strong, the demons on the huge mountain before him were evidently not the ancient half-saint. The true ancient half-saint had lived for countless years and experienced countless things. There were traces of time on his body, along with endless vicissitudes and loneliness. At times, it wasn't a good thing to live for a long time. After all, most of the people from the same generation as the ancient half-saint had died. Their companions had all turned into a pile of dust. Audacious. To think that you would dare to speak to a 7-star demon lord as such. Damn it. A great demon dashed out from the 7 smaller mountains with a torrential demonic chi. Within the demonic chi, a demon tiger with wings on its back pounced out at Gu Fei in the sky. Humph. Gu Fei snorted coldly. The next moment, he disappeared from where he was. **T. Looking at this scene, the 7-star demon lord on the peak of the huge mountain felt his heart skip a beat. At this moment, a tragic roar boomed out as the body of the demon tiger exploded. A human figure dashed out from the demonic chi, leaving behind a blood mist. What? At the sight of this, all the powerful beings of the demons on the 7 smaller mountains gasped. How could this human be so strong when he was only at the almighty state? The fact that this tiger demon could cultivate on the 7 smaller mountains was enough to prove how strong it was. Within the radius of 10,000 miles, the tiger demon's cultivation state could definitely be ranked in the top 10. One had to know that this was a powerful being of the demons that was about to take that final step. Could it be that the lineage of the martial ancestor has reappeared? At the peak of the huge mountain, the voice of the half-saint demons who was standing in front of the demon palace rang out. Only the legendary martial body of the human race could possess such a strong physique. Lineage of the martial ancestor. All the powerful beings of the demons on the 7 smaller mountains were shocked. The martial ancestor was a taboo amongst the demons of the 100,000 mountain range. Legends had it that the demon ancestor of the 100,000 mountain range had died in the hands of the martial ancestor. "I'll deal with you." On another smaller mountain, a great demon that was 3 zhang tall and looked like a giant held a wolf fang magic staff in his hand. He stomped on the ground with his right foot and soared into the sky, shooting murderous intent at Gu Fei. The entire mountain shook under the stomp of this great demon. Roar! The great demon's body was filled with mighty demonic energy. He raised the wolf fang magic staff with both hands and smashed it down at Gu Fei's head. The wolf fang magic staff was like an ancient demonic mountain, smashing down and destroying the void. This 10-meter-tall giant demon wasn't actually a human. Instead, it was an ancient race from ancient times, and it was born with strength. Even a real mountain would be smashed into smithereens by this great demon's staff. However, an unbelievable scene appeared. The almighty human had only stretched out a finger and blocked the great demon's all-out attack. All the demons were dumbfounded. Gu Fei had only stretched out his right hand and used his index finger to block the wolf fang magic staff. How is this possible? Even the demons at the top of the mountain couldn't help but be shocked. This human's physique was really strong to an abnormal degree. There was no doubt about the great demon's strength. One must know that the great demon race was born with great strength. Their physique was definitely one of the best among the demons. Seeing that Gu Fei had blocked his wolf fang magic staff with just a finger, the great demon was shocked. This human in front of him was very dangerous. He used all his strength, but his wolf fang magic staff couldn't sink even an inch. Retreat! At this moment, the devil race's half-saint on the peak of the mountain moved. In just an instant, he'd arrived near Gu Fei, and his speed was so swift that even Gu Fei was shocked. Bang! Just then, Gu Fei's right hand moved. A powerful martial path true force erupted from his finger, and the entire wolf fang magic staff exploded. Countless fragments shot out in all directions. The great demon bore the brunt of the impact. The wolf fang magic staff in his hand was pierced into a sieve by the countless fragments of the wolf fang magic staff. Countless streams of demonic blood gushed out of the great demon's body. But at this moment, he wasn't dead yet. He retreated quickly, and a pure demonic energy spread out from his Niwen palace. Under the nourishment of this demonic energy, his physical body was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It wasn't easy to kill an almighty existence. As long as the primordial spirit of these existences was still present, they could fully recover. To kill the great demon, one had to destroy their primordial spirit. Go to hell. The demons made their move. He stretched out his hand, and the countless fragments of the wolf fang magic staff were sent flying away. He then slapped at Gu Fei. "I'm afraid you won't come." A cold smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. Then, he opened up his inner world, and a figure fell out of it. A peerless destructive force suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The sudden change caused the half-saint demon to turn pale with fright. In just an instant, he had no choice but to withdraw the attack that he had launched at Gu Fei. Swoosh! Countless lightning bolts suddenly appeared without any warning and engulfed the demons in an instant. These lightning bolts left no traces behind. Roar! Very soon, the demons let out a terrified roar. This was the heavenly tribulation of the half-demon. He had experienced it before, and he survived it. However, at this moment, the heavenly tribulation of the half-demon appeared again. This reminded the demons of the most terrifying scene he had ever experienced. At this moment, the power of the heavenly tribulation had erupted. Countless lightning bolts enveloped the huge mountain and the 7 smaller mountains. Countless demons turned into ashes the moment they were struck by the lightning bolts. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. When Gu Fei threw out the Hei Tian, he had already dodged far away. Chapter 17:16. Rumble, the sky darkened as if the entire sky was pressing down. The terrifying power of heaven and earth suddenly descended upon this area, shocking tens of thousands of demons. The heavenly tribulation of a half-saint was incomparably powerful, as if doomsday had arrived. Bolts of lightning as huge as mountains appeared in the sky, bringing along the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation that could destroy everything. This was the will of the Tao of heaven and earth. When He Tian became a half-saint, the Tao of heaven and earth sensed it and sent down the heavenly tribulation. Countless demons fell under the heavenly tribulation, their bodies and souls were destroyed by the terrifying lightning. Under this heavenly tribulation, even He Tian himself was facing a great challenge. He Tian's figure floated in the endless lightning tribulation. An almost transparent divine sword danced around him, emitting chilling sword chi to help He Tian resist the power of the heavenly tribulation. Roar! An angry roar came from the lightning tribulation. The half-saint demons was enveloped by hundreds of millions of lightning tribulation. Even though he was a half-saint, he was still in danger of dying. The lightning was like a silver snake that swam in a radius of a few hundred miles, wiping out everything in its path. This area was the territory of the seven-star demon Venerable. The seven-star demon Venerable was a rising powerhouse among the demons in the 100,000 mountain range. The 100,000 mountain range was incomparably vast. No one knew what was in the depths of the 100,000 mountain range. Even the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity and the demons in the 100,000 mountain range couldn't find out the secrets in the depths of the 100,000 mountain range. The area occupied by the demon area in the 100,000 mountain range was just a corner of the 100,000 mountain range. Even a corner was almost comparable to any of the 4 regions in the human realm. The area controlled by the 7-star demon Venerable was just the periphery of the 100,000 mountain range. The real superpower in the demon area was located in the depths of the demon area. According to legend, there were ancient demons sleeping in the depths of the demon area. Some of the powerful demons in the ancient times had survived to this day. Such an existence was incomparably powerful. This was the foundation of the demon area in the 100,000 mountain range. At this time, the 7-star demon Venerable was trapped in the heavenly tribulation of the half-saint and was in great danger. The terrifying lightning tribulation that seemed capable of destroying the world was enough to threaten his life. Shwa! A bolt of tribulation lightning rushed past him, but it only brushed against his sleeve. The sleeve immediately turned into dust and dissipated in the void. This, the 7-star devil ancestor, was both startled and furious. He used his fist power to create a barrier, enveloping himself within it. But even so, tribulation lightning still broke through the barrier from time to time and struck inside. The demons were peerlessly powerful. Even the heavenly tribulation of the half-step sage couldn't injure them for a while. However, the other members of the devil race were not so lucky. There were many experts of the devil race cultivating on the mountain and in the 7 small mountains. Amidst the boundless tribulation lightning, screams could be heard from time to time. One by one, the demons fell to the tribulation lightning, causing the 7-star demon Venerable to almost vomit blood. These demons were his most capable subordinates. Yet, they died just like that. The 7-star demon Venerable was enraged. He roared again and again. He wanted to rush out of the tribulation lightning. However, the area covered by the tribulation lightning was not small. The 7-star demon Venerable continuously used the demon's great technique, but he still couldn't get rid of the heavenly tribulation of the half-step sage. At this time, He Tian's heavenly tribulation of the half-step sage finally erupted. The terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation turned the area within a radius of 1,000 miles into a peerlessly dangerous place. Mai Tian was like a speck of dust amidst the tribulation lightning. Countless bolts of lightning struck down, and the formless sword trembled repeatedly, blocking the endless tribulation lightning for Mai Tian, giving him a chance to catch his breath. If it wasn't for the invisible divine sword, He Tian would really be in danger. Countless Tao runes condensed in the void around He Tian and imprinted themselves on his body. The yin-yang immortal force circulated rapidly in his body. A strand of holy might began to emerge from his body. After going through the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, He Tian's yin-yang immortal body gradually transformed into the half-step sage immortal body. Countless Tao runes interweaved in his body to form formation runes. An inner world was taking shape. It was a world created by a formation. It was different from ordinary inner worlds. It was filled with formation runes. Anyone who fell into it would never be able to come out again. Controlling such a world allowed my Tian's battle prowess to multiply. This was a world of formation that was created for battle. The benefits He Tian obtained were undoubtedly huge. His cultivation broke through several small realms in a row. As long as he survived this half-life heavenly tribulation, he would become a half-step sage. Half-step sage was a formidable existence in the mortal world. This was especially true for He Tian. If he became a half-step sage, he would be much stronger than ordinary half-step sages. The heavenly tribulation of the half-step sage caused such a huge commotion that almost half of the devil domain could sense it. It alarmed countless demons. Even some old fogies jumped out. What's going on? It doesn't seem like an expert of my race is transcending the tribulation. On top of a mountain, a vague demonic figure said. It was an old demon. His exposed skin was vaguely covered with a layer of fine scales. Someone actually came to the territory of my race to transcend the tribulation. Some of the demons already knew what was going on. A powerful human broke into the devil domain and triggered the heavenly tribulation of a half-step sage. This was something that had never happened in the history of the devil domain in the 100,000 mountains. He Tian's tribulation alarmed the demons. Very soon, some of them discovered Gu Fei's existence. The human race and the demons were mortal enemies. Without much words, a great battle broke out. Boom! A demonic seal emitted a heaven-shaking fluctuation and smashed towards Gu Fei, who was standing in the sky. Some demons directly attacked Gu Fei, wanting to destroy this guy who broke into the devil domain. Humph, Gu Fei sneered. He didn't dodge and directly punched out. Bang! Gu Fei's fist fiercely smashed on the demonic seal that was the size of a small mountain, sending it flying and leaving a fist mark on it. With the fist mark as the center, countless tiny cracks spread across the demonic seal, covering the entire demonic seal. The demon race powerhouse who attacked spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his expression became weary. This demonic seal was almost smashed by Gu Fei's punch, which made the demons who witnessed this scene feel inexplicably shocked. This human was peerlessly powerful, but he was just a powerful expert. Gu Fei's combat strength shocked all the demons. The demons who attacked just now were incomparably powerful and had one foot in the half-step sage realm. That demonic seal was a rare demonic weapon. It was a demonic quasi-sage weapon refined by a quasi-sage. If such an existence wasn't a match for him, then they would have to invite a semi-sage or even a quasi-sage from the demons. Only then would they be able to kill this human expert. Those demons didn't dare to attack Gu Fei easily, but Gu Fei didn't have any scruples. He used the 8 Desolation Void steps and directly rushed into the crowd of demons, starting a massacre. One by one, the demons were smashed to death by his pair of fists. As long as the demons were hit by Gu Fei's fists, they would all turn into a cloud of blood mist, directly destroyed in body and soul. Chapter 17:17. Gu Fei went on a killing spree. Like a tiger in a flock of sheep, he rushed into the demons and smashed the demons with his fists. His martial body was so powerful that it could even destroy a quasi-sacred tool. The group of devil race powerhouses was no match for him at all. All the devil race powerhouses were terrified and scrambled to escape. Where did this guy come from? The group of devil race powerhouses was indescribably frightened. Although they had the advantage in numbers, no matter how many ants there were, they were absolutely unable to contend against the giant dragon. Dozens of devil race powerhouses scattered in confusion, all fleeing for their lives. Roar! Just as Gu Fei was killing, the roar of the seven-star demon lord came out from the heavenly tribulation of the half-sage. The heavenly tribulation of the seven-star demon lord was horrifying. Even someone as powerful as the seven-star demon lord was in a desperate situation. Countless heavenly tribulation lightning struck him until smoke came out from his body. His body was badly mutilated. There were some parts of his body where even his bones were exposed. Goddamn human, the seven-star demon lord was tricked by someone. He was filled with hatred and anger. As if he had gone mad, he struck out all kinds of demonic weapons on him. Swoosh! A demonic umbrella rushed out from the top of his head, and an endless amount of demonic energy spread out from it, repelling the tribulation lightning in the surroundings. This was a demonic weapon refined by the demon saint that the seven-star demon lord obtained. It was called the Shura umbrella. On the Shura umbrella, there were countless demonic souls struggling vaguely. Those were experts with cultivation. After they were killed by the demon saint who refined the Shura umbrella, their souls were extracted and sealed in the Shura umbrella. God knows how many opponents of the ancient demon saint were killed by him. Their souls were even more miserable as they were refined into the Shura umbrella by the demon saint. This demonic umbrella was nourished by countless souls. Demonic patterns could be vaguely seen on the surface of the umbrella. The aura of the demon saint spread out, causing Gu Fei to be extremely shocked. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook as the entire firmament came crashing down. The might of the heavens and earth was unleashed as countless tribulation lightning appeared out of nowhere in the void, blasting towards the figure in the center of the tribulation lightning. He Tian sat cross-legged in the midst of the trillions of lightning bolts, allowing them to strike him. He remained motionless. The trillions of lightning bolts contained the will of the great Tao of heaven and earth. He wanted to use this opportunity to comprehend his own great Tao. Cultivating one's own grand Tao, with the grand Tao of heaven and earth as a mirror, was something that practically all cultivators had to go through to comprehend the grand Tao, and He Tian was no exception. However, the price of borrowing from the heavens and earth was huge. It should be known that not everyone could successfully pass through the heavenly tribulation. Countless geniuses had fallen under the heavenly tribulation. The invisible divine sword danced around He Tian. This holy sword weakened the power of the heavenly tribulation by more than half, so He Tian didn't need to directly endure the power of the heavenly tribulation. Even so, He Tian still encountered great danger. There were countless lightning bolts circulating around his body. His entire body was almost burnt to a crisp by the countless lightning bolts. The pain was absolutely unimaginable. Only by enduring the tribulation lightning could he have the qualifications to possess the strength of a half-step saint. Although the heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint was terrifying, it was still nothing in front of a true demonic sacred tool. The Shura umbrella protected the seven-star devil sovereign as it broke through the layers of tribulation lightning and rushed out of the heavenly tribulation. After the seven-star devil sovereign emerged from the heavenly tribulation, he immediately charged towards Gu Fei. Swish! The Shura umbrella soared into the sky and expanded infinitely, instantly enveloping the entire heaven and earth. The heavens and earth suddenly darkened as if the night had suddenly arrived. This demonic umbrella displayed a great demonic might. It actually sealed the void where Gu Fei was, cutting off all of Gu Fei's escape routes. It wanted to suck Gu Fei into the umbrella. The power of the Shura umbrella was undeniable. This was a demonic tool refined by a demon saint. It was as if it could suck the entire heaven and earth into the demonic umbrella. The Shura umbrella sealed the void in all directions. The powerful demonic power obliterated everything, causing Gu Fei to feel a great threat. This was a saint-tier demonic tool and Gu Fei was an almighty. No matter how amazing and heaven-defying Gu Fei was, he would never be able to cross this distance. As long as there was the word saint, it would be a peerless existence. Moreover, this was a true saint-tier demonic tool. This Shura umbrella could unleash the power of a saint-tier demonic tool. Die! The 7-star Devil Sovereign couldn't wait to tear Gu Fei into pieces. The force that he had painstakingly built up was almost completely destroyed by this human almighty. Because most of the demons under the 7-star Devil Sovereign were cultivating on the 7 hills, the heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint suddenly appeared and enveloped the 7 hills. Other than a few experts who managed to escape, the rest of the demons were all killed by the heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint. Just as the Shura umbrella descended from the sky, Gu Fei flipped his right hand and a purple-gold divine sword appeared in his hand. Then, he swung the divine sword and slashed at the Shura umbrella that was enveloping him. Trying to break a saint-tier demonic tool with a piece of scrap metal. When the 7-star Devil Sovereign saw Gu Fei's action, he thought that Gu Fei had long been scared silly and was attacking randomly. This was because the purple-gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand didn't emit any spiritual light at all. This was an ordinary purple-gold divine sword. Although the sword style was very old, this didn't mean anything. In the eyes of the 7-star Devil Sovereign, the purple-gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand was just an ordinary ancient sword. There were many ancient swords like this in the world, so the 7-star Devil Sovereign didn't care about Gu Fei at all. However, what happened next made everyone dumbfounded. The purple-gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand actually split a hole in the Shura umbrella that was descending from the sky. The aura and light from the outside world entered through the hole. How? How is this possible? The 7-star demon Venerate's voice trembled. The scene before his eyes had already exceeded the scope of his understanding. That ordinary purple-gold divine sword, which not many people even looked at when it was on the ground, actually broke through the Shura umbrella's sealing power and slashed at the 7-star Devil Sovereign. Moving along with the sword, Gu Fei rushed out of the hole that the purple-gold divine sword had split open. What kind of weapon is that? Could it be a supreme divine sword or a legendary divine weapon of the human sovereign? The 7-star Devil Sovereign retreated. The divine sword in Gu Fei's hand made him feel a great sense of danger. A divine sword that could even destroy a saint-level demonic weapon was not something he could withstand. If he was struck by the divine sword in his opponent's hand, his body and soul would most likely be destroyed. Buzz! The purple-gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand vibrated. Although there was no spiritual light flowing on the divine sword, there was a faint murderous aura coming from the sword. This murderous aura was very weak. Even someone as strong as the 7-star Devil Sovereign couldn't sense the extremely weak murderous aura from the purple-gold divine sword despite being so far away. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and appeared in front of the 7-star Devil Sovereign in the next moment. Then, he slashed at the 7-star Devil Sovereign's waist with his sword. Chapter 17:18. The violet gold godly sword was filled with murderous intent. This godly sword was definitely stained with the blood of ancient supremes. The murderous intent was extremely terrifying. Even a strand of it was enough to destroy a half-saint. Even a true sage wouldn't be able to withstand the murderous intent of this godly sword. Gu Fei displayed his fastest speed. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the 7-star Demon Lord. Without any hesitation, he slashed at the 7-star Demon Lord's waist. With the power of the murderous aura on the purple-gold divine sword, as long as one was struck by the divine sword, even if it was just a small cut on the body, the murderous aura on the divine sword would instantly invade that person's body and destroy that person's life. The 7-star Demon Lord felt extreme danger. He had goosebumps all over his body like a startled wild cat. His hair was standing on end. Roar! The 7-star Devil Venerable let out a furious roar, his body lit up with 7 bright devil lights. Each devil light is like a devil star, emitting a terrifying devil might. Just as the violet gold godly sword was about to slash the 7-star Demon Lord, his body turned into starlight. Billions of starlight gathered on the 7 demonic lights. The demonic stars lit up the sky, illuminating the entire sky. The demonic might of the demons' half-saints was fully unleashed. Even the sky was trembling in front of the demonic might of the 7 demonic stars. In the past 1,000 years, you are the first person to force me to use this secret technique. You should be proud to die to this secret technique. The 7-star demon lord's voice resounded in the sky. However, his figure had completely disappeared. Even Gu Fei couldn't determine his true location. Could it be that the true body of this great demon lord turned into these 7 demonic lights? Gu Fei's heart pounded. This demonic technique was too strange. Even one's body could turn into demonic lights. Furthermore, it was so powerful. Rumble, a terrifying demonic might erupted. The 7 demonic lights emitted billions of black lights. It was as though 7 demonic stars had descended from the heavens and were heading towards Gu Fei. Hundreds of millions of beams of starlight sprinkled down from the endless starry sky. These beams of starlight were all cast into the 7 balls of demonic light and were directly transformed into demonic power. Bang! The demonic might descended, causing the earth to sink. Cracks appeared on the ground, and within those cracks, there was a pitch-black abyss. Good heavens! Gu Fei sensed danger. This power was enough to threaten him. This great demon had actually cultivated such a demonic art. It could draw the power of the stars for its own use. He was fighting against the power of the entire starry sky. Humph! Gu Fei didn't retreat. He raised his head and looked up. The 7 balls of demonic light seemed to have really turned into 7 devil stars, smashing towards him. The 7 devil stars stirred up the power of the stars in the entire starry sky. At this moment, even thousands of miles away, one could clearly see the 7 demon stars shining in the sky. This was a shocking scene. The 7 demon stars had become the only ones in the world. That 7-star guy is going crazy again. In the depths of the demon domain, in a demon cave, a figure sitting cross-legged in the depths of the demon cave suddenly opened his eyes. 2 blood-red lights suddenly appeared, and the dark demon cave instantly lit up, as if 2 blood-red lightning bolts had struck. Who is it? Who forced the 7-star devil venerable to go all out? In another direction, on top of a devil mountain, a demonic figure spoke. His voice was incomparably old. This was an ancient figure among the demons. The fame of the 7-star devil venerable was earned through fighting. In the 100,000 mountains, if one wanted to establish their own power and territory, they would have to fight with their fists. This territory was created by the 7-star devil venerable. Even he himself couldn't count the number of demons that died in his hands. Normally, no one dared to provoke him. Even those ancient devils in the depths of the devil's domain remained silent and allowed him to establish his power in the periphery. But today, this human had barged into his territory and even tossed a fella who was in the midst of his heaven's tribulation into his lair. That was the heaven's tribulation of a half-sage. How horrifying was that? If not for the azure umbrella, he might have fallen in that heaven's tribulation as well. However, even with the azure umbrella, he was forced to fight with his life on the line by this human. The azure umbrella was broken by a single sword strike of this human, and his sage-grade demon weapon was destroyed just like that. This had the 7-star devil venerable's heart bleeding. Not only had this human killed almost all of his subordinates, he had even destroyed his heaven's umbrella. The 7-star devil venerable was filled with hatred right now. By turning into a 7-star devil venerable, he was burning up his demonic energy, allowing his strength to break through his limits and soar to a level that even he himself was afraid of. This power was extremely strong. Driven by a secret skill of the demons, a single misstep would cause this power to go out of control. At that time, there would be no need for Gu Fei to make a move. The 7-star devil venerable would be blasted into smithereens by his own power. Come on then. Gu Fei pointed his sword at the 7 balls of demonic nature in the sky. His long hair fluttered without any wind. At this moment, his battle intent had reached its peak as well. Streams of true force of the martial path coiled around his body. With Gu Fei as the center, a powerful ripple spread out. You've overestimated yourself. To think that an ant would dare to challenge a colossal dragon. What a joke. The voice of the 7-star devil venerable rang out. This time around, Gu Fei could capture the ripple of the voice of this big devil venerable. To think that the voice of the 7-star devil venerable would come from those 7 balls of demonic light. 1 into 7. Could this demonic skill be even more powerful than one of the 9 secret arts of the Immortal Tao, the one turning into 3 pure ones? Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. This demonic skill was truly heaven-revolting. However, he did not know that this demonic skill wasn't something that could be deployed casually. This was a skill that would kill 1,000 of the enemy while suffering 800 losses. In other words, if the 7-star devil venerable were to use this demonic skill, even if he managed to kill his opponent, he would lose 80% of his life force. Gu Fei had forced the 7-star devil venerable to use this demonic skill. This had alarmed many big shots in the devil domain. They knew that after this battle, regardless of the outcome, they would be able to split the territory of the 7-star devil venerable. The 7-star devil venerable was finished. In the devil domain, the strong ruled. If the 7-star devil venerable lost 80% of his strength, other strong devils would replace him. Rumble, the ground within thousands of miles was shaking violently. Mountains were collapsing one after another. The entire land looked like it was about to sink. It was extremely terrifying. The 7 devil stars were sinking. This kind of power was enough to crush everything. Buzz. Gu Feijin pointed at the 7 demon star, and the purple gold divine sword in his hand vibrated. A transparent ripple that was invisible to the naked eye spread out from the purple gold divine sword, blocking the terrifying demonic power. How is this possible? The 7-star devil venerable sensed this change. This caused him to be extremely shocked. Could the divine sword in the hands of this human really be a supreme divine weapon of the legends? Who cares so much? Kill. The 7 devil stars formed by the 7-star devil venerable did not stop. They continued to sink towards Gu Fei. Billions of demonic light pierced through the void, as though they wanted to turn the entire world into chaos. If it was an ordinary supreme being of the human race, or even a peak supreme being of the human race, under this attack of the 7-star devil venerable, even if they had 10 lives, they wouldn't be able to survive. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary supreme being. His powerful martial body allowed him to have a combat strength that was much stronger than other experts of the same level. Even a half-saint would dare to fight against him. Swoosh. Gu Fei soared into the sky. He used the violet gold divine sword to break through the layers of demonic energy and rushed towards the descending 7 devil stars. This action of his shocked everyone who witnessed it. At this moment, in the sky above the 7-star devil mountain, an endless amount of tribulation lightning bloomed. Within the tribulation lightning, the aura of a saint was gradually becoming stronger. Half-saint. Someone is about to become a half-saint. Some elders of the demons exclaimed. It had been many years since the demons of the 100,000 mountain range experienced the heavenly tribulation of a half-saint. Even when the great era of the human world came, there was no expert of the demons who could become a half-saint. However, today, the heavenly tribulation of a half-saint appeared in the demon domain again. However, the one undergoing the tribulation was not an expert of the demons, but a human. The human clan was too amazing. One should know that in the untainted land of ancient times, the human clan was not the ruler of the world. At that time, the forces of the human clan were very weak. If it wasn't for the emergence of a few supreme beings in the human clan of the untainted land would have been exterminated by other powerful races. After the untainted land was broken, the major races of the untainted land suffered heavy losses. Even some of the major races that had existed for countless years completely disappeared. However, the human clan survived tenaciously and gradually became the ruler of the world. Whether it was the human world or the heaven world, the human clan was the dominant race. The human clan was the largest race in the heaven world and the human world. The prosperity of the human clan was not what the demons wanted to see. At this time, Hation's heavenly tribulation of a half-saint was still going on. However, there were already experts of the demons who wanted to take action. Some experts of the demons wanted to stop Hation from becoming a half-saint. Bang! A devil hammer flew out from the top of a devil mountain thousands of miles away. In an instant, it shattered the void and disappeared into the dark world. Swish! A demonic sword flew out from a demonic cave and disappeared into the cave. At the same time, a devil spear emitted a supreme devil aura. It flew out from an abyss filled with devil chi and rushed towards the direction of the 7-star Devil Mountain. The big figures of the demons couldn't bear to see another half-saint emerging from the human clan. Finally, they took action. The power of the demon saint was vast and mighty. Countless devils in the demon domain sensed this aura and were terrified. It was as if a catastrophe was coming. Bang! In the sky above the 7-star Devil Mountain, the void suddenly shattered. From the shattered void, a devil hammer flew out. This devil hammer directly broke through the layers of tribulation lightning and smashed towards Hation, who was at the center of the tribulation lightning. The devil hammer emitted a wave of saint-level devil energy. With an irresistible force, it smashed towards Hation's head. As long as this devil hammer hit him, Hation would most likely die. Chapter 17:19. As Hation was undergoing the heavenly tribulation, the big shots in the demon domain could no longer sit still. One should know that the demons and the human race have been mortal enemies since ancient times. Among the demons, no one was willing to see another half-sage appear in the human race. The big shots of the demons had made their move. They wanted to stop Hation from becoming a half-sage. Bam! A demonic hammer directly smashed through the void and smashed towards Hation. A terrifying demonic aura spread in all directions. A strand of sage-level demonic energy appeared between the heavens and the earth. This demonic hammer was a demonic weapon that was refined by a demon saint. Rumble, the tribulation thunder rumbled. Billions of heavenly lightning bolts appeared around Hation. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning charred Hation from head to toe. His entire body seemed to be cooked. Buzz! The invisible divine sword danced around him, emitting vibrating sounds. Circles of transparent sword waves spread out from the invisible divine sword, reducing the power of the heavenly tribulation to the minimum. Even so, this heavenly tribulation of the half-saint had made Hation suffer greatly. Preposterous! The demonic hammer smashed down on his head. Hation couldn't help but frown when he sensed the sage-level power emitted from the hammer. At this moment, he was in a tense situation. The demonic hammer broke through the layers of tribulation thunder. Even the power of thunder and lightning triggered by the heavenly tribulation of the half-saint dissipated under the attack of this hammer. Clang! The invisible divine sword that danced around Hation soared into the sky and clashed with the demonic hammer that was smashing down. At the moment when the invisible divine sword and the demonic hammer collided, countless Tao patterns rushed out from the two sacred weapons. Those Tao patterns then dissipated in the void. The invisible divine sword blocked the demonic hammer. However, at this moment, a peerless sword light rushed over from the sky. The sword chi soared up to 1,000 zhang. It was a demonic sword. Cold sword chi spread out from the demonic sword. The temperature of the entire world was impacted by the sword chi, causing it to drop rapidly. What? Seeing this, He Tian couldn't help but be taken aback. A great demon sage-level demonic weapon was almost too much for him to handle. Now there was another demonic weapon. How could he survive? The demon sword streaked across the sky, and its target was also He Tian, who was in the midst of his half-step saint heavenly tribulation. At this time, a terrifying demonic weapon appeared in the sky. A demonic spear rushed over, directly breaking through the void that was enveloped by the tribulation lightning, stabbing towards He Tian. Roar! He Tian roared angrily. At this moment, he could no longer remain calm. The three saint-level demonic weapons were pressing down on him together. Even the invisible divine sword could not withstand it at this moment. Just when He Tian was in danger, a huge cauldron descended from the sky, enveloping him within it. At the same time, the three saint-level demonic weapons that were pressing down on him were all sent flying. It turned out that Gu Fei had made a move. He couldn't just watch He Tian be killed. He directly threw out the mountain river cauldron and enveloped He Tian within it. The ancient cauldron emitted an extremely ancient and vicissitude aura. It was as if this cauldron had already existed since the beginning of the world. It can ignore the attacks of sacred weapons. Could this ancient cauldron be the legendary mountain river cauldron? There were many old people among the demons. These people had lived for too long and knew many great secrets of the world. They thought of the ancient cauldron that had once appeared since the mythological era. Gu Fei's attack allowed He Tian to no longer have any worries. He could fight with the 7-star demon marshal with all his strength. With the purple gold divine sword in his hand, he directly rushed into the 7 demon stars. Swoosh! With just one strike, one of the demon stars was split in half by Gu Fei. Then, it exploded in the void behind him. A terrifying demonic power suddenly burst out. It was as if a real star had exploded. The starry sky in the sky was shaking, and it was horrifying. Even Gu Fei had to temporarily retreat. One of the 7 demon stars had been destroyed. The 7-star demon marshal roared in anger. He was almost going crazy. This kind of demonic skill consumed the most vitality. It was equivalent to splitting one's life into 7 parts. Destroying one of the 7 demon stars was equivalent to having one of his 7 lives cut off. This kind of price was really too high. The ferocious power of the 7-star demon marshal immediately weakened a lot. This sword of yours, the 7-star demon marshal no longer had any doubts. The divine sword in his opponent's hand was definitely a supreme sword weapon. Otherwise, how could it have broken through his secret skill so easily? The opponent had a supreme sword weapon in his hand. How could he fight? The 7-star demon marshal was also a powerful figure. He knew that he was no match for Gu Fei. Therefore, the remaining 6 balls of demon light soared into the sky. He wanted to escape. Want to leave? How can it be so easy? With the purple gold divine sword in hand, Gu Fei rushed towards the 6 balls of demon light with one step. His battle intent was like a rainbow, and the divine sword in his hand was constantly vibrating. You want to kill me? You are not qualified. The voice of the 7-star demon marshal came out from the 6 balls of demon light. Then, boom. The 6 balls of demon light that were like stars suddenly exploded with even more powerful demonic power. They rushed out in 6 directions. Gu Fei was shocked. The opponent's move made him not know how to chase after the balls of demon light. However, after being stunned for a moment, he quickly recovered. Swoosh! The divine sword pierced through the sky. Gu Fei threw the purple gold divine sword in his hand. The divine sword instantly caught up with a ball of demon light and rushed through it. Boom! The heaven and earth shook. Another ball of demon light exploded. Everything within a radius of a few thousand miles was destroyed. almost nothing was left. As for Gu Fei himself, he rushed towards a ball of demon light. You are courting death. Seeing that Gu Fei actually threw the purple gold divine sword in his hand, the 7-star demon marshal couldn't help but be surprised and happy. The ball of demon light automatically rushed towards Gu Fei. Very good. Gu Fei attacked with all his strength. The martial true force in his body surged violently. He punched out a primal chaos fist. Above his fists, there was primal chaos chi circling and Dao runes constantly appeared on his fists. Bang! Gu Fei's fist collided with the ball of demon light. A powerful force swept out in all directions. He only felt an extremely powerful force coming from his hand. This force made Gu Fei involuntarily retreat 5 or 6 steps. This made him extremely shocked. The power contained in the ball of demon light was so strong that it was unbelievable. However, the ball of demon light didn't feel good either. After being hit by Gu Fei's fist, it shook continuously. The demon's soul in the ball of demon light almost came out. How is this possible? Are the legendary martial artists really so abnormal? The 7-star demon marshal knew that it was not a good thing to risk his life at this time. He directly soared into the sky and disappeared from the sight of the group of demons in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1720. The 7-star demon Venerable was extremely powerful. He displayed the demon's secret technique and transformed into 7 balls of demonic nature. His battle prowess was monstrous and intimidated all the experts of the demons. However, such a powerful demon Venerable was defeated by Gu Fei. Although the 7-star demon body transformation secret technique was heaven-defying, Gu Fei was even more heaven-defying than the 7-star demon Venerable. Buzz! The divine sword in Gu Fei's hand was vibrating. 5 of the 7 balls of starlight were destroyed by him. Only 2 balls of starlight broke through the void and escaped into the chaos. Such a result left everyone dumbfounded. A demon Venerable was defeated just like that. The era of the 7-star demon Venerable was over. Naturally, someone would take over his territory. At this time, He Tian, who was in the mountain and river cauldron, finally survived the semi-sage heavenly tribulation. A sage's aura was emitted from the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! In the next moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth crazily gathered towards the mountain and river cauldron and entered He Tian's body. Even the stars in the sky cast down endless starlight. He Tian's damaged body was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His flesh and blood were being regenerated. Vigorous blood and qi were circulating rapidly in his body. At this time, the big shots of the demons who attacked had already stopped. The 3 demon soldiers stopped in the air and released waves of powerful demon saints' power. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, the demons were trembling. The demon saint's aura made the demons feel uneasy and frightened. The experts of the demons who attacked secretly knew that it was impossible to stop He Tian from becoming a semi-sage at this time. With the protection of the legendary mountain and river cauldron, even if a real sage came, it would be difficult to hurt He Tian. Not to mention that the experts of the demons had not become a demon saint yet. Roar! He Tian, who had absorbed endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth, let out a deep roar. Like an ancient giant beast awakening, the power of a semi-sage surged out of his body. The demons were inexplicably frightened. Another semi-sage had appeared in the human race. This was definitely not a good thing for the demons. He Tian walked out of the mountain and river cauldron. A wisp of sage's power appeared between heaven and earth. The powerful pressure of a semi-sage caused the void around him to tremble. At this time, the last heavenly tribulation's power was still blooming. A sneer appeared on He Tian's face. Then, he punched out and dispersed the last power of the heavenly tribulation of a half. Tens of thousands of tribulation thunders exploded and dispersed in all directions before dissipating into the void. The terrifying heavenly tribulation of the half-step sage vanished in the end. These bastards are really tired of living. They actually want to stop your Grandpa Hay from attaining the half-saint realm. Two sharp beams of divine light shot out from Hay Tian's eyes. He glanced at the three demonic soldiers in the sky and a cold smile appeared on his face. Shen. At this time, an almost transparent divine sword rushed out from the top of Hay Tian's head. A circle of extremely sharp sword waves spread out. I'll use you guys as practice. Hay Tian's words were extremely cold. Countless formation patterns appeared on his body. Countless formation patterns intertwined with each other and a shocking divine might burst out from his body. Swoosh! He soared into the sky and rushed towards the three demonic weapons. Countless formation patterns rushed out from his body and imprinted in the void. They attracted the power of heaven and earth and poured it into the invisible divine sword. Buzz! The invisible divine sword burst out hundreds of millions of almost transparent sword light. The sword light pierced through the void and shot towards the three demonic weapons in the sky. Boom! At this time, the three demonic weapons also burst out a monstrous wave of demonic power. The whole world seemed to be shattered. It was extremely terrifying. Haha! Hay Tian laughed and held the invisible divine sword in his hand. Under the support of the powerful power of a sage, countless Tao patterns on the invisible divine sword lit up. The power of the great path burst out from the invisible divine sword. Clang! The peerless demonic sword let out a terrifying sound. Then, it slashed towards Hay Tian. The powerful power of the demonic path burst out. There was a powerful figure controlling this demonic weapon in the dark. Without any suspense, Mahakala sent the demonic sword flying with a single strike. It was not that the demonic sword was not strong enough. However, the powerful figure in the dark did not come in person. If he could defeat Hay Tian in such a way, then that great demon was probably invincible in the world. Kill! Hay Tian was extremely powerful. He used the void formation technique. The whole world was densely packed with formation patterns. He borrowed the power of heaven and earth. Boom! The world shook. Hay Tian was ruthless. He attacked with all his strength. The whole void turned into nothingness in an instant. The ground sank. Terrifying waves swept through the sky and the ground. Even Gu Fei was shocked when he saw this scene. The demonic hammer and demonic spear were blasted away. Hay Tian's fighting spirit was endless. He actually rushed into the depths of the demonic domain with the invisible divine sword in his hand. Very soon, a terrifying wave came from the depths of the demonic domain. This guy, Gu Fei, was shocked by Hay Tian's action. Even he was not willing to enter the depths of the demonic domain. Hay Tian was challenging the most powerful demon in this demonic domain. Who knew if there were ancient great demons among the ancient demons in the depths of the demonic domain? One should know that some of those ancient great demons could still live to the present. Even the demon ancestor could be reborn. It would not be strange if a great demon saint jumped out from the depths of the demonic domain. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He used the 8 desolation void steps and rushed into the depths of the demonic domain. That place was already shrouded by endless formation runes. Hay Tian's void formation technique had become even more powerful after his cultivation had a breakthrough. It was simply incomparable to the past. Roar! Hay Tian's roar came from the middle of the formation runes. He seemed to have encountered a big trouble. Countless formation runes were blooming with divine light. The power of heaven and earth was continuously drawn over. Hay Tian drew the power of heaven and earth. He wanted to use this powerful heaven and earth power to suppress the ancient demon in the depths of the demonic domain. However, the ancient demon in the depths of the demonic domain was unimaginably powerful. Hay Tian simply could not suppress that kind of existence. Boom! A demonic hammer emitted thousands of devil lights. It broke Hation's great formation and struck out. The great demon saint's aura was vast and mighty between the heaven and earth. The devil Tao energy emitted by the demonic hammer was too strong. It was as if a true great demon saint had awakened from his slumber. It was peerlessly terrifying. The three great devil weapons were retrieved by those who had secretly attacked. The owner of the demonic hammer was one of the three great ancient devils. The demonic hammer could truly awaken in the hands of this ancient devil. This was not a good thing. The demonic hammer flew back. Countless formation runes were smashed by the demonic hammer and dissipated into the void. The power of the great formation that Hation had laid down was rapidly weakening. Those who wish to communicate with Liang San can join the group, 274673223. This is the latest update of the indestructible martial saint. Hee. Chapter 1721. In the depths of the demon domain, Hation and the mysterious great demon fought fiercely. Two great demon weapons flew over and joined forces with the mysterious great demon to fight against Hation. Buzz! The peerless demon sword vibrated. Saint-level great Tao laws surged out from the demon sword. A large number of formation runes collapsed, displaying great demon might. Swish! The demon spear pierced through the void and directly pierced into the grand formation. A demon shadow loomed on the demon spear. It was peerlessly terrifying. Although the mysterious great demon didn't come with his real body, he also sent out his incarnations to control the demon weapon. This battle was even more intense than the previous one. A bunch of scoundrels, come with your real body if you have the guts. Countless formation runes were destroyed by the demon weapon and reformed. Hation's cold voice resounded in the midst of the billions of formation runes. Did this guy eat an expired aphrodisiac? He's so fierce. At this moment, even Gu Fei found it difficult to intervene. Countless formation patterns were directly branded into the void, blocking his way and making it difficult for him to approach. Gu Fei discovered that there seemed to be endless Tao laws evolving in Hation's grand formation. This was really shocking. Could it be that after becoming a half-step saint, one could use all kinds of Tao laws? The heaven and earth laws weren't that easy to control. Gu Fei's path was different from others. He didn't focus on the cultivation of Tao laws because he believed that as long as one's strength was strong enough, any Tao laws wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. What he pursued was supreme strength. Boom! At this time, a powerful demon path power that made Gu Fei's heart palpitate erupted. The demon hammer had completely awakened. It was like a supreme demon lord had descended and instantly broke Hation's grand formation. Countless Tao laws collapsed under the attack of the demon hammer. Damn it! Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Although Hation was strong, he had just become a half-step saint. It was difficult for him to adapt to this new power. It was obvious that the mysterious great demon in the depths of the demon territory was definitely an ancient demon. Moreover, it was an ancient half-demon saint. After the demon weapon was fully awakened, the outcome of this battle was determined. You big demon brat, your grandpa He has some matters to attend to, so I'll take care of you next time. Hation also knew that it was impossible to kill an ancient half-devil saint, so he decisively retreated. Countless formation runes surged out along with Hation. Go! After meeting up with Gu Fei, the two of them directly tore through the void and disappeared into the demon domain. Roar! A terrifying demonic roar came from the depths of the infernal domain, and a gigantic demonic shadow as large as a mountain appeared in the void. Its blood-red eyes emitted a demonic light that swept across half of the infernal domain. This was definitely a peerless demon. Very quickly, the supreme devil in the depths of the devil domain disappeared. After that, the devil domain suddenly became chaotic. The 7-star Devil Sovereign was defeated by a supreme expert of the human race. There were experts of the devil race who wanted to take over his territory. However, there was more than one demon expert who wanted to take over the 7-star Demon Venerable's territory. Therefore, a chaotic battle for the 7-star Demon Venerable's territory broke out. Hateful human race, I will definitely take revenge for this. Somewhere in the 100,000 mountain range outside the infernal domain, roars were constantly heard. In a valley that was shrouded in demonic chi, a figure was sitting cross-legged, breathing in and out demonic chi. This great demon was the 7-star Demon Venerable. At this time, the 7-star Demon Venerable was extremely weak. 5 of his 7 demon source origin had been destroyed by the human race's almighty, almost injuring his Tao foundation. In order to achieve the Tao, one must build the Tao foundation. If the Tao foundation was destroyed, then everything would be over. The 7-star Demon Venerable's vitality was injured, so he had no choice but to hide. He didn't even dare to stay in the infernal domain anymore. Now, any almighty demon expert could kill him. He lost his territory and his force in a single day. This made the 7-star Demon Venerable's hatred soar. If he didn't kill that human race's almighty, he absolutely wouldn't be able to take it lying down. However, despite his hatred, the 7-star Demon Venerable had to hide and recover his vitality. Only then would he have the capital to take revenge. It wouldn't be difficult for him to take back everything he had lost. And the key factor that determined all of this was power, formidable power. While the 7-star Demon Venerable was itching to tear Gu Fei to pieces, Gu Fei and He Tian had already left the infernal domain and were heading in the direction of the Gate of the Void Sky. When He Tian learned that the virtual sky world had opened again, his eyes immediately lit up. He wanted to enter the virtual sky world to try his luck. The location of the Gate of the Void Sky was no longer a secret. Because the aura of the human emperor's divine weapon had swept through the 100,000 mountains, even the experts in other parts of the southern wilderness could accurately sense the origin of this fluctuation. Before long, Gu Fei and He Tian arrived near the Gate of the Void Sky. Gu Fei and He Tian watched from a distance. They didn't immediately approach the Gate of the Void Sky because many people recognized him. The battle prowess he showed in the virtual sky world was too heaven-defying. Soon, they found that the Gate of the Void Sky was still controlled by the super forces. It was impossible to enter the virtual sky world without being noticed. Seeing this situation, Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but frown. "Kill," He Tian said. His words were very direct and very violent. He had just become a semi-saint, so he had a strong desire to fight against all the experts. "Then you go," Gu Fei said grumpily. This guy was really too bold. At this time, almost all the super forces of the Tinglong continent had gathered in front of the Gate of the Void Sky. Want to kill? It was not impossible, but the consequences were very serious. This was equivalent to becoming the enemy of the whole cultivation world. Gu Fei didn't want to be remembered by all the experts of the whole cultivation world. "Then what do you think we should do?" He Tian said. Although the method of directly killing was a little stupid, it had to be said that this was the most direct method. It was not a big deal to offend the whole cultivation world of the human world. In the heaven realm, they were even chased by Emperor Xian. Gu Fei pondered for a while and then said, "Change your appearance and then break in." "Yes. This is a good method." "Ah, brats, your Uncle He is coming." When it came to fighting, no one was more excited than He Tian. He directly rushed out as if he was injected with chicken blood. This guy, seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be speechless. This He Tian was really lawless. He did things according to his own whims. He really dared to offend anyone. It seemed that only Gu Fei could suppress this guy. He Tian was like a runaway wild horse, but Gu Fei knew that he was definitely not a good rider. Crack! 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 After a burst of popping sounds came from Gu Fei's body, his entire spirit and appearance underwent a shocking change. He became shorter and fatter. He looked like a short fatty. His current appearance was somewhat similar to that of his disciple, Gu Zhong, who was still trapped in the killing array and continuing to train. After changing his appearance, Gu Fei walked out of the room. Who is it? Soon, someone discovered Gu Fei and He Tian. Everyone in front of the gate of the void sky swept their gazes towards Gu Fei and He Tian. No ads, no mistakes, first novel www, your best choice. Chapter 1722. The experts of various super forces gathered at the gate of the ruined sky. Rather than saying that these people were guarding the gate of the ruined sky, it was more accurate to say that they were restraining each other. The appearance of Gu Fei and He Tian broke the subtle parallelism in front of the gate of the ruined sky. Their appearance made everyone in front of the gate of the ruined sky tense up. Stop! Someone shouted. Gu Fei and He Tian had changed their figures and appearances. No one knew that they had returned. Everyone became nervous. Of course, Gu Fei and He Tian would not wait. Bang! Mahikala stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. The void in front of his palm suddenly collapsed, and the entire void was shattered into a piece of chaos. Roar! Screams rang out. The front of the gate of the ruined sky was immediately thrown into chaos. The powerful fluctuations of power that rushed out from He Tian's hand sent these so-called experts flying. Buzz! A Buddhist lamp rose in front of the gate of the ruined sky. Auspicious Buddhist power surged out from the Buddhist lamp. Buddhist runes flickered on the Buddhist fire that was the size of a soybean. The mighty Buddhist power from the Buddhist lamp suppressed He Tian's power. There were experts of the Buddhist sects taking action. The experts of the Buddhist sects of the West Earth were not absent. This was a sacred tool of the Buddhist sections. It was very similar to the ancient bronze Buddhist lamp, but it was definitely not that supreme Buddhist tool. Boom! At this time, another expert took action. Someone soared into the sky and evolved a divine sun and a divine moon, suppressing Gu Fei and the others. The divine sun and divine moon appeared in the sky, emitting a vast power of the sun and moon. The earth shook, and the void in front of the gate of the ruined sky almost collapsed. This was a peerlessly powerful divine form. It evolved the sun and moon of the world. The peerless power of the world descended on Gu Fei and the others, obliterating everything. Even Gu Fei couldn't help being startled by this powerful divine form. Although this person was powerful, he wasn't a match for Gu Fei. However, it wasn't Gu Fei's turn to make a move. He Tian directly smashed the sun, moon, and sky with a single slap and sent the man flying. What? Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. The one who made a move was Beitang Ryu of the Beitang family, a peerless powerhouse who had risen rapidly in the past 100 years. The Beitang family had produced a few powerful existences in the mortal realm. This Beitang Ryu was one of them. However, after encountering He Tian, this Beitang Ryu was destined to suffer a tragedy. Beitang Ryu was sent flying by He Tian's slap, and his fleshly body nearly shattered. He coughed up a huge mouthful of blood as he was sent flying 3,000 meters away. Too powerful, too ferocious. He Tian's move intimidated all the powerhouses in front of the gate of the ruined sky. Who had the strength to send a peerless powerhouse flying with a single slap? The person who came was probably a semi-saint. Even the expert from the Buddhist sect had retreated. While the Buddhist lamp was formidable, the vast and mighty aura of a saint had swept out from him as well. Where did these two guys come from? No one could tell where Gu Fei and He Tian came from. Gu Fei and He Tian had changed their figures and appearances, so no one could recognize them. Without any suspense, Gu Fei and He Tian entered the virtual sky world again. As soon as they entered the virtual sky world, Gu Fei and He Tian sensed the aura of the human emperor's divine weapon. Were those people still attacking the ominous ancient city? The ominous ancient city was extraordinary. Gu Fei obtained his mountain and river cauldron in the ominous ancient city. There might be peerless divine treasures in the ominous ancient city, but Gu Fei didn't see any. He opened the house that was suspected to contain the peerless divine treasures, but he saw a coffin. Gu Fei knew that the ominous ancient city was definitely not that simple. Then they quickly flew in the direction of the fluctuation of the human emperor's divine weapon. Soon, they approached the area. Gu Fei and He Tian were extremely shocked by what they saw. There was a vast expanse of primal chaos mist in front of them that stretched as far as the eye could see. This primal chaos mist blocked their vision. Even if they had the divine eyes, they couldn't see far. It was difficult to see through the primal chaos mist, and the fluctuation of the human emperor's divine weapon came from it. At this time, the fluctuation of the human emperor's divine weapon disappeared again. What's going on? Gu Fei and the others stopped in front of the primal chaos mist. The primal chaos mist was too strange. He remembered that there was no such mist in this area before. Could it be that those people broke through the ominous ancient city? He Tian's eyes flickered. He wanted to see the ominous ancient city that Gu Fei mentioned. One should know that there were many secrets in the ominous ancient city. Of course, He Tian was here for the supreme divine treasure. The supreme divine treasure was tempting, and He Tian was also jealous. The divine treasure left by the ancient supreme divine treasure was definitely something that could make all cultivators go crazy. Who wouldn't want it? Gu Fei also wanted it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opened the house that was sealed by the supreme Tao ancestor. Let's go in and take a look. Outside the primal chaos mist, there was no way he could sense what was going on inside. In the end, Erebus decided to enter the primal chaos mist to take a look. With his current cultivation base and the holy artifact that was the invisible godly sword, he could go anywhere in the world. There was definitely great danger in the primal chaos mist. Gu Fei had a supreme divine weapon, so he wasn't afraid. At least, he had the ability to protect himself. Rumble. Just as Gu Fei and He Tian entered the primal chaos mist, there was suddenly a rumbling sound coming from the depths of the primal chaos mist, as if there were peerless figures fighting. The aura of the human emperor's divine weapon erupted again. The entire primal chaos mist was tumbling violently. This time, the power emitted by the human emperor's divine weapon was too strong. The human emperor's divine weapon seemed to have met its match. Apart from the supreme divine weapon, what other divine weapon could compete with the human emperor's divine weapon? Gu Fei's body emitted a primordial chaos qi, which enveloped him and He Tian, isolating the powerful aura of the human emperor's divine weapon. Could it be? Gu Fei's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. Boss, what's wrong? He Tian saw that Gu Fei's face suddenly became extremely serious, and he couldn't help but be surprised. It should be known that ever since he knew Gu Fei, he had only seen Gu Fei like this a few times. Be careful. If that thing comes out, we'll retreat immediately. Gu Fei was extremely serious. Could it be? At this time, He Tian also seemed to think of something, and there was a rare look of surprise on his face. Gu Fei had told him all kinds of things in the ominous city. The primal chaos mist didn't appear everywhere. It was a great omen. Something unimaginable and ominous had happened, which made Gu Fei and He Tian very uneasy. Chapter 1723. Gu Fei and He Tian walked carefully in the chaotic mist. The aura of the human sovereign divine weapon was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. It was as if it was near and far at the same time. It was very strange. The aura of the human sovereign weapon was not unfamiliar to Gu Fei. It was the seal of the human sovereign of the Dongfang family and the heavenly path mirror of the Zhao family of the antiquity. Those people seemed to be in big trouble and had to use the Supreme Emperor's might to protect themselves. What on earth is happening? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The shadow of an ancient cauldron loomed over his head. He used the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers to protect himself and He Tian. It was better to be safe than sorry. In such a dangerous place, there was absolutely nothing wrong with being a little more cautious. Buzz! The invisible sword danced around He Tian and vibrated repeatedly. This sword had already gained intelligence. It seemed to have sensed the strangeness in the chaotic mist and became very uneasy. Could it be that something ominous has really happened? He Tian muttered to himself. At this time, even he could not help but be moved. He had successfully broken through the shackles of cultivation and became a semi-saint. Most of the memories of his previous life had come back. This kind of chaotic mist had appeared in the depths of his memory. He seemed to have encountered such a strange thing like today, which made him feel a little cold. It should be known that only the most important memories were sealed in the depths of his soul. As his cultivation gradually increased, those sealed memories in the depths of his soul would gradually be unlocked. He Tian knew that in his previous life, he was definitely a peerless cultivator because there were still some sealed memories in the depths of his soul that had not returned. Roar! Just as the two gradually approached the Emperor's might emitted by the human sovereign weapon, a roar suddenly sounded nearby. Then, a black shadow rushed out of the chaotic mist. What is that? Gu Fei and He Tian hurriedly soared into the sky, dodging this sudden attack. The chaotic mist rolled violently, and a dangerous aura spread out. That black shadow disappeared into the primal chaos mist. Its speed was so fast that even experts like Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help being shaken. Did you see it clearly? He Tian asked Gu Fei. It seems to be a primal chaos beast. Gu Fei pondered for a moment before saying. This caused Erebus to be taken aback. No way. How could there be such a chaos alien race in this world? He Tian was shocked to hear this. Primal Chaos Beast was an ancient name. This name could be traced back to the ancient mythological era. The mythological era was even more ancient than the primitive era. Primal chaos beasts did indeed appear in that ancient era. Moreover, they were called chaos alien races by the experts of the mythological era. That was because these beasts were born from the primal chaos. They were extremely powerful as soon as they were born, capable of tearing true dragons apart and slaying divine phoenixes. However, these chaos alien races had already gone extinct in the later stages of the mythological era. All the experts who came later thought that they were already extinct. It should be a beast with the bloodline of a chaos alien race. Gu Fei wasn't very sure either. One had to know that he had only learned about the existence of the chaos alien race from the memories of the god race's old ancestor. Back then, he used one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the godly seizing secret art to slay the divine race ancestor of the Naraka Tao and obtained his memories. This was equivalent to inheriting everything from the divine race ancestor. How did this thing appear here? He Tian was still in shock. He couldn't figure out how such an ancient existence could appear in the present. This was beyond his understanding. As far as he could remember, the chaos alien races had long been extinct and shouldn't exist anymore. Roar! Another roar sounded nearby. It seemed that the beast with the bloodline of a chaos alien race had turned around again. The deafening roar caused the entire chaos mist to churn violently. Damned beast! Erebus made his move right away. The invisible divine sword transformed into a nearly transparent beam of sword light, which silently pierced through the chaotic mist and shot towards the beast's shadow that was rapidly closing in on him. Pfft! A flower of blood blossomed within the chaotic mist, and an even more terrifying roar sounded out. The savage beast had been injured, and a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to palpitate erupted from its body. Rumble, the world shook as a giant beast claw reached out from the chaos mist, grabbing at Gu Fei and He Tian. "You're courting death." With a thought from He Tian, the invisible sword light immediately flew back and strangled the giant claw. A wisp of saintly might spread in the void. With the cultivation base of a half-step saint, my Tian could already make the sword release the power of the saint level. The sword chi of the saint level spread out from the sword, dispersing the surrounding primal chaos mist. This is, as the chaos mist dissipated, a beast the size of a hill, covered in black scales and surrounded by chaos chi appeared in front of Gu Fei and He Tian. It has a natural affinity with chaos chi. Although this beast isn't from the chaos alien race, it definitely has the bloodline of the chaos alien race, Gu Fei said. Clang! At this moment, the invisible sword had already tangled with the giant beast claw. The beast claw was actually not cut off by the invisible sword. This surprised Gu Fei and He Tian. The beast claw can actually fight against a saint weapon. This beast is too strong. Gu Fei and my Tian had no choice but to retreat. The place where they had been standing was immediately crushed by the beast's claw, and the void turned into chaos as it clawed at them. Roar! The beast's roar shook heaven and earth. There was a bloody hole on the beast's body. That was the place where the invisible sword had pierced through. A kind of chaos blood seeped out from the wound. The most powerful part of this savage beast was its claws. They were able to tear through the void and crush everything in their path. However, the other parts of its body weren't as monstrous as it seemed. The invisible sword could pierce through the beast's body. "Let me." Seeing that the beast's body was so strong, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel itchy. He took a step forward and directly approached the beast. Bang! Without any fancy moves, Gu Fei threw out the most ordinary punch. However, this seemingly casual punch forced the beast to stop. This was the purest form of strength. It was not a mystic art or a spell. Sensing the threat from Gu Fei, the beast stretched out a claw and clawed at Gu Fei. The giant beast claw was surrounded by chaos divine light. Boom! Gu Fei's fist collided with the beast's claw. The giant beast was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch, while Gu Fei was also pushed back by the beast's strength. The beast's strength had exceeded Gu Fei's expectations. He thought that his punch would be able to injure the beast, but the result was unexpected. Roar! Terrifying roars rang out continuously. The beast seemed to be angered. It roared and charged at Gu Fei. A ferocious aura swept across the sky. Again. Gu Fei's battle intent surged. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful creature. Its body was comparable to the holy body of a mighty expert, and its claws were comparable to a holy weapon. Such a beast's combat strength was definitely not weaker than a half-saint. No wonder the ancient sage-to-be and the experts of the Zhao clan were trapped in the chaos mist. Boom! Gu Fei and the wild beast collided again. This was a battle of physiques and also a battle of strength. There were no divine abilities or great techniques, only the purest strength. Just a beast with the bloodline of a chaotic alien is already so powerful. If it's a real chaotic alien, won't it be boundlessly powerful? He Tian couldn't help but feel shocked when he saw this. He knew very well just how powerful Gu Fei's body was. It was comparable to a human-shaped saint weapon. Very few people could be compared to his body when it reached such a level. Kill! Gu Fei became more and more ferocious. When he punched, the void seemed to collapse. When he stomped, the sky and earth shook. However, the chaotic beast with the bloodline of a chaotic alien was also extremely powerful. Its chaotic body was not something an ordinary beast could compare with. Gu Fei was fighting with a chaotic body. Too strong. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. Almighty martial body was incomparably powerful. Even a true half-step saint wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch from him. If they were hit by his punch, their body and soul would definitely be destroyed. Chaotic Fist. In the end, Gu Fei still used his newly created fist technique. As soon as the chaotic fist was used, the entire sky and earth shook. The powerful force dispersed the thick mist, revealing the void within a radius of 100 miles. Bang! The powerful chaotic fist finally overpowered the chaotic beast. Gu Fei's fist landed on the abdomen of the chaotic beast. The chaotic fist was like a flash flood. The moment his fist landed on the chaotic beast, it suddenly exploded. Gu Fei's fist broke through the chaotic beast's defense and landed on its body. Roar! The chaotic beast roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. It flew backward and then fell from the sky. The ground shook and dust flew up into the sky. Humph! Gu Fei took a step forward and appeared in front of the chaotic beast. Then, his right hand chopped at the neck of the chaotic beast. At the edge of his palm, there was a golden divine light. This was the martial path aura. It was like a real heavenly saber. It emitted a cold saber aura. The golden martial path aura cut through the void. Pfft! The chaotic beast's blood splattered. The chaotic beast's head flew up and all its blood came out. Even so, the chaotic beast was not really dead. Bang! The chaotic beast's head exploded. A chaotic divine light rushed out from its head. In the divine light, there was a small beast shadow. It rushed up into the sky, trying to escape. Chapter 1724. The Chaos Beast was extremely strong. Its body was comparable to that of a powerful martial artist. It fought with Gu Fei relentlessly. However, humans were still stronger than beasts. Gu Fei's Chaos Fist immediately suppressed the Chaos Beast. Then, with a chop of his hand, he chopped off the Chaos Beast's head. Blood spurted out of the Chaos Beast's neck, shooting hundreds of meters into the air. However, this beast was not really dead. Its huge head exploded, and a beam of Chaos Divine Light rushed out of the head. Within the Chaos Divine Light was the shadow of a beast. It rushed up into the sky, trying to escape. The Chaos Beast was extremely strong. It had already cultivated a primordial spirit. The Chaos Divine Light was the Chaos Beast's primordial spirit. As long as the primordial spirit could escape, the Chaos Beast would have a chance to recover. However, Gu Fei would not make such a mistake. He stretched out his hand, and a heaven-swallowing force rushed out and sucked the Chaos Divine Light into his hand. Bam! Gu Fei closed his fingers and immediately destroyed the Chaos Divine Light in his hand. The Chaos Beast's primordial spirit within the Chaos Divine Light was destroyed as well. The powerful Chaos Beast had the bloodline of the Chaos Alien tribe, but it was still killed by Gu Fei. Gu Fei's martial body was so strong that even He Tian was secretly shocked. Roar! Just as Gu Fei and He Tian were about to leave, a terrifying roar came from the depths of the chaos fog. An extremely strong beast was approaching them quickly. What's going on? Are there countless chaos beasts in this chaos fog? When Gu Fei and He Tian heard the roar, their expressions changed. One chaos beast was already so strong. If a large group of them came, even if they had supreme divine weapons, they would have to run. Go! Gu Fei met up with He Tian and quickly left the place. The chaotic mist that had been dispersed by Gu Fei's fist force surged back in from all directions, enveloping the area once more. They had just left when another chaos beast that was even bigger than the previous one appeared. The stench of the chaos beast's blood had attracted this chaos beast over. This beast found the chaos beast's corpse and opened its mouth to suck it in. Immediately, streams of essence energy rushed out of the corpse and entered the beast's mouth. The huge beast was devouring the chaos essence chi that had yet to dissipate from the chaos beast's body. Very quickly, the huge beast's body began to glow with chaos divine light. This giant beast was refining the primordial essence for its own use. Just as this huge beast was devouring the chaos essence chi in the chaos beast's body, Gu Fei and He Tian had already left. At this time, the aura of the human emperor divine weapon had completely disappeared. Could it be that those guys broke some kind of ancient seal and released these chaos beasts? He Tian speculated. There were some ancient worlds in this world that had yet to be discovered. The supreme martial artists from the mythological era could create worlds, so it was normal for them to leave some unclaimed worlds behind. Take the virtual sky world for example. The entire virtual sky world was probably a world created by an ancient supreme martial artist. The appearance of these ancient chaos beasts was definitely not a coincidence. In that ancient, ominous city, something big must have happened that Gu Fei and the others did not know about. That is, after walking for thousands of miles, an ancient and vicissitude aura came from the front. There seemed to be something ancient ahead, which made Gu Fei and He Tian tense up immediately. In this area shrouded by the chaotic mist, even though they had cultivated the divine eyes, the area they could see was very limited. This chaotic mist could block their vision. Even if Gu Fei and He Tian used their divine eyes, they could only see a few miles around them. It was difficult to see further. They moved stealthily with the shadow of the mountain and river cauldron looming over their heads. If there was anything wrong around them, they could immediately escape. Only by using the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect themselves could they be absolutely safe. When Gu Fei and the others followed the aura and approached, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. In the void in front of them, there was an ancient city floating. It was a dilapidated ancient city. Most of the buildings in the city had been destroyed. It could be seen that these buildings had just been destroyed. How could it be? When Gu Fei took a closer look at the ancient city, he was shocked once again. This ancient city was actually the ancient ominous city. Could it be that those people had really breached this ominous city? This is the ominous city that you were talking about? He Tian was also shocked because he had heard from Gu Fei that this ancient city might be a sovereign divine city. A sovereign represented immortality. If this ancient city was really a sovereign divine city, then it was impossible for it to be destroyed. However, the ancient city in front of them was almost half ruined. Traces of battle could be seen everywhere. On some of the traces, one could even feel the energy of a sovereign. It's caused by the human emperor divine weapon. Gu Fei sensed a familiar aura. There was a deathly aura lingering in the ancient city. He realized that the house that he had entered before had already collapsed. This is bad. Gu Fei's face changed when he saw this. That demonic corpse had come out. The demonic corpse in the crystal coffin was likely the corpse of a sovereign since it was personally sealed by the supreme Tao ancestor. If something ominous happened to the corpse of a sovereign, it would be a great disaster. Rumble, at this moment, a corner of the ancient city suddenly shook. A demonic figure surrounded by demonic aura appeared. Demons. Gu Fei and He Tian immediately sensed the energy fluctuation and rushed towards the demonic figure. Very quickly, they saw the demonic figure standing in the void. Human race. The demonic figure didn't expect to see Gu Fei and He Tian here. He was shocked and wanted to escape. His vitality had been greatly injured, so he couldn't fight against these two humans. Trying to escape. He Tian stretched out his hand. Countless formation runes rushed out from his hand and instantly branded the space in front of him, sealing the space where the demonic figure was. Formation in the void. Who are you? The demonic figure couldn't help but be shocked when he saw He Tian's move. This kind of formation attainment was definitely at the Grand Master level. Even in the ancient times, there weren't many people like him. He Tian didn't say anything. He was operating the formation. The formation runes that were branded in the void just now condensed in the void again, drawing the power of heaven and earth to form a cage around the demonic figure. Rays of divine light intertwined, and a cage completely condensed from Tao runes appeared between the heaven and earth. The demons didn't expect He Tian to be able to trap him in an instant. This was no small matter. Tell me, what happened here? He Tian didn't waste time and directly asked what he wanted to know. The ancient ominous city had been destroyed to this extent. There must have been a great change in the ancient city. Gu Fei also wanted to know what had happened in this ancient ominous city while he was away. What kind of person could actually destroy this ancient city? Humph. Do I have to speak just because you told me to? The demonic figure sneered. Normally, he could kill a large number of these two human cultivators with a single slap. But now, he was like a tiger that fell to a plain and was bullied by a dog. Before this demon was injured, he was high and mighty. Even after being injured, he still had the arrogance of a superior and wouldn't easily yield. Very well. He Tian smiled, and so did Gu Fei. Especially He Tian. His smile was very eerie. The demonic figure couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. What do you want? The demonic figure couldn't help but panic. What do you think? The smile on He Tian's face deepened. Then, he waved his hand, and the cage that imprisoned the demonic figure immediately emitted a true fire that burned towards the demonic figure inside. This wasn't an ordinary true fire, it was the yin-yang divine fire. This was the true fire that He Tian cultivated. This type of true fire contained the mysteries of yin and yang and could even melt the toughest of divine metals. Roar! A miserable shriek arose. Under the burning of the yin-yang divine fire, the demonic figure became even more blurry as if it could disappear at any moment. How dare you! If my real body came, all of you would die. The demonic figure roared. The yin-yang divine fire seemed to be his nemesis. In just a moment, half of the demonic energy on the demonic figure dissipated, and he was about to turn into ashes. Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked to hear this. This demonic figure was only a clone. How could there be such a powerful demonic figure in this world? This demonic figure was definitely an expert that had experienced the calamity of the ominous city and survived. From this, they could tell that this demonic figure wasn't ordinary. Enough. Gu Fei stopped He Tian. If they continued to burn, this demonic figure would really disappear. They hadn't gotten any information yet. Boss, He Tian didn't think much of it. Since this demonic figure wasn't willing to say anything, he would just kill it. Leaving this guy alive would be a huge problem. I have an idea. Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and said. Following that, a ray of light shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and disappeared into the demonic figure in front of him at an unbelievable speed. Roar! 9 Secrets of the Immortal Path. The demonic figure was shocked, but he had already fallen for the trick. In the next moment, his divine sense was lost and he was completely immersed in the endless darkness. He didn't know anything anymore. 9 Secrets of the Immortal Path, Divine Snatch. He Tian was both surprised and happy to see this. He didn't think of this move just now. Very quickly, Gu Fei's divine sense retreated from the demonic figure. At this time, his expression was extremely ugly. He already knew the reason why the ancient city was destroyed. I didn't think it would be like this, Gu Fei muttered to himself. His expression changed several times. The thing he didn't want to see the most had happened in the end. Moreover, there were some earth-shattering changes in the process. No ads, no mistakes, first novel W, your best choice. Chapter 1725. The ancient city floated in the dark primal chaos mist. The evil power in the city had already disappeared. The dilapidated ancient city was quiet and silent. He Tian used the void formation technique to imprison the demonic figure. Then, Gu Fei used the godly seizing secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, to read the demonic figure's memory. Gu Fei learned the reason why the ominous city became like this. The experts of the Zhao family and the Dongfang family from the antiquity really broke into the ancient city with their human sovereign divine weapons. The combined power of 2 human sovereign divine weapons was equivalent to 2 supreme human sovereigns attacking together. Even a supreme would be moved by such power. After Gu Fei left, the ancient half-saint of Jiuyin and a great figure from the Zhao family from the antiquity used their respective human sovereign divine weapons to break a sealed area in the depths of the ominous city. The peerless evil spirits suddenly appeared without any warning. Endless evil power instantly enveloped the entire ancient city, and countless ancient corpse soldiers stood up again. More than a dozen ancient corpse generals rushed out from the depths of the ancient city. Each corpse general was an invincible existence when they were alive. Even though they had died countless years ago, their bodies were still immortal. They were controlled by the evil spirit and were extremely terrifying. Almost all the cultivators who attacked the city were slaughtered by these corpse soldiers and corpse generals. Only a few managed to escape. The appearance of the peerless evil spirit was earth-shattering. It was like the arrival of an ancient devil ancestor. It displayed its extremely terrifying combat strength and actually fought against the 2 peerless figures with human sovereign divine weapons. After the untainted land was broken, fighting with Renhuang divine weapons had never happened again. That evil demon was peerlessly powerful, and he also had a devil tool that was comparable to a human emperor divine weapon. This battle was incomparably tragic, and even the eternal ominous city was almost destroyed. After the battle, the evil spirit didn't hesitate to use its vitality to break the seal of the room where the corpse of the supreme being was sealed, causing the crystal coffin with the corpse to fall out. When the supreme being's corpse appeared, the whole world was instantly shrouded in primal chaos mist. Even the virtual sky world couldn't bear the supreme being's aura. The void collapsed, and the primal chaos mist seeped out from the cracked void, forming this strange and evil land of primal chaos. The corpse of a sovereign. After hearing this, He Tian was shocked to the extreme. One must know that the corpse of a supreme being was no ordinary corpse. A supreme being was invincible. Who could kill a supreme being? Could it be that there were existences more powerful than the supremes in this world? Moreover, what was that peerless demon? There was indeed a great danger in this primal chaos mist. Such an existence was definitely peerlessly powerful. Perhaps it was a great demon that could contend against someone like Ghost Emperor Fingdu. Boss, I think, He Tian was a little hesitant. He wanted to retreat. If he was unlucky enough to encounter the Supreme Being's corpse, even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. What? Are you scared? Gu Fei glanced at He Tian. Boss, when have you ever seen Old Black afraid of anyone? Erebus Sky Bull said angrily. Gu Fei smiled and said, at least I know of one person that you are very afraid of. Who? Outrageous. I will go and beat him up until his mother can't recognize him. He Tian was unhappy. He was a newly advanced semi-saint, a rare expert in the world. Even in the human world, he was an existence that could do whatever he wanted. Forget it. You should get rid of this demon first. Gu Fei pointed at the demonic figure trapped in the formation. This demon had been searched by him using the godly seizing secret technique. The demonic figure's divine sense was severely damaged and had become stupid. Die. With a wave of Mahakala's hand, the formation that had sealed the demonic specter immediately began to operate. Every single rune of the formation emitted a divine flame that burned inwards. The demonic shadow was immediately burned to ashes, turning into a wisp of black smoke that dissipated into the void. Just as He Tian burned the demonic figure to death, on a demon mountain in the 100,000 mountain range, a great demon sitting on the peak suddenly opened his eyes. "Who is it? How dare you destroy one of my clones?" The aura that was originally hidden in his body rushed out like a mountain torrent. A terrifying demonic aura spread out from the peak of the mountain. All the demons within a radius of 10,000 miles started trembling in fear when they sensed this aura. The demonic figure that Tian destroyed was just a clone of this great demon. Its main body was extremely powerful and could scare tens of thousands of demons. It was the true Lord of 10,000 demons. The Lord of 10,000 demons on the mountain peak didn't move. The terrifying demonic aura emitted from his body quickly dissipated. After that, his body once again became like rotten wood, no longer emitting any aura. At this time, Gu Fei and Tian were already searching the ancient city. They carefully walked around and saw many ancient corpse soldiers lying on the ground in many corners of the city. Gu Fei even saw an ancient corpse general being smashed into the city wall. Its immortal body had been smashed into pieces. Ancient corpse generals were peerless characters when they were alive. Even after death, their bodies were still incomparably powerful. It was very difficult to smash an ancient corpse general's body into pieces. Obviously, the one who did this was absolutely powerful to the extreme. Inside the ancient city, traces of war could be seen everywhere. The immortal city was destroyed, and the self-healing power of the city seemed to have been scattered. Those two fellows were forced to fight with their lives on the line. Gu Fei muttered to himself. The Lord's corpse might have really been inauspicious. Otherwise, this ancient city wouldn't have been destroyed to this extent. Although the 9 half-saint and the others had human sovereign divine weapons, it was still a bit of a stretch to fight against the Lord's corpse and the archfiend. Boom! At this time, a loud explosion came from the distance. Then, the entire world trembled as a terrifying fluctuation came from the depths of the primordial mist. "Come, let's go take a look." Gu Fei directly rushed out of the ancient city and headed towards the source of the sound. Tian followed closely behind Gu Fei. He didn't dare to stray too far away from Gu Fei because Gu Fei had a supreme divine weapon that could be used to defend himself if necessary. When Gu Fei and the others arrived near the source of the sound, they couldn't help but be shocked by the scene in front of them. Within the primordial mist, there were countless Dao runes intertwining. An extremely powerful force sealed the void in front of them. At this moment, a huge hole appeared in the huge net that was formed by countless interweaving Dao patterns. Someone had used absolute strength to break through the seal of the Dao pattern. Using Dao runes as a formation, this person is incredible. Formations were Tian's specialty. He could tell at a glance that this formation using Dao runes was more powerful and terrifying than his void formation technique. One should know that even Tian, a half-saint, couldn't use Dao runes to set up a formation. From this, it could be seen that the person who set up this formation had a higher cultivation than Tian. Roar! An angry roar came from the void that was sealed by the formation. The person inside seemed to be in big trouble and wanted to rush out. It's the aura of a Renhuang divine weapon. Gu Fei sensed the fluctuation of the heavenly law mirror. This was the Renhuang divine weapon of the Zhao family of the ancients. The important figure of the Zhao family was trapped inside. At this time, the big hole in the big net formed by the Dao runes was rapidly shrinking, and the broken Dao runes were quickly repaired. This speed, Gu Fei and Tian looked at each other and were extremely shocked. This sealing formation was too powerful. The speed at which the Dao runes recovered was so fast that it could completely trap the person inside. Before the person trapped inside could rush to the big hole was about to disappear. The power of the Great Path lingered. This was a formation using Dao runes, which could completely isolate any fluctuations inside. No wonder Gu Fei and the others felt the fluctuation of the Renhuang divine weapon from outside. Sometimes it was strong, sometimes it was weak. As the big hole disappeared, the fluctuation of the heavenly law mirror was isolated. This, Gu Fei and He Tian were a little stunned. What on earth happened to the person inside? Even the Renhuang divine weapon couldn't break the seal and break in. Was it the supreme evil corpse or that peerless evil spirit? He Tian's voice trembled a little. He knew that if he was trapped in this Taoist formation, it would be difficult for him to break out and he would be trapped inside until he died. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise sounded without any warning. A bright divine light broke the Taoist formation and rushed out. Countless Tao runes dissipated under the divine light. It's the Dongfang family's Renhuang divine weapon. This was the power of the human emperor's seal, which came directly from the Taoist formation. Even a large formation formed by interwoven Tao runes couldn't resist such power. The power of the Renhuang divine weapon spread in the sky and in the ground, spreading to more than half of the virtual sky world. This blow broke a big hole with a circumference of 1,000 feet and scattered countless Tao runes. However, this big hole was shrinking rapidly. Countless Tao runes scattered by the human emperor's seal condensed in the void again. The Tao runes intertwined and recombined. In just a few breaths, the hole was completely restored. Roar! An unwilling roar came just before the formation was completely restored. Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked when they heard it. "Boss, we'd better." He Tian already wanted to retreat. Even the person with the human emperor's divine weapon was trapped inside. If they were trapped inside, their situation might not be any better than those people. Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and said, The higher your cultivation level, the more timid you become. You even said you've never been afraid of anyone." "Well, boss, I've never been afraid of anyone. Besides, I'm not afraid. I'm just adapting to circumstances," He Tian said seriously. "Good. When we have a chance to return to the heaven realm, if you dare to say that in front of Old Tortoise, I'll admire you." Gu Fei suddenly smiled. Old Tortoise. As soon as He Tian heard Old Tortoise's name, he was stunned. Chapter 1726. The only person in the world who could make He Tian afraid of the bottom of his heart was the Old Tortoise. After all, the Old Tortoise was the Old Tortoise's ancestor. He Tian knew that he was not as powerful as the Old Tortoise. Moreover, when he was with the Old Tortoise, it was always He Tian who was at a disadvantage and was always tricked by the Old Tortoise. The Old Tortoise was He Tian's nemesis. As soon as Gu Fei mentioned the Old Tortoise, He Tian was speechless. At this time, the divine formation of the great path in front of them operated and sealed one side. It was very difficult for the people inside to rush out, even if they had human emperor divine weapons. Although human emperor divine weapons were strong, this large formation was completely formed by interwoven Taoist patterns and triggered the power of the great path. Even if a saint came, he would be trapped inside. Gu Fei also didn't want to take risks. After all, something bad happened to the supreme martial artist's corpse, and no one knew what happened to it. If the supreme martial artist's corpse turned into an evil corpse, it would be terrible. It would be the most powerful evil corpse in the world. Even if they had supreme divine weapons, their lives might be in danger. Gu Fei had already obtained what he wanted in the virtual sky world, so he didn't want to take risks. However, just when Gu Fei and He Tian planned to retreat, the formation of the great path formed by countless interwoven Taoist patterns suddenly shook. Then, a bright divine light broke through the Taoist patterns and rushed out from inside. Someone with a human emperor divine weapon broke through the seal of the Taoist patterns again. This time, the dense Taoist patterns in front of them were broken, and a big hole about dozens of feet in diameter was broken. Gu Fei looked into the big hole. Vaguely, he seemed to see a white figure flash by and instantly disappeared from his sight. That is, when Gu Fei saw that figure, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. Could it be her? The big hole in front of them was quickly repaired. Taoist patterns intertwined and Taoist rhyme flowed, but Gu Fei couldn't keep calm. That white figure seemed to be the person he had been looking for. Swoosh! Without hesitation, Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly rushed into the rapidly shrinking hole, disappearing inside. He Tian would never have imagined that Gu Fei, who was about to retreat with him, would suddenly rush into the world sealed by the Tao pattern. Moreover, Gu Fei's speed was unparalleled. By the time he reacted, Gu Fei's figure had already disappeared. On the light screen formed by the interweaving Tao patterns, the big hole was about to disappear. He Tian knew that he couldn't go in, so he could only wait. Without Gu Fei by his side, He Tian had no choice but to be careful. He used the invisible divine sword to protect himself and stood in the void. He did not leave. When Gu Fei rushed into the void sealed by the Tao pattern, he immediately sensed several peerless and powerful auras. Among these auras, there were 2 auras that belonged to the human emperor's seal and the heavenly mirror. Meanwhile, there were 2 other forces that were no weaker than the human emperor's seal and the heavenly mirror, confronting the 2 human emperors' divine weapons. The powerful auras caused the air to solidify. There was no chaotic mist in the void sealed by the Tao pattern, so Gu Fei's vision was unobstructed. The white silhouette from before had already disappeared, which made Gu Fei somewhat disappointed. Bam! Just then, Gu Fei suddenly saw a small hill a few kilometers to his right suddenly explode. 2 figures rushed out from within the dust that soared into the sky. Buzz! A sword sound shook the 9 heavens, and an extremely sharp sword chi broke out, turning into a bright sword light, and strangled a man in armor. This sword chi fluctuation was not unfamiliar to Gu Fei. It was the unique sword chi fluctuation of the Guangqing Immortal sect. The one who attacked was a woman in white. This figure was a bit similar to the one in the depths of Gu Fei's heart. However, after so many years, Gu Fei could not be sure that this woman in white was that person. The one fighting with the white-clothed woman was a black figure. There was an eerie aura of death emanating from this figure. The man in armor turned out to be an ancient corpse general. The body of an ancient corpse general was extremely tough, and the sword chi from the divine sword in the woman's hand could indeed cut through hair. However, when the divine sword of the woman in white struck the body of the ancient corpse general, it could not break the defense of the ancient corpse general, and the sound of metal colliding could be heard. The woman in white's cultivation was not weak either. With a divine sword in her hand, the sword energy crisscrossed as she continued to fight against the ancient corpse general. Gu Fei was hidden on the side. The more he looked, the more familiar this woman in white looked. Her face was covered with a white cloth, and even with his eyesight, he could not see through the white cloth. Kill! The woman in white was surrounded by sword chi from head to toe. The immortal sword in her hand displayed a powerful power. The sword chi soared to the sky, and it was evenly matched with the ancient corpse general. Although the Guangqing Immortal sect had submitted to the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era, it did not sever the inheritance of the sect. There were still many people cultivating the sword Dao in the Guangqing Immortal sect. Buzz! The divine sword vibrated, and the white dress fluttered. The sword light of the woman in white suddenly exploded. Each sword light contained the indomitable will of the woman in white. A total of 9 sword lights shot towards the ancient corpse general. Without any suspense, the 9 sword lights all hit the ancient corpse general. However, the 9 sword lights were unable to penetrate the flesh of the ancient corpse general. However, the powerful force contained in the 9 sword lights still managed to knock the ancient corpse general away. Swoosh! At this time, Gu Fei took a step forward and directly rushed forward. He reached out his hand and grabbed towards the ancient corpse general. On his right hand, each of his fingers emitted primordial energy that pierced through the void. Gotcha! All 5 of Gu Fei's fingers were inserted into the head of the ancient corpse general. Then, he forcefully twisted the head off. Bam! His right hand exerted force, and the entire head turned into a bloody mist that dissipated into the void along with the wind. This scene happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Gu Fei's movements were extremely fast. Before the white-clothed woman could react, he had already settled her. "It's you." When the woman in white saw Gu Fei's appearance, she was extremely shocked. Gu Fei's appearance surprised her. She clearly remembered that Gu Fei was not among the people trapped here. Could it be that this person came from the outside? The woman in white was both surprised and happy. If this person really came from the outside, then he must have a way to leave. She had wanted to leave this damned place for a long time. However, the seal of this place was so strong that even peerless characters with Mortal King divine weapons could not escape, let alone people like the woman in white. Chapter 1727. Who are you? Gu Fei really wanted to know her identity. This white-robed lady gave him a sense of déjà vu. She was that outstanding figure from the Guangqing Immortal sect. This lady's aptitude was definitely top-notch. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been chosen by an old man from the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era and taken in as a disciple. And reality had proven that the old man from the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era didn't choose the wrong person. Why should I tell you? The white-robed lady couldn't help but feel a little displeased at Gu Fei's straightforwardness. Because I saved you just now. Gu Fei stared at this masked lady. He had the urge to rush forward and rip her mask off. This lady's voice was exactly the same as the person he knew. How could there be so many coincidences in this world? Perhaps this person before him was the one he was looking for. Who asked you to meddle in other people's business? Even if you didn't make a move just now, I could have gotten rid of that living corpse. The white-robed lady didn't seem to appreciate his kindness. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He just stared at the lady, causing her face to heat up. Gu Fei's gaze seemed to be burning with something else, which made her even more displeased. You're too rude. The white-robed lady's gaze turned sharp. You really don't recognize me? Gu Fei was disappointed. He really wanted to see the appearance of the woman before him, but the reaction of the woman before him was unexpected. It was as if she didn't recognize him at all. How could this be? Could it be that she really wasn't the person he thought she was? Li Mengyao, you really aren't her. Gu Fei didn't want to give up and asked. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm sure that you've got the wrong person. The white-robed lady didn't even need to think before speaking. Seeing how the white-robed lady spoke so quickly and directly, Gu Fei also knew that he might have gotten the wrong person. Swish! He didn't say anything and took a step forward. In an instant, he disappeared from the white-robed lady's sight. Even the white-robed lady couldn't see how he left. The white-clothed woman was clearly shocked because such a speed was truly too shocking. Even if it was in the entire mortal dimension, probably only the race that possessed the bloodline of the rock could compare to such a speed. The void sealed by Tao patterns was extremely large, great Tao power blocking everything. There was no primal chaos mist here, but the world was dusky, the light not that great either. Rumble, from time to time, there were shocking fluctuations coming from the depths of this world. These fluctuations shocked all the heavens. Even Gu Fei was shocked. The power of a Ren Huang was too powerful. However, even if he used the power of a Ren Huang, it was still difficult to destroy this void of heaven and earth that was sealed by the divine matrix of the Great Path. The divine pattern of the Great Path could not be erased. Even if a part of it was destroyed, it would quickly condense again. The two human emperor divine weapons were blocked by the supreme evil corpse and the peerless evil beast in the depths of this world, and it was difficult for them to escape. There were also other human race experts who were caught in the crossfire and trapped here. Swoosh! A black shadow quickly flew past the forest that Gu Fei was in, filled with a deathly aura. It was a powerful ancient corpse general patrolling. The peerless evil beast had brought out the most powerful ancient corpse general in the ancient city. This was not a good thing. The combat power of an ancient corpse general could not be underestimated. Even a powerful human race expert would most likely be killed on the spot by an ancient corpse general. In another direction, there was also a figure lurking. It was a woman. In fact, Gu Fei did not go far. He followed behind the white-clothed woman from a distance. He had not completely given up. It should be known that it was very difficult for two people to have the same voice. Even if they were twins, their appearances would be the same, but their voices would not be the same. Could it be that something happened that he did not know? Did it make Li Mengyao forget everything that had happened in the past? If those old antiques from the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity took action, they could indeed erase Li Mengyao's memory. If that was the case, then it would be terrible. Gu Fei's mind turned quickly. At this time, the white-clothed woman waited for the ancient corpse general to pass, then she came out from her hiding place and continued to move forward. She did not notice that Gu Fei was following her. With Gu Fei's cultivation, if he wanted to follow this white-clothed woman, even if she was a half-step saint, she still wouldn't be able to sense his existence. Where does she want to go? Gu Fei was very curious. In this place, there were dangers everywhere, and he could encounter those ancient corpse generals at any time. The best way was to find a place to hide and wait until the end of this battle. Obviously, this white-clothed woman was very restless. Soon, a mountain peak appeared in front of him. The white-clothed woman's speed was obviously a lot faster, but her white dress was too conspicuous in this dusky world. It was very easy for her to be discovered. On the top of the mountain ahead, a light suddenly flashed twice. There seemed to be other people on the mountain. When Gu Fei saw this flash of light, he immediately understood that the white-clothed woman was looking for other people from the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity. There were many descendants of the Zhou clan who entered the virtual sky world. At this time, it was naturally safer to gather together. Obviously, the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity had a secret communication method. Otherwise, the white-clothed woman wouldn't have found this place. However, soon, Gu Fei saw several shadows rushing from the distance and silently rushing to the top of the mountain ahead. Cries of alarm and screams immediately resounded in the silent world. In the end, the Zhou clan's descendants hiding on the top of the mountain were discovered by the ancient corpse generals. They were then attacked by the ancient corpse generals, and there were even casualties. Buzz, the sound of a sword rang, and a sword light like a waterfall soared into the sky and flew towards the top of the mountain ahead. The sword light was like a shocking divine rainbow, and a powerful fluctuation of sword aura spread out. Swish, the dazzling sword light suddenly split into three and fell from the sky towards the three shadows who were chasing the Zhou clan's descendants on the top of the mountain. This is obviously Guangxing Immortal Sect's most authentic sword-controlling technique. Gu Fei's heart couldn't help but pound when he saw this scene. Back then, in Guangxing Immortal Sect, there was only one woman who cultivated Guangxing Immortal Sword to a high level and obtained the qualification to enter the virtual sky world. This woman wasn't Li Mengyao. How could it be? Gu Fei really wanted to ask old freak Xinyuan, but he was outside the Gate of Heaven ruins, controlling the formation to stabilize the spatial passage in and out of the virtual sky world. If he wanted to know the cause and effect, the simplest and most direct way was to find old freak Xinyuan. Chapter 1728. Indestructible Martial Lord 1731_Indestructible Martial Lord full text free_ The evil slaughters at this time, sword rays flickered on top of the mountain. Chilling sword energy swept in all directions. The white-robed lady had already engaged in a fierce battle with the three black shadows. Buzz! The Guangxing Immortal Sword controlled by the white-robed lady vibrated continuously. Rings of transparent sword waves spread out, wanting to engulf the three ancient corpse generals. Many human cultivators gathered on top of the mountain. Most of them were disciples of the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era, and there were also members of the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan. In that brief attack just now, there were already 3 or 4 corpses on the ground. A pungent smell of blood permeated the air. This was the blood of an immortal god. Before the essence of the blood completely dissipated, this blood would not solidify. Immortal gods used to be high and mighty, overlooking the common people. However, once the Grand Era arrived, the number of immortal gods in the mortal world greatly increased. Even ordinary mortals knew of their existence. However, there were many existences stronger than immortal gods. These ancient corpse generals could absolutely tear apart immortal gods, even immortal kings and godly monarchs. Even great existences would have to retreat if they encountered them. The white-robed lady was a great existence who cultivated the Guangqing immortal sword Dao. This was the most powerful offensive technique in the immortal Dao. Sword immortals were generally much stronger than other immortal gods. At this time, the white-robed lady's entire body surged with sword energies. Her entire being seemed to have turned into a heavenly sword. The sword rays tore apart the void between heaven and earth. She actually managed to trap the 3 ancient corpse generals under her sword waves. Clang! Countless sword lights continued to slash at the 3 ancient corpse generals who were shrouded by the sword waves. However, a shocking scene appeared. The ancient corpse generals only needed to wave their arms to block all the fierce sword energies. The bodies of the ancient corpse generals were too tough. They could withstand the sword rays of a great existence. They were simply divine weapons of a great existence in the form of a human. Gu Fei saw this scene from afar and knew that the white-robed lady only had the upper hand for the moment. Once the 3 ancient corpse generals broke free, she would be in danger. Everyone, let's attack together and kill these 3 fiends. After the disciples of the Zhou clan of the Desolate Antiquity calmed down, they immediately rushed back from the distance and attacked the 3 ancient corpse generals that were trapped by the white-robed woman's sword wave. In an instant, all kinds of artifacts flew out from their hands and smashed towards the 3 ancient corpse soldiers. The divine lights emitted by these artifacts illuminated the entire mountain. These idiots, seeing this, Gu Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the dusky world, the divine light emitted by these magic tools caused the mountain to become a bright lamp in the dusky world. Sure enough, roars soon sounded from the depths of this dusky world. Hearing these roars, the faces of everyone on the mountain top changed. These roars were not foreign to them. These were the sounds of powerful evil beings discovering their existence. Some people were inexplicably frightened and immediately retreated. Only the Zhou clan's disciples were still persisting. However, even the white-robed woman's sword energy couldn't harm these ancient corpse generals, so the Zhou clan's disciples' magical treasures couldn't harm these evil creatures. Bam! At this time, the layer of transparent sword wave that enveloped the 3 ancient corpse generals suddenly exploded, and the white-robed woman was sent flying backward. At the same time, 3 black shadows rushed out. One of the black shadows directly pounced on the white-robed woman while the other 2 were like tigers entering a flock of sheep, falling into the surrounding crowd. Roar! One of the black shadows rushed past, and his Zhou clan's disciples screamed miserably as his entire body was smashed into pieces. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and only his head was left flying into the sky. The physical bodies of these ancient corpse generals were too tough, comparable to the divine weapons refined by supreme experts. Even the magical treasures of these people couldn't injure these ancient corpse generals. What should we do? In just a flash, several more people died under the claws of the ancient corpse generals. A Dongfang clan's disciple was caught by an ancient corpse general and torn into 2 halves. Seeing this scene, many people's legs became soft. This was too bloody. These ancient corpse generals were simply cold-blooded murderous puppets. Gu Fei witnessed all of this, but he couldn't save these people. His attention was only on the white-robed woman, and the lives of the others had nothing to do with him. This was a one-sided massacre. The cultivators on the hilltop were all the elite disciples of the major clans, but these ancient corpse generals didn't care who you were. As long as you had a breath of life on your body, you would be their target. Boz. The white-robed woman's battle power was astonishing. The divine sword in her hand vibrated again and again, and extremely sharp sword lights constantly rushed out from the divine sword to block the ancient corpse generals that were rushing towards her. If it was one-on-one, the white-robed woman would be able to handle it with ease. However, it was 1 against 3, and she was powerless. Horrifying roars continued to approach from the distance, and a powerful aura of death swept over from afar. The heaven and earth changed colors, and terrifying figures like the Grim Reaper appeared in everyone's line of sight. Everyone was in despair. These evil creatures were even more powerful and frightening than the ancient corpse generals. Swoosh! At this time, a figure appeared in front of the evil creatures and blocked all of them. A powerful aura erupted from that person's body, forcing the peerless evil creatures to stop. It's you. The white-robed woman, who was fighting against the ancient corpse generals, was both surprised and happy to see that person. This person came again, and this person was extremely powerful. Killing the ancient corpse generals was even easier. Boz. With the same sword cry, a purple-golden divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's hand. In a flash, the sword light rushed to the top of the mountain and cleaved the 2 ancient corpse generals that were massacring the crowd into 2 halves at the waist. The ancient corpse generals that were cut by the golden-purple sword light fell to the ground and no longer moved. The golden-purple sword light flashed again, and the ancient corpse generals that were fighting against the white-robed woman were also cut in half. The powerful ancient corpse generals were like ants in front of this person. The remaining 7 or 8 cultivators were pleasantly surprised. No one wanted to die. As long as there was a slim chance of survival, these people would absolutely do anything. The joy of surviving a calamity wasn't something that just anyone could understand. As long as you remove your veil, I will help you. Gu Fei's words were simple and direct. He just wanted to see the true face of this woman in white. Li Mengyao was a figure that had been sealed in his heart for hundreds of years. He wanted to find her. The white-clothed woman was startled. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. She wasn't willing to cover her face. It was an order from her master. Master's orders could not be disobeyed, but the current situation was extremely dangerous. If that person were to let go and leave, everyone here, including himself, would die. What? You can save so many people with just a glance. Gu Fei's figure was like a mountain standing on the ground. His gaze swept across the white-clothed woman and the sky and the people on the mountain top. Indestructible Martial Lord 1731_Indestructible Martial Lord full text free _Chapter 1, 731, Evil Until Evil Update complete. Chapter 1729. As the peerless evil roared, a grayish-brown mist of death shrouded the land in front of them. Within the mist, huge figures could be vaguely seen. A terrifying aura spread in all directions. Under the dusky sky, on top of a mountain stood 7 or 8 pale-faced young cultivators. Facing the peerless evil in front of them, these people didn't even have the slightest resistance. This evil was much more powerful than ancient corpse generals. Even great cultivators wouldn't be enough to fill the gap between their teeth. Gu Fei, on the other hand, was able to face those fiends alone because he was powerful enough to make those peerless fiends fear him. What? You don't want to. Gu Fei's voice was very calm. At this time, as long as he left, these peerless evil would swarm up and devour all of them. These peerless evil were afraid of the purple gold divine sword in his hand and his fighting strength. Otherwise, they would have already rushed up and wouldn't have stopped. Gu Fei just wanted to see the woman's true face. In the eyes of others, this wasn't a request at all. After all, compared to their lives, what did being seen by others matter? Junior Marshal Sisterly, take off your veil. On top of the mountain, a young disciple of the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity spoke. Those who could survive the attack of ancient corpse generals were the strongest among the strongest. Of course, compared to Gu Fei, these experts were nothing. Junior Marshal Sisterly, upon hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel moved. Yes, what's wrong with taking a look? If Marshal Uncle scolds you because of this, we will plead for you together, another disciple of the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity said. At this time, the people of the Dongfang clan were already dead, lying in a pool of cold blood. Only 2 or 3 people from the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity survived. This time, the disciples of the super forces who entered the virtual sky world suffered heavy losses. While the woman in white was still hesitating, the disciples of the Zhou and Zhao clans of the desolate antiquity on top of the mountain were anxious. This was a matter of life and death. If that person left, they would die without a burial place. The disciples of the Zhou clan of the primordial antiquity all tried to persuade him. Gu Fei stared at the goddess in the sky. He was incomparably nervous. Was this woman the one he was looking for? He felt his heart beating faster. This was something that the young man had never experienced before. Finally, the white-clothed woman took off the veil covering her face. A peerlessly beautiful face appeared in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. Then, as if struck by lightning, his body shook violently. The beauty of the woman before him could be said to be peerless, but to Gu Fei, it was extremely unfamiliar. This was not the face he was familiar with. Roar! Gu Fei threw his head back and roared, causing the entire space to tremble. An even more powerful aura erupted from his body, causing the earth to tremble. Why, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. The woman in front of him was not the person he was looking for. This fact was difficult for Gu Fei to accept. Seeing that Gu Fei suddenly seemed to have gone crazy, the beautiful goddess in the sky suddenly felt an inexplicable ripple in her heart. What's wrong with me? The white-clothed goddess only felt as if her face was burning. Why? Gu Fei roared and flew up from the ground, then pounced towards the peerless evil in front of him. His speed was so fast that even the strongest cultivators could not catch his movements. Boom! The earth and sky shook. An intense battle erupted. The peerless evil was incomparably strong. Moreover, there were 2 of them. The terrifying aura swept across a radius of 1,000 miles. Kill! Gu Fei's entire body was surrounded by martial qi. Like a peerless god of war, he wielded a divine sword and slashed towards the evil that was the size of a small mountain. Bzzz, there was no dazzling sword light. The violet gold divine sword sliced through the air, slicing off one of the evil's arms. Stinking blood spurted out from the evil's wound. In just an instant, the evil fell to the ground with a loud bang. Even a true great saint would die after being struck by the violet gold divine sword. The supreme murderous aura on the violet gold divine sword could sever all life. Even the peerless evil would not be able to escape if it was struck by the violet gold divine sword. The remaining peerless evil revealed a look of horror when it saw this. It then turned and fled. These evil were not like the ancient corpse generals. These evil had some self-awareness. However, the current Gu Fei needed to vent, and the target of his venting was, unfortunately, this peerless evil. This evil wanted to escape, so Gu Fei would not let it go so easily. Gu Fei put away the violet gold divine sword and chased after the evil with his bare hands. Rumble, he used the chaotic fist with all his might. The chaotic qi in his body was circulating rapidly. At this time, the yin-yang true qi in his body had already been transformed into chaotic qi. In his dantian, a chaotic ball of light was floating. That was the origin of the chaotic qi. Under the chaotic fist, the void between heaven and earth was being destroyed. Gu Fei's fist seemed to be able to smash and destroy everything. The peerless evil that was fleeing in front of him was blown high into the sky by his fist. A large amount of stinking black blood sprinkled from the sky. This evil was not bad. It could actually withstand Gu Fei's chaotic fist. One had to know that Gu Fei was using all his strength. With his current cultivation and strength, even if it was an ancient divine mountain in front of him, he would still be able to destroy it with one punch. However, this peerless evil was only injured but not killed. It was enough to show how powerful and abnormal its physique was. This evil was much stronger than the ancient corpse generals. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, everyone here would definitely be killed. Even the woman in white would not be able to survive. Roar! The peerless evil roared. It was injured and enraged. It fiercely swooped down from the sky. A powerful force erupted, shaking the world. Come at me! Gu Fei shouted and directly rushed towards the peerless evil that was swooping down from the sky. His aura instantly rose to the peak. In the confrontation between good and evil, Gu Fei and the peerless evil were approaching each other at a fast speed. They were like two colliding stars. Even before they collided, the energy fluctuations had already caused the world to tremble. Everyone who saw this scene became extremely nervous. They never thought that this person would be so powerful to the extent that he could fight against the peerless evil barehanded. Boom! In the midst of an earth-shattering explosion, Gu Fei and the peerless evil instantly collided. The huge impact caused the peerless evil's mountain-like body to explode. Gu Fei rushed over and killed this peerless evil in an instant with his absolute strength. His battle strength was so strong that everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. He won just like that. Unbelievable. On top of the mountain, everyone was speechless. They were all stunned by what they saw. Who was this person? How could he be so strong? Could it be that person? At this moment, Gu Fei merely glanced at the lady in white before disappearing into the void. Nobody could see how he disappeared. Gu Fei's emotions were fluctuating. This was something that he hadn't experienced for many years. After he vented his emotions, he felt that the bottleneck of his cultivation was showing signs of loosening. Was he about to break through? Gu Fei temporarily put Li Mengyao's matter aside. He then found a valley and rushed into it. He took out the cauldron of mountain and river and sealed the entire valley. He was going to break through the shackles of cultivation. In the human world, only by having a higher cultivation level and strength could one walk further on the path of supremacy. Gu Fei was very clear about this cruel reality. In the world of cultivation, the fate of the weak was to be eliminated. At this time, Gu Fei was in closed-door cultivation. No matter what happened outside, it would not affect him. With the cauldron of mountain and river sealing the entire valley, even if a great saint came to attack, it would be difficult to enter the valley. And in the human world, there was no saint at all. In the chaotic mist outside, He Tian was waiting anxiously. After Gu Fei entered the void that was sealed in front of him, he did not come out again. He knew that Gu Fei had a supreme divine tool. There were not many people in the world who could hurt him. Only a quasi-existence like that could threaten Gu Fei. However, the supreme evil corpse was the most evil existence since the ancient times. It made He Tian very uneasy. If this supreme evil corpse attacked, even if Gu Fei had a supreme divine tool to protect himself, he would still be in danger. Back in the heaven realm, when the palace of the moon deities appeared, the remnant consciousness of the supreme evil corpse was already so terrifying, let alone the real supreme evil corpse. Just thinking about it made He Tian's hair stand on end. Boom! At this time, the world shook violently. Another divine light broke through the light curtain formed by countless Tao patterns and rushed out from inside. Human sovereign divine weapon. This kind of divine weapon refined by a supreme human sovereign was so powerful that it was comparable to a supreme divine tool. It could break the seal in front. If it was a normal saint weapon, it would not be able to shake the seal in front. He Tian gritted his teeth. He used the invisible divine sword to protect himself, turned into a divine light, and rushed into the broken seal. How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? I, old He, am coming. After He Tian rushed into the void, he held for a while and then flew into the depths of the void, disappearing into the dark world. Although there was great danger in the place sealed by the Tao patterns, opportunities and dangers coexisted. Many people wanted to escape from this place, but He Tian just happened to come in. That person just now was really abnormal. He actually used the power of his body to fight against the evil. Who said it wasn't? That person couldn't be the warrior named Gu Fei, right? On the ground, a group of people walked over. These people had survived the disaster and were covered with blood. Some of them were really injured, but some of them had blood on them, but it was not their own. Swish. At this time, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of this group of people. Who is the person you are talking about? Where is he now? The person asked. Chapter 1730. He Tian wanted to find Gu Fei as soon as possible because it was relatively safe to stay with Gu Fei. The defense of the cauldron of mountains and rivers was probably the best among the supreme divine weapons since the beginning of time. Just as He Tian was rushing around in this dim place, he met a group of people and overheard their conversation. The person they were talking about should be Gu Fei. Who are you? Seeing He Tian suddenly descend from the sky, these people immediately became alert and looked at this person with vigilance. They were now like birds startled by the mere twang of a bow. They would be extremely nervous at the slightest sign of trouble. These people were afraid of the evil spirits and the ancient corpse generals. They had gathered dozens of people, but just now, almost all of them were slaughtered by the ancient corpse generals, leaving only 7 or 8 people. Where is Gu Fei? He Tian was too lazy to talk nonsense with these people. Gu Fei, you are looking for Gu Fei. Among these people, there was a masked woman dressed in white. She walked out and arrived in front of Erebus. She was a woman who looked like a heavenly sword. A great swordsman. Seeing this woman, He Tian only felt his eyes lit up. There were definitely not many people who could cultivate swordsmanship to this level. Swordsmanship was the most difficult cultivation method to achieve in the celestial way. The difficulty of cultivating swordsmanship was second only to martial arts. Without great perseverance, it was difficult to truly cultivate. Do you know where Gu Fei is? He Tian asked hurriedly. I don't know. The woman in white did not hide anything. Isn't this a waste of time? He Tian was a little unhappy. If the other party was not a woman, he might have flipped out. This was a waste of his precious time. Here, the aura of the Renhuang divine weapon appeared from time to time, and every time it appeared, it made him tremble with fear. The power of the Renhuang realm was not something he could contend with. We have seen him before. He seems to be looking for someone. The woman in white continued. I'm looking for someone. When He Tian heard that, he could not help but frown. Could it be that Boss Gu had really met his dream lover? Otherwise, why would he risk everything to enter this place? This group of people were the disciples of the Zhou clan of the primordial era that Gu Fei had saved. The woman in white was the female sword Immortal that Gu Fei had mistaken for Li Mengyao. From this group of people, He Tian knew that he wouldn't be able to get any useful information. He was very clear about Gu Fei's speed. There were very few people in this world who could compare to him. Boom! At this moment, another beam of divine light swept over the heads of these people. Immediately, there was a loud noise in front of them, and the world shook. Hurry! When those people saw the divine light flying past, they were all extremely excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. After that, they all rushed in the direction where the divine light disappeared. Even the woman in white became one with her sword. She turned into a beam of sword light and rushed forward. Her speed was so fast that even He Tian was a little surprised. The Renhuang divine light rushed out from the depths of this world. Those people with Renhuang divine weapons were unable to break out. Obviously, those who had trapped the Renhuang divine weapons definitely had the power to fight against the Renhuang divine weapons. The divine light had broken the seal of the way. Those people naturally would not miss this opportunity to escape. Where did Grand Elder Gu go? Could he have entered the depths of this space? When He Tian thought of this, he almost wanted to leave this place first like those people, but in the end, he stayed. Roar! A terrifying roar came from afar. The aura of death was vast. Some evil beings had sensed the existence of He Tian and were quickly approaching where He Tian was. These evil beings are so annoying. He Tian knew that the aura of life on his body was extremely strong. For these evil beings, he was as conspicuous as a lamp in the dark. These evil beings and corpse generals all sensed the aura of life on He Tian's body and came here. These evil beings could devour the aura of life for their own use and strengthen their own power. For evil beings, this method of devouring the essence of life was the most direct way for them to enhance their own evil power. If they absorbed enough essence of life, these evil beings would transform into even more powerful existences. In theory, the transformation of these evil beings was unlimited. These harmful things can't be left alive. Thinking of this, He Tian directly attacked. He stretched out his hand, and countless matrix patterns rushed out from his hand. They formed divine chains and entangled the evil beings that were rushing over. Although these evil beings were strong, they were not a match for He Tian, who was a half-step saint. More than a dozen divine chains condensed from formation runes instantly soared thousands of feet into the air and wrapped around the dozen evil beasts. Then, Mei Tian pulled hard, and the dozen divine chains immediately minced the evil beasts into a cloud of blood mist. With just one move, Mei Tian had exterminated over a dozen fiends. Then, the divine chains once again turned into countless matrix patterns and entered He Tian's body. He Tian's figure then disappeared from the dusky world. Just as He Tian was looking for Gu Fei, the valley where Gu Fei was located was filled with primal qi. He was in seclusion, and his primal true energy was leaking out, forming a primal mist in the valley. This primal mist was different from the primal mist outside. Gu Fei's divine sense was attached to this primal mist, and he could sense even the slightest movement in the valley. Gu Fei's body was slightly trembling. Waves of muffled sounds of wind and thunder came from his internal organs. The sound of his blood flowing was also like rolling thunder. His spine was like a huge dragon that was trembling, as if it could soar into the sky in the next moment. Dao patterns were faintly visible on every bone in Gu Fei's body. He had imprinted these Dao patterns on his body, refining himself like a saint weapon. Primal Dao patterns were intertwining, and primal true energy was constantly being generated, and then integrated into his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh. At Gu Fei's cultivation level, it was very difficult to advance further. The transformation of the martial body continued. The human body was like a treasure that could be opened continuously. By opening the treasure of the human body, one could obtain the corresponding power. Now, Gu Fei wanted his martial body to transform again, and this transformation was progressing gradually. Once the transformation was successful, his cultivation and combat strength would rise to another level. Rumble, the sound coming from Gu Fei's body was getting louder and louder. Primal true energy was vast and mighty, shaking his entire body. All the impurities in his body were constantly being expelled. The primal Dao patterns were not only imprinted on his bones, but also on his flesh and blood. His entire body was a perfect life form, and his physique was strong to the point of being abnormal. Now, he could be reborn from a single drop of blood, and he was closer to the immortal object. Of course, becoming a flawless and immortal martial body was Gu Fei's pursuit. When the martial body reached that level, it would definitely be strong enough to be comparable to a saint weapon refined by a great saint. The martial body was indestructible, and as long as the spiritual soul existed, it could live forever. It was very difficult to destroy the immortal martial body, unless it was a human emperor or a supreme. Only such a supreme existence, with special methods, could destroy the immortal martial body. Gu Fei's spiritual soul was immersed in a wonderful state, and his mind was wandering. The transformation of his martial body did not stop. The bloodline of the martial body became even purer, and his power gradually entered the bloodline. The power of unparalleled existences could be manifested in their descendants. The Paragon bloodline contained the Paragon Dao marks. As long as the descendants of the Paragon could activate the Paragon Dao marks, they could obtain the power of the Paragon. At this time, Gu Fei's power began to enter the bloodline in his body. The bloodline of the martial body was truly formed in his body, and the Dao marks he cultivated were imprinted in the bloodline. To some extent, as long as it was his child, such a bloodline would flow in their body. After this bloodline was awakened in his descendants would borrow his power. This was also the heritage of ancient families that had produced human emperors and supreme. Their bloodline was unique and could not be duplicated. The bloodline of the ancestors flowed in their bodies. This was the continuation of the life of the supreme. Gu Fei's great path was constantly being perfected. His great path was transforming into a flawless great path. The Dao marks intertwined in his body and imprinted themselves. In the chaotic qi, there seemed to be a divine phoenix and a real dragon looming. This was a kind of vision. When comprehending the great path, there would be visions. This also proved that Gu Fei had reached a critical juncture. More than 10 days passed in a row. This side of the world was still dark. Those who were trapped in the depths of this side of the world had not yet escaped. However, during this period, many people had already escaped and reported the situation here to the major forces. A supreme evil corpse has actually appeared. How is this possible? The major forces who received the news were all shocked. The corpse of a supreme was not an ordinary corpse. It was no wonder that ancient seven-step Saint Juin was trapped for so long with human emperor weapons. The major forces couldn't sit still, especially the Zhao clan and the Dongfang clan. Their human emperor weapons were lost inside, which was the ultimate heritage of their clans. If they lost their human emperor weapons, these two clans would not have the heritage to deter the major forces. Therefore, these major forces began to invite people. In the end, the top people in the human realm were alarmed. On the 20th day after the human emperor weapons were trapped, Ghost Emperor Fengdu once again visited the virtual sky world. The arrival of Ghost Emperor Fengdu excited everyone. After all, this Ghost Emperor was a ruthless character who could fight against human emperor weapons. Some people speculated that this Ghost Emperor's cultivation might have surpassed that of a saint. The incomparably powerful Ghost Emperor Fengdu directly entered the virtual sky world. After arriving at the place where the chaotic mist was, he just waved his hand, and all the chaotic mist in front of him dissipated. This kind of means made the major forces very afraid. For so many years, Ghost Emperor Fengdu didn't make many moves, but every time he made a move, it was earth-shattering enough to deter everyone. This time was no exception. The number one emperor in the human realm was indeed strong. The light curtain formed by countless interwoven Dao patterns was directly broken by him, and then he entered inside. Soon, the entire void sealed by the Dao patterns began to tremble. It's actually her. Ghost Emperor Fengdu's voice came from the depths of the void. The number one emperor in the human realm seemed to be very shocked and exclaimed. It seemed that he had encountered a terrifying existence to be able to move him. Chapter 1731. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was known as the number one emperor in the mortal world. He was peerlessly powerful. Some people even speculated that this number 1 emperor's cultivation had reached the sage realm or even surpassed it. This number 1 emperor didn't make a move many times, but once there was a big upheaval in the mortal world, he would take action to suppress it. In the past hundreds of years, this ghost emperor had suppressed many upheavals. Even the chaos of the sky market was single-handedly suppressed by this ghost emperor. In the past, in the eastern sky market, the appearance of the supreme platform attracted all the peak experts of the mortal world. Even the incarnation left behind by the ancient Buddhist lord jumped out. There was also the terrifying existence that took away the sacred mountain in Gu Fei's inner world. Even the yellow skeleton was involved. These existences were the most terrifying existences in the world, especially the corpse that floated in the endless chaotic void. This existence could take away the ancestral mountain of the divine race. It was enough to show that this person was definitely one of the top figures in the immortal Tao when he was alive. Or perhaps that this powerful existence didn't die at all and was only in deep sleep. As for the yellow skeleton, it crawled out from the great tomb of the great omen Xian Huang. This skeleton was very likely the bone body of the great omen Xian Huang. Of course, even if the yellow skeleton was the bone body of the great omen Xian Huang, it was no longer the yellow skeleton when its divine sense was reborn. This was another kind of heaven-defying life form. In the past, these ferocious people jumped out and competed with the almighty existences of the mortal world for the supreme platform. Even the almighty existences of the major forces were not a match for these people. However, Ghost Emperor Fingdu seemed to be even more ferocious than the mysterious yellow skeleton and the other powerhouses. He actually suppressed the supreme sky platform by himself and took it away. No one dared to compete with Ghost Emperor Fingdu for the supreme platform. Today, Ghost Emperor Fingdu's cultivation was even more unfathomable. He actually dared to compete with the corpse of a supremacy. This was really shocking to everyone. That was the corpse of a supremacy that was personally sealed by the supreme Tao ancestor. Even a true sage would find it difficult to approach such a corpse. Not even a sage could withstand the aura of a supremacy. One had to know that the supreme beings of the ancient times were simply too powerful. Even if they died, their corpses would remain eternally immortal. If something bad happened to their corpses, it would definitely be a great disaster. Rumble. The world shook, and the void that was sealed by the Tao pattern completely collapsed. Fortunately, He Tian and the others had already retreated when Ghost Emperor Fingdu broke the seal of the void. Otherwise, even if they didn't die, they would have lost half of their lives. Countless Tao patterns collapsed. An ancient cauldron floated in the midst of the chaos. Primordial chaos energy fell down from the ancient cauldron, protecting a mountain valley. In the valley, the chaotic energy was vast and mighty. However, the energy inside was completely isolated by the mountain and river cauldron, so the outside world could not sense anything inside the valley. A great battle erupted. It was unavoidable. The Supreme Being corpse had already undergone a corpse transformation. This type of existence shouldn't exist in this world, so Ghost Emperor Fingdu had no choice but to take action. Boom. 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 A heavy voice penetrated through the barrier of primal chaos and resounded outside. This voice contained an invincible battle intent, causing everyone who heard it to feel their blood boiling. All the cultivators in the outside world were shocked. Some people were not unfamiliar with this sound. Some people had heard this sound in the northernmost area. It's the legendary war drum. In the past, when Ghost Emperor Fingdu fought against the Northern Devil ancestor, he used this magic tool. The war drum thundered and gathered 100,000 ghost soldiers. This was a terrifying force that was enough to conquer the 3 realms and 6 paths. At the same time, the aura of the human emperor divine weapon also erupted in the primal chaos. The entire primal chaos area was constantly expanding, and the void was constantly collapsing. The entire virtual sky world was affected, and all the forbidden areas in the virtual sky world became silent. Many people wanted to watch the battle, but it was a pity that this battle was taking place in the primal chaos. Even cultivators who had cultivated the heavenly eye and divine eye couldn't see through the primal chaos. Fortunately, this level of battle was taking place in the primal chaos. Otherwise, the entire virtual sky world would probably be destroyed. Oh no, the eldest brother hasn't come out yet. On a mountain thousands of miles away from the primal chaos, He Tian's expression was extremely ugly. Gu Fei hadn't come out, so it seemed that he had been affected by the battle. However, Gu Fei had a divine weapon of the supreme path, so his life shouldn't be in danger. Is this a supreme level battle? All the cultivators who entered the virtual sky world were alarmed, and even some super antiques of the Tinglong continent jumped out. No one wanted to miss Ghost Emperor Fengdu's attack, but unfortunately, those antiques who traveled thousands of miles to come here were disappointed. They couldn't see Ghost Emperor Fengdu's glory. No one dared to enter the primal chaos to watch the battle. Although they were separated by a layer of the primal chaos, the aura coming from inside was still incomparably powerful. In the primal chaos, two extremely evil auras came out. These two auras should be emitted by the supreme evil corpse and the peerless evil that occupied the ominous city of the ages. The human emperor's seal and the heavenly Tao mirror's fluctuations also came out. Ancient half-Saint Jiuyin and the great figure of the Zhao clan from the desolate antiquity were still alive and had the two human emperor divine weapons. At this time, it was difficult for even a quasi-saint to intervene. Moreover, there were very few quasi-saints in this world. Do we really have to ask for the supreme treasure left behind by the ancestor? On another mountain peak stood an old Daoist. The old Daoist's Daoist robe was tattered and there were bloodstains on it. It was no longer recognizable. Behind the old Daoist stood a few middle-aged cultivators who were extremely respectful. This old Daoist was the quasi-sage from the Li clan of the desolate antiquity. Quasi-saints were extremely powerful and difficult to fall. Although this old Daoist encountered many dangers when he attacked the ominous city of the ages, he ultimately survived. Standing behind the old Daoist was an elite disciple sent by the Li family of the desolate antiquity. Granduncle, since Ghost Emperor Fengdu has already taken action, we don't need to ask for that supreme treasure. A white-faced middle-aged man behind the old Daoist said. Yes, what kind of character is Ghost Emperor Fengdu? If we interfere, I'm afraid we'll provoke him. Another middle-aged man said. Yes. The old Daoist also nodded. Ghost Emperor Fengdu's prestige was earned through fighting. Since he had already taken action, it wouldn't be good for others to interfere. After all, when did Ghost Emperor Fengdu need help? Chapter 1732. The supreme battle in the primal chaos continued. The fluctuations of the human emperor's power surged out from the primal chaos, shocking the heavens. The two extreme evil forces were not any weaker than the power of the human emperor's divine weapon. Ghost Emperor Fengdu's power was also erupting, and the other supreme divine weapon that directly broke into the virtual sky world, which was comparable to the human emperor's divine weapon, also joined the battle. There was a powerful existence controlling that supreme divine weapon. Thinking of the origin of that person, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that this battle would alarm the two peerless figures of the human realm. That supreme divine weapon was a Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram. This supreme divine weapon was not unfamiliar to the experts of the major forces because this diagram had been guarding the Northern Devil territory for hundreds of years. That person suppressed all the devils in the Northern Devil territory with his own strength. His boldness was comparable to the ancient supremes, and he was also respected by the world. If Gu Fei was here, he would certainly recognize that the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram was once sealed in a piece of divine jade. It was also because of this piece of divine jade that he could embark on the path of the strong. That person who was sealed in the divine jade reconstructed his body and was reborn against the heavens. That piece of divine jade turned into a Tai Chi yin and yang diagram and became that person's supreme divine weapon. That person suppressed the northern devil territory with his own strength. His prestige was no less than the #1 emperor in the human realm, Ghost Emperor Fingdu. The impact of this battle was probably even greater than the rebirth of the evil ancestor. The corpse of a supreme had never been seen for thousands of years, and the corpse of a supreme that had undergone a corpse transformation had never been seen before. That extreme evil force was absolutely comparable to the evil ancestor. Once it appeared in the human realm, it would definitely be a catastrophe for the billions of creatures in the human realm. Roar! Ghost Emperor Fingdu's roar kept coming from the primal chaos. He seemed to be in big trouble. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. Even someone as powerful as Ghost Emperor Fingdu was not the opponent of that evil corpse. It should be known that Ghost Emperor Fingdu was an invincible existence in the human realm. Just when everyone was extremely nervous, in the depths of the primal chaos, a huge cauldron protected a valley, floating in the primal chaos. Above the cauldron, streams of primordial chaos chi fell like dragons, completely sealing the valley below. Even the power of the human sovereign divine weapon could not shake it. Within the valley, the chaotic aura was vast and mighty. A figure was sitting cross-legged in the depths of the valley. There were countless Tao patterns interweaving on his body. Those were primal chaos Tao patterns. Gu Fei's martial body was transforming, and a ball of chaotic true force in his dantian was emitting a vast amount of pure chaotic energy, cleansing his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh. The martial body was transforming. Although the process was very slow, there were already changes. The yin and yang essence chi had long since transformed into primal chaos essence chi. Gu Fei had taken another big step towards the chaos martial body realm. Gu Fei had gone on many expeditions and even dared to fight against demi-sages. Through these life and death battles, he had already accumulated the capital to break through. This was especially true after his state of mind had experienced a great upheaval. His understanding of life had deepened by another level, and he could no longer suppress his cultivation. Rumble, after an unknown amount of time, which seemed to be only a moment but also as long as a lifetime, Gu Fei's consciousness returned from that illusory state to reality. At this time, every part of Gu Fei's body had chaotic Tao patterns faintly appearing, interweaving with the truth of heaven and earth and triggering the power of the Great Path. The foundation of the martial body was the bone body. The bone body was the frame, and the flesh and blood were attached to it. What Gu Fei needed to do now was to forge the bone body. Only by refining the bone body into the chaotic bone body would his chaotic martial body be almost completed. Gu Fei could sense that countless chaotic Tao patterns were imprinted on his bone body, giving him a feeling of rebirth. However, to truly transform the bone body into the chaotic bone body was not something that could be done overnight. Although countless Tao patterns were imprinted on the bone body, these Tao patterns were still very unstable and could dissipate at any time. In fact, there were not many Tao patterns that could really be imprinted on the bone body and were stable. Gu Fei clearly felt that the Tao patterns of the Great Path that he had comprehended were much more than the Tao patterns on the bone body, but he could not completely imprint these Tao patterns on the bone body. Gu Fei knew that this could not be rushed. If he could succeed in one step, then the path of martial arts would not have completely declined. The chaotic essence chi circulated rapidly in Gu Fei's body. Wave after wave of chaotic essence chi spread in his flesh and blood like a chaotic divine knife. Traces of chaotic essence chi integrated into his flesh and blood. The embryonic form of the chaotic martial body was already in place. He had taken the most crucial step. Gu Fei could clearly feel that every piece of his skin had a feeling of swelling, giving him an impulse to look up to the sky and roar. Rumble, the chaotic aura in the valley was tumbling violently. Within the chaotic aura, there was a vague dragon and phoenix dancing in the air, emitting a mighty aura. It was as if the real ancient divine beasts had descended. Is the heavenly tribulation coming? Gu Fei could not help but feel shocked when he sensed this powerful pressure. He had already discovered that he could trigger the heavenly tribulation in this kind of place in the chaotic void. This time, the heavenly tribulation was not ordinary. It should be known that there were no laws of heaven and earth in the chaotic void. Rumble. A dazzling lightning suddenly tore the chaotic void apart and landed in the valley. A small half of the valley was immediately turned into flying ashes under the strike. Then, lightning suddenly appeared and bombarded towards Gu Fei in the valley. The heavenly tribulation had arrived. The heavenly tribulation had finally descended the lightning's wrath. Soon, a sea of lightning appeared in the chaotic void. Countless lightning directly appeared in the chaotic void, causing the chaotic void to tremble. At this time, Gu Fei put away the mountain and river cauldron. He wanted to face the heavenly tribulation alone. Only by using his own strength to pass the heavenly tribulation could he truly obtain his own strength. What's going on? Why did another force appear? In the outside world, many people felt the fluctuation of the heavenly tribulation. However, these people did not know that it was caused by Gu Fei's heavenly tribulation. They thought that another big shot had taken action. Gu De, sensing the familiar aura, He Tian's heart was finally at ease. Gu Fei was fine and seemed to be undergoing the heavenly tribulation. This time, he had really profited from a disaster. The terrifying heavenly tribulation enveloped a radius of 1,000 miles. The endless destructive power even tore the chaotic void apart. Countless destructive lightning constantly bombarded Gu Fei's body. He did not resist. Instead, he directly attracted the power of the heavenly tribulation, using the power of the heavenly tribulation to temper his chaotic martial body. This action of Gu Fei was absolutely crazy. One should know that this was a heavenly tribulation that descended from the heavens. This kind of heavenly tribulation could destroy everything. No one would undergo the heavenly tribulation like Gu Fei. He actually let the heavenly tribulation affect him. What was the difference between this and suicide? Chapter 1733. The chaotic martial body's heavenly tribulation was incomparably terrifying. The tribulation lightning enveloped a radius of thousands of years. It was unknown how many times stronger than ordinary heavenly tribulations. The terrifying destructive power could even tear the chaos apart. If it was any other almighty, they would have long been annihilated by this heavenly tribulation. Even if a half-sage came, they would most likely die. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. His entire body was covered in lightning. Bolts of lightning blasted into his body, destroying his life force. A bone-chilling sound of bones breaking resounded. Under the bombardment of the lightning, Gu Fei's martial body was severely injured. However, his vitality was too strong. He almost instantly recovered. Kill! Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. He struck out a primal chaos fist to contend against the heavenly tribulation lightning. The entire sea of lightning shook and countless lightning dissipated under his fist. He was fighting against the heavens and earth. Boom! Gu Fei punched out, colliding with thousands of lightning bolts. His entire right fist was blasted into a bloody mess by the lightning bolts. Even his bones were exposed. The divine robe on Gu Fei's right arm instantly turned into ashes. Under the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation lightning, even the divine robe could not withstand such destructive power. Bah! Gu Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. He stretched out his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. His mangled right hand was rapidly recovering. The damaged flesh was rapidly growing. Very soon, his right arm was completely healed as if it had never been injured. He moved quickly in the sea of lightning. However, the entire void was filled with lightning and lightning. The target of these lightning bolts was him. He could not escape at all. Again. Gu Fei's unyielding battle intent was incomparably high. So what if his opponent was the heavens and earth? He wanted to trample the heavens and earth under his feet. He wanted to be a supreme expert above the heavens and earth. To be a supreme expert, one must have an extremely strong heart and an invincible belief. Gu Fei battled in the sea of lightning tribulation. He wanted to surpass himself and surpass heaven and earth. In this world, only saints could break through the shackles of heaven and earth. Becoming a sage was Gu Fei's goal. However, the current him couldn't become a sage. He knew very well that what he needed to do now was to surpass himself. As Gu Fei attacked with all his strength, several powerful divine wills came from the depths of the primal chaos void. Some powerful existences had sensed what was happening here. Gu Fei sensed danger. Among the divine intents, there were two that were filled with enmity towards him. His expression couldn't help changing. Such existences could easily kill him. At this time, he was in the midst of transcending the tribulation. If these two mysterious existences were to attack him, it would be terrible. However, Gu Fei soon sensed that there were other powerful beings restraining the two evil forces. At the same time, the fluctuations of the heavenly path mirror and the human emperor's seal were also transmitted over. Could it be, when Gu Fei sensed the fluctuations of the human emperor's seal and the heavenly path mirror, he couldn't help but be startled. He had already guessed what these two powerful evil forces were. Rumble, Gu Fei resisted the tribulation alone. His fists constantly shattered the lightning bolts before he retreated in another direction. He couldn't provoke those existences, but he could hide from them. This time, the tribulation lasted for a long time. In the end, Gu Fei's entire body exploded several times. However, with the strength of his martial body, he had already reached the stage of rebirth from a single drop of blood. In other words, as long as there was a drop of blood, Gu Fei wouldn't die. In the end, the heavenly lightning turned into divine chains of laws that wrapped around Gu Fei, causing Gu Fei to encounter an unprecedented crisis. The divine chains of laws were a manifestation of the grand Tao of heaven and earth. It was very difficult to break them. Roar! Gu Fei roared. He struggled with all his might, but 49 divine chains of laws wrapped around him, making it impossible for him to move. The power of the grand Tao contained in the divine chains of laws emitted divine flames of the great path, calcining his martial body. The fire of tribulation of heavenly thunder was the most terrifying kind of tribulation that Gu Fei had encountered. This kind of tribulation fire could not only calcinate the flesh, but it could also ignite the soul. If he couldn't resist it, Gu Fei's body and soul would probably be destroyed this time. Humph, Gu Fei sneered. There was no fear on his face. In an instant, a long sword rushed out of his body. It faced the thunder fire and slashed at the divine chains of laws that wrapped around him. This divine sword was the 9 heaven stars sword that he had personally refined. The 9 heaven stars sword was refined from the 9 heaven stars iron, an immortal divine material. Such a divine weapon would become even more powerful after the baptism of the thunder tribulation. Clang! Gu Fei used his divine will to control the sword and slashed at one of the divine chains of laws on his body. There was a clang as if the divine chain was a real divine chain. The divine chains of laws were so condensed that they were almost tangible. When the 9 heaven stars sword slashed at them, it only left a shallow mark. It couldn't cut through such divine chains at all. From the looks of it, it seemed that only the purple gold divine sword, an extreme sword of the great path, could resolve the current situation. However, Gu Fei didn't want to overly rely on external forces to solve the problem. Again, Gu Fei didn't give up. He resisted the fire of tribulation of heavenly thunder while refining his divine sword with the heavenly tribulation. Then, he wanted to cut the divine chains of laws on his body. The 9 heaven star sword, which had been baptized by the heavenly tribulation, was also transforming. The 9 divine patterns of the great path that were imprinted on the divine sword gradually lit up. Then, they automatically gathered the power of the Great Path. Gu Fei didn't know how many times he had slashed. In the end, the 9 Heaven Stars sword was finally sharpened. It displayed its powerful combat ability and cut through one of the divine chains of laws on his body. Virum. The divine sword vibrated. Under Gu Fei's full power, the 9 Heaven Stars sword seemed to have turned into a divine sword of the Great Path. It continuously cut through the divine chains of laws on his body. Break! Gu Fei roared. Under the attacks from both inside and outside, he successfully broke through the few divine chains of laws that were wrapped around his body. He broke free and then grabbed the 9 Heaven Stars sword in his hand. Just as Gu Fei broke through the divine chains of laws, the power of the heavenly tribulation began to gradually dissipate. At this time, Gu Fei finally succeeded. Roar! Gu Fei roared at the sky. The powerful sound waves penetrated through the chaos and spread out. He could feel the new power in his body. This was a power so strong that even a demi-saint couldn't ignore it. Am I a mighty cultivator or a half-saint now? Gu Fei didn't know what level his cultivation and strength had reached. He was just an expert at the 7th heaven of mighty cultivator before. Now, even if he wasn't a half-saint, he should be at the pinnacle of the mighty cultivator. He really wanted to find an opponent to practice with. But at this time, he was in the void of chaos. Where would he find an opponent? Chapter 1734. The war and the chaos was still going on. Even someone as powerful as Ghost Emperor Fingdu couldn't suppress the turmoil for a while. Even if the one in the extreme north took action, it seemed difficult to suppress the two evil forces. Rumble, fearlessly terrifying evil power surged out from the depths of the chaos. It became the most terrifying place, and no powerful creature dared to approach it. Rays of annihilating evil light constantly shot out from the chaos, directly tearing it apart, penetrating the barrier of heaven and earth, and entering the virtual sky world, causing all the cultivators in the virtual sky world to feel threatened. The peerless evil power deterred all living beings in the world. Even the most powerful existence in the human realm couldn't help but be moved. In some forbidden areas in the human realm, powerful auras also appeared. The water in the human realm was very deep. No one knew how many peerless figures were lurking there, but these existences would never appear easily. Now, only Ghost Emperor Fingdu and the one in the extreme north were taking action. Buzz! The void of the chaos shook, and the auras of yin and yang intertwined. A yin and yang Tai Chi diagram floated there, emitting supreme fluctuations. This was a divine tool comparable to a divine weapon of the human emperor. The fusion of yin and yang gave birth to the Great Path. This kind of divine tool was the carrier of the Great Path and could display the strongest power. Below this Tao artifact was a crystal coffin. The endless evil aura seeped out from a crack on the crystal coffin. The yin and yang Tai Chi diagram emitted terrifying fluctuations, sealing the area and suppressing the crystal coffin below. However, the situation was not optimistic. The evil power coming from the crystal coffin was constantly increasing. The evil power inside seemed to be endless, as if the most terrible evil ancestor in the world had awakened. The divine diagram was shaking. The evil power in the crystal coffin was too powerful. Even this divine tool seemed to have a hard time completely suppressing the evil coffin. Thousands of yin and yang essences fell from the divine diagram. Each of them was like a big dragon, emitting extremely powerful fluctuations. On the surface of the crystal coffin, there were blood-red evil Tao patterns faintly visible. The inside of the coffin was chaotic, and it was impossible to see inside. There was only a crack on the crystal coffin, but the evil power that seeped out from this crack was enough to contend against the yin-yang divine pattern. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it would be if the crystal coffin was completely opened. In another direction, Ghost Emperor Fingdu was fighting with an evil shadow. The blood-boiling sound of the war drum kept coming. Vaguely, the sound of a magnificent army charging and killing could be heard in the primal chaos. Inside the virtual sky world, many people were shocked to the extreme. When Devil Ancestor of the northernmost demonic land appeared, many people witnessed that battle. That year, Ghost Emperor Fingdu beat the war drums and summoned the peerless figures in the human world to fight against Devil Ancestor. The drum of the past resounded once again. However, this time, the sound of the war drum did not spread throughout the three worlds in 6 Dao. Ghost Emperor Fingdu did not summon other peerless characters. I didn't expect there to be fish that slipped through the net. Ghost Emperor Fingdu's voice resounded. He seemed to know this peerless evil spirit that was fighting endlessly with him. This evil spirit might be in existence from the same era as Ghost Emperor Fingdu. I can't believe that the little kid from back then has grown to such a level. A cold voice rang out, and the figure of the demon appeared in the void. Boom! A terrifying evil power erupted. An evil weapon broke through the primal chaos between the two experts and slashed towards Ghost Emperor Fingdu in front of him. This was a demon axe. In an instant, it became as huge as a mountain. Evil patterns constantly emerged on its surface, interweaving into ancient and evil patterns. Thousand Illusion Evil Sovereign, today is the day you die. Ghost Emperor Fingdu shattered the primal chaos in front of him and directly opened his inner world. A ghost domain appeared in the primal chaos. Countless ghost halls resounded. This kind of sound made people's scalps numb. You little brat, back then, even that invincible big brother of yours did not dare to say that he would definitely be able to kill me. Just you alone. You want to kill me? That evil figure said coldly. Ghost Emperor Fingdu's background was very great. He was the younger brother of Supreme Being and his big brother. He once fought all over the 9 heavens and 10 earths, invincible in the 3 worlds and 6 Dao. He was the strongest existence in the world. As the younger brother of Supreme Being, Ghost Emperor Fingdu's cultivation could indeed sweep away all experts below Supreme Being in that era. However, when the Great Change came, even Supreme Beings would fall. Ghost Emperor Fingdu's fleshly body was also destroyed by others. He had no choice but to create the path of ghost cultivation. The Great Change back then affected too many people. Countless living beings died in that great calamity. Even the great desolate world was shattered. Countless powerful races also disappeared. Since then, supreme beings disappeared, sages went extinct, and the world was reconstructed. The great desolate world became the universe. Reckless brat, you dared to say these words in front of my big brother back then. Ghost Emperor Fingdu attacked. Behind him, countless ghost shadows appeared. Kill! Ghost Emperor Fingdu roared. He stood in the middle of the ghost domain and raised his fist towards the demon axe. The countless ghost shadows behind him followed his movements and punched out at the same time. Boom! Endless ghost Dao power erupted. Under the impact of this power, the demon axe that was chopping down trembled. The devil chi dissipated, revealing the huge axe inside. Buzz! The huge axe vibrated, and the evil patterns on it flickered. There was a kind of extremely evil power condensing. It was this power that was fighting against the power of Ghost Emperor Fingdu. This demonic tool was blocked by Ghost Emperor Fingdu's fist, which surprised the evil spirit. The other party was more powerful than he had imagined. This devil lurked in the ancient ominous city, controlling the corpse soldiers and corpse generals in the ancient city. He had been recuperating. Just hundreds of years ago, the mountain and river cauldron that he had always wanted was taken away. This was the treasure of heaven and earth that he had guarded for countless years. If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation had reached a critical juncture and he couldn't come out, who could have taken away the mountain and river cauldron? Now, these people broke into the virtual sky world again. This time, these people even brought Renhuang divine weapons, forcing him to take action. He was so angry that he wanted to go crazy. He was only a few hundred years away from being able to return to his peak state. However, it was these people who had ruined his plans and ruined his previous efforts. Go to hell. Thousand Illusions' evil lord madly urged the evil power in his body, and the vast evil power kept pouring into the devil axe. With the support of this evil power, the devil axe sank several hundred feet, and it had already chopped into Ghost Emperor Fingdu's inner world. However, the downward momentum of the demon axe stopped. No matter how much power Thousand Illusions' evil lord exerted, the demon axe could no longer descend. Chapter 1735. Ghost Emperor Fingdu and Thousand Illusions' evil sovereign were fighting. Thousand Illusions' evil sovereign was in existence from the same generation as Ghost Emperor Fingdu. He was extremely powerful and was fighting endlessly against Ghost Emperor Fingdu. Thousand Illusions, is this all you've got? Then you can just wait for your death. Ghost Emperor Fingdu's voice was incomparably calm without a trace of emotion. In his opinion, these devils would only bring chaos to the world and deserved to die. Buzz. The devil axe vibrated and released wave after wave of saber energy. However, Ghost Emperor Fingdu's strength was too great. The devil axe simply couldn't shake Ghost Emperor Fingdu's inner world. Now it's my turn. Ghost Emperor Fingdu said and waved his hand. A war drum immediately flew out from the depths of his inner world and landed in front of him. An immeasurably ancient aura emanated from the war drum. Seeing this war drum, even Thousand Illusions' evil sovereign couldn't help but be shocked. This ancient war drum was filled with the marks of time. One could even faintly see dried blood stains on its surface. It's that person's war drum. Thousand Illusions' evil sovereign didn't dare to be careless. The mountain-like devil axe flew back and vigilantly looked at Ghost Emperor Fingdu in the ghost domain ahead. Ghost Emperor Fingdu was very bold. He imitated the ancient sovereigns and wanted to establish a true underworld. For countless years, his inner world had taken in countless wandering ghosts. His inner world was very stable, so he wasn't afraid of Thousand Illusions' evil sovereign's attack. Boom! The sound of the drum resounded. Along with the sound, ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the ancient war drum. Wherever this transparent ripple passed, everything was directly annihilated. Even the primal chaos stopped. Then, a large amount of primal chaos energy was also annihilated, turning into the most primal existence. Roar! Thousand Illusions' evil sovereign roared. His faint and illusory figure instantly flew several hundred li away. His condensed body almost collapsed. The ancient war drum emitted a supreme killing power, instantly injuring this peerless devil. Thousand Illusions' evil monarch was shocked to the extreme. The power displayed by that war drum was too great. If it weren't for the protection of his demonic artifact, he would have died. At this moment, the devil axe turned into a huge bell, enveloping the Thousand Illusions' evil lord within. Thousand Illusions' evil sovereign's devil tool seemed to be able to transform into all kinds of shapes. It was incomparably miraculous. The large bell was covered in evil runes, and to a certain extent, it was able to cancel out the majority of the sound's killing power. Your Thousand Illusions magic tool is quite extraordinary. Ghost Emperor Fingdu was surprised to see that his attack only heavily injured Thousand Illusions' evil sovereign. He knew the power of this war drum. In the past, even the demon ancestor had to be wary of this war drum. Clang! At that moment, the demonic bell started ringing. A soundless sound wave spread out from the demonic bell, shattering the void. You're really overestimating yourself. Ghost Emperor Fingdu laughed when he saw that Thousand Illusions' evil sovereign actually wanted to compete with him in pinyin killing technique. Boom! The ancient war drum rang out once again. With just a single ring, the killing sound of the demonic bell was instantly dispersed. The sound of the war drum was unstoppable. Buzz! The devil bell wailed. The ancient war drum released a sound-killing technique, causing the devil tool to suffer a great impact. The Thousand Illusions evil sovereign was sent flying away along with the bell. This time, Thousand Illusions evil sovereign revealed his true form. He was a skinny old man with tattered clothes. Some parts of his clothes were even rotten. This peerless demon had been suppressed in the ancient ominous city for countless years. However, this demon was quite impressive. He actually broke through the seal and turned the ancient ominous city into a dead city. Swish! Seeing that the situation was bad, Thousand Illusions evil sovereign turned and fled. Where do you think you're going? Ghost Emperor Fingdu naturally wouldn't let this devil escape so easily. He waved his hand and kept his inner world. Then, he held the war drum and chased after Thousand Illusions evil sovereign. The two peerless existences instantly disappeared into the depths of the primal chaos. Buzz! At this moment, a dazzling divine light pierced through the primal chaos and shot towards the yin-yang tai chi divine diagram. The aura of the human sovereign spread out from the divine light. An ancient mirror floated in the primal chaos. Below the ancient mirror sat a figure. This person was the big shot from the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity. This big shot from the Zhao clan controlled the heavenly mirror and wanted to suppress the crystal coffin. Boom! A terrifying evil aura erupted. The crystal coffin trembled. Countless blood-colored evil runes gushed out from the coffin. The blood-colored evil runes were like small snakes, swimming around the crystal coffin and intertwining with each other. A mass of blood-colored light emerged and enveloped the crystal coffin. The divine light emitted by the heavenly mirror shone on the layer of blood-colored light outside the crystal coffin. However, it couldn't penetrate the layer of blood-colored light. This shocked the experts of the Zhao clan. How is this possible? He never thought that the supremacy evil corpse in the crystal coffin would be so terrifying. It didn't even come out of the coffin, yet it already had such power. Rumble! In another part of the primal chaos, a huge seal broke through some kind of seal and rushed out. Below the seal stood a person who seemed to be standing in the darkness. A chilling aura spread out from this person's body. The surrounding primal chaos seemed to be frozen by this chilling aura. This person was the ancient Nine-Shade Saint of the Dongfang clan. He and the big shot from the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity had joined forces to break through the ancient ominous city. However, they were plotted against by the Thousand Illusion evil master who used the broken supreme formation in the ancient ominous city to send the two into the void of primal chaos. The supreme formation was extremely powerful. Even though it was broken, its power was still amazing. At this time, the two of them relied on the power of the human sovereign divine weapon to rush out of the supreme formation. This supremacy evil corpse is really evil. The ancient Nine-Shade Saint felt everything around the crystal coffin and couldn't help but be shocked. Even the divine diagram of the northernmost god couldn't suppress this evil corpse. If this was really the case, then no one in the entire mortal world could suppress the supremacy evil corpse in the crystal coffin. At this time, the human sovereign seal above the ancient Nine-Shade Saints had emitted a myriad of divine lights that blocked the surrounding primal chaos. The human sovereign seal was like an immemorial divine mountain that pressed down on the crystal coffin. The crystal coffin kept shaking. Even the three supreme powers couldn't completely suppress it. The ancient Nine-Shade Saint and the others couldn't believe this scene. At this time, Gu Fei's figure also appeared nearby. When he sensed all of this, he was also shocked. The supremacy evil corpse was too evil. Chapter 1736. The supreme evil corpse in the crystal coffin was extremely strange. The lid of the crystal coffin had only cracked a little, but the evil power that seeped out could actually contend against the three supreme powers. Sensing all of this, even someone as determined as Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. It couldn't be said that the yin-yang diagram was not strong, nor could it be said that the Renhuang divine weapon was not strong. However, in the face of this crystal coffin, these powers seemed to be at a disadvantage. Roar! A deep roar came from the crystal coffin. Then, the crack on the coffin lid began to gradually widen. Something inside the crystal coffin wanted to open the lid and rush out. This was not a good thing. Ancient seven-step Saint Juin and the great figure of the Zhao family of the antiquity couldn't help but change their expressions. Previously, they had been plotted against by Thousand Illusion Evil Master and were trapped in the Supreme Formation. They had already used up a lot of Yuan Qi. Their bloodline power was almost completely exhausted, so it would be difficult for them to awaken the power of the Renhuang level. At this time, if the Supreme Evil Corpse in the crystal coffin came out, even if they had the Renhuang divine weapon, their lives would still be in danger. The Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the antiquity were ancient clans that had once produced Renhuang. The experts of these clans all had the Renhuang bloodline flowing in their bodies. The recovery of the Renhuang bloodline allowed ancient seven-step Saint Juin and the great figure of the Zhao family of the antiquity to borrow the power of their ancestors for their own use. When the bloodline was completely recovered, ancient seven-step Saint Juin had once become a Renhuang. Unfortunately, he had been plotted against by Thousand Illusion Evil Master, and his bloodline power had been used up in the Supreme Formation. And the great figure of the Zhao family of the antiquity was like ancient seven-step Saint Juin. His strongest power had been used up in breaking the formation. At this time, it was impossible for them to recover the Renhuang bloodline in their bodies again. Buzz! Just as the crystal coffin was shaking more and more violently, the yin-yang diagram floating above the crystal coffin was also shaking. Yin and yang intertwined, and a powerful force came down from the diagram. The essence of yin and yang surged, and the diagram suppressed all directions. On the diagram, there seemed to be a tall figure faintly visible. Rumble, with the appearance of the figure on the divine diagram, the crystal coffin became even more uneasy. Endless evil power surged out of the crystal coffin, and blood-red evil patterns covered the entire crystal coffin. Boundless evil energy was condensing, the blood-colored evil runes attracted a wave of extremely evil energy. Let's fight. The ancient sage-to-be made up his mind. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood on the human emperor's seal. He was using the blood of the human emperor's descendant to activate the human emperor's seal. After spitting out that mouthful of blood, the ancient sage-to-be's face instantly turned as pale as a sheet of paper. His expression became weary. He had injured his vitality once again. Boom! A peerless and terrifying Renhuang power suddenly burst out from the big seal. The chaotic void continued to shatter, and the supreme Renhuang power appeared again. Bam! The power that erupted from the yin-yang divine diagram and the human emperor's seal caused the crystal coffin to sink several thousand feet down. Swoosh! At the same time, the heavenly mirror also displayed its power. The bright mirror light directly shone on the crystal coffin's lid, and the endless evil energy dissipated under the mirror light. One could vaguely see a hand that had already stretched out of the crystal coffin. Under the mirror light, it quickly retracted back into the crystal coffin. Gu Fei sensed all this, but he did not take advantage of the ancient sage-to-be's weakness to attack. He knew very well that at this time, only the three supreme powers could barely suppress the supremacy evil corpse in the crystal coffin. If Gu Fei attacked and killed the ancient sage-to-be, the consequences would be very unpredictable. No matter what, the supremacy evil corpse must not be allowed to come out. Once it appeared in the human realm, it would definitely be a disaster. I didn't expect the one from the extreme north to also take action. Standing in the chaos, Gu Fei sensed the fluctuation from the yin-yang tai chi divine diagram. He could not help but be moved. He was not unfamiliar with this kind of power. In the past, he had obtained the yin-yang jade pendant, which allowed him to break the shackles of cultivation and achieve what he had today. Bam! At this moment, an even more powerful evil force burst out from the crystal coffin. The crystal coffin lid, which had a crack on it, flew into the air. Roar! A terrifying roar resounded from the crystal coffin, and a peerlessly frightening aura spread out. Even the cultivators in the virtual sky world, separated by a layer of chaos, could hear this roar. What is that? Inside the virtual sky world, countless cultivators were paying attention to the battle in the depths of the chaos. The Supremacy Evil Corpse's corpse transformation was a threat to all cultivators. No one could remain calm. The eruption of the most evil power was like the awakening of a supreme evil ancestor. This power was too powerful, unstoppable, and unstoppable. This was equivalent to the descent of a supremacy. Without any suspense, the ancient sage-to-be, the great character of the Zhao clan, and the yin-yang tai chi divine diagram were all sent flying. The human emperor seal and the heavenly Tao mirror were sent flying into the depths of the chaos, which greatly frightened the ancient sage-to-be and the great character of the Zhao clan. They couldn't afford to lose their clan's supreme treasure, the human emperor divine weapon. Although the two suffered a great impact and kept vomiting blood, they still desperately chased after the human emperor divine weapon. Swish! While the Supremacy Evil Corpse was displaying its might, a figure sitting cross-legged in the sky above a devil cave in the northern devil territory suddenly opened his eyes. In the dusky world, this person's eyes emitted a divine light, like a bolt of lightning. His gaze was extremely sharp. This was a middle-aged man. He looked like a supreme god of war. The aura emitted from his body intimidated the entire area. From time to time, scalp-numbing demonic roars came from the bottom of the devil cave. There were definitely terrifying demonic creatures in the depths of the devil cave, and there were many of them. However, none of them dared to rush out of the devil cave. In the vicinity of the devil cave, there were many huge skeletons. These skeletons were all black, and they were the remains of some powerful demonic creatures that were killed by others. These skeletons could be seen everywhere around the devil cave. For hundreds of years, countless demonic creatures had died in this person's hands. He used his own strength to suppress this devil cave. How is this possible? Yin and yang auras intertwined on the middle-aged man's body. Ancient Tao patterns appeared in the void around him. He sensed something and looked towards the 100,000 mountains in the southern wilderness. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the void, ignoring the distance and the barrier between heaven and earth. He looked into the virtual sky world and the depths of the primal chaos. Swish! The middle-aged man stood up in the void and took a step forward. He directly tore the void and walked in, instantly disappearing from the sky above the devil cave. Roar! As soon as the middle-aged man left, the devil cave boiled. Endless devil aura surged out from the depths of the devil cave. Within the devil aura were countless demons, rushing towards the exit of the devil cave. This devil cave was the largest devil cave in the entire northern devil territory. It could be said that this was the origin of the demons in the northern devil territory. The earliest demons of the northern devil territory came from this place. In the past several hundred years, demons had appeared in many places in the human world, and many powerful demons had been born. However, the northern devil territory was only a small area, but there were very few powerful demons. The reason was very simple. It was because the origin of the demons had been suppressed by a single person. During these years, the countless demons below the devil cave had been thinking about how to break the seal and invade the human world. However, that person was extremely powerful, and he had a supreme Tao tool, the yin-yang divine diagram. Even the powerful demons had been suppressed by that person for several hundred years. Not a single demon could escape. Now that that person had left, the demons in the depths of the devil cave naturally wanted to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to break the seal and invade the human world. Boom! Just as the countless demons rushed to the exit of the devil cave, the whole devil cave suddenly trembled. Then, ancient Tao patterns appeared in the void one after another. In the blink of an eye, the top of the devil cave's exit was shrouded by countless Tao patterns. Rumble, Countless Tao patterns intertwined, and a huge yin-yang divine diagram that covered an area of several thousand miles appeared between heaven and earth. What? Countless devils were alarmed. They slammed into the incomparably huge yin-yang Tai Chi diagram. Devil blood blossomed on the divine diagram. Those devils were directly turned into blood mist by the mighty divine power of the divine diagram. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. More demons fell from above into the depths of the devil cave. Roar! How could this be? Peerlessly powerful demons roared. They were both shocked and angry. Even if that person left, they still couldn't rush out of the devil cave. That person had left behind a world-shaking formation. The formation operated and transformed into the yin-yang divine diagram, sealing all directions. Countless demons kept attacking the formation, but still, not a single demon could escape. While the devil cave was in chaos, the master of the yin-yang divine diagram appeared in the virtual sky world and entered the depths of the primal chaos. The person from the northernmost region displayed his great divine ability. In just a short while, he rushed here from the northernmost region. His speed was so fast that even Gu Fei couldn't catch up. That person's arrival excited the old antiques in the virtual sky world. Without any superfluous words, that person directly attacked the existence in the crystal coffin. The yin-yang divine diagram fell into his hand, and its power increased by more than 10 times. Bam! The crystal coffin, which had already been opened, was swept away by the yin-yang diagram in the man's hand. A figure, who had already sat up in the coffin, was pressed down. Is there really a supreme evil corpse in this world? The person from the northernmost region was extremely shocked. However, he was now one with the diagram, so he wasn't afraid of the existence in the crystal coffin. That person is too strong. He actually managed to sweep away the crystal coffin. The battle prowess displayed by that person was too powerful. It was simply heaven-defying. Even Gu Fei was dumbfounded. Chapter 1737. A fierce person from the far north devil region personally came and displayed his supreme strength, sweeping away the crystal coffin. This result shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. This existence that defied the heavens and was reborn from the yin-yang godly jade was too powerful. This was an invincible powerhouse like Ghost Emperor Fingdu. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the crystal coffin. A frightening figure emerged from the crystal coffin, and a primal chaos mist emerged from the coffin. A powerful supreme aura appeared in the void of primal chaos. Is it really the corpse of a supreme being that underwent a corpse transformation? At this time, there was no doubt. Only the corpse of a supreme being could have such power. A wisp of its aura was enough to crush the void of the world. A supreme being was invincible. Even if it had fallen for countless years and the corpse had undergone an ominous change, it was still peerlessly terrifying, able to contend against the peerless characters of the mortal world. Humph! The middle-aged man was incomparably powerful. The yin-yang godly diagram above his head directly attacked. The powerful supreme aura couldn't stop him, and he ignored this kind of pressure. However, not everyone could withstand this kind of supreme pressure. Around the crystal coffin, the primal chaos was constantly obliterated, and the supreme power rippled far away. Gu Fei directly used the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself and quickly retreated. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook repeatedly. Under the impact of this supreme evil aura, the god inside the cauldron actually showed signs of awakening on its own. This caused Gu Fei's heart to palpitate. Once the god inside the supreme divine tool awakened, it was definitely not a good thing for Gu Fei. He might be forced to fight against that supreme evil corpse. No matter who you are, as long as you are the source of this chaos, you must be erased. The middle-aged man walked towards the crystal coffin. Yin and yang energies intertwined on his body, and a peerless aura also surged out from his body. At this time, the figure inside the crystal coffin actually sat up. This was a figure shrouded in primal chaos mist, and there were faint supreme Tao patterns on its body. No one could see its true appearance because no one could see through the primal chaos mist around this figure. Swish! Suddenly, two streaks of crimson light shot out from the evil figure's head and swept towards the approaching middle-aged man at an extremely fast speed. Buzz! The void trembled. The yin and yang pattern above the middle-aged man's head emitted streams of yin and yang energy that looked like huge dragons, rushing towards the two beams of evil blood-red light. The blood-red evil light broke through the layers of yin and yang qi and continued to pierce towards the middle-aged man with unstoppable force. "Hey!" the middle-aged man shouted. His right hand pressed forward, and yin-yang Dao patterns surged between his palm and fingers. He immediately used this type of great technique, drawing over great Dao power. In the end, the two beams of blood-red evil light were blocked and shattered by the giant hand in the void. Bam! After that, the middle-aged man sent a punch towards the evil figure in the crystal coffin. A supreme power erupted from his fist, causing the entire chaotic void to tremble. His true body had arrived. The middle-aged man's battle prowess was too strong. He could actually contend with the sovereign evil corpse. Could it be that this person was also a sovereign in the past? The darkness of the past affected too much, the effects too great, unprecedented. Even supreme being level unmatched existences had the danger of dying. Some people believe that this supreme evil corpse was the remains of a supreme being that had fallen in that era and was sealed in the ancient ominous city. Vaguely, the evil figure that sat up from the crystal coffin also punched. The vast and mighty chaotic mist instantly shrouded the void around the crystal coffin. Boom! With a loud noise, the two supreme powers collided together. Then, these two powers turned into an extremely chaotic energy storm. With the point of collision as the center, the storm swept out in all directions. Rumble! The power fluctuations from the depths of the chaotic void shook the virtual sky world. Is it that fierce man from the extreme north? Many people saw the middle-aged man enter the depths of the chaotic void. This fierce man suppressed the extreme North Devil territory with his own strength. The whole world knew that with this fierce man taking action, this crisis would most likely be resolved. Kill. At this time, in the depths of the chaotic void, the middle-aged man and the sovereign evil corpse were fighting. Terrifying fluctuations constantly spread out from the depths of the chaotic void. These fluctuations were too powerful, so powerful that even Gu Fei couldn't intervene. Inside the virtual sky world, all living beings were trembling. This was the aura of a true supreme being that could deter the ages. Even though it was weakened by the chaotic void, it still made people's souls tremble. Gu Fei didn't take action. In a battle of this level, even if he had a supreme divine tool, it wouldn't be enough. If the god inside the supreme divine tool didn't recover, he would be bombarded to pieces. He didn't want to take risks, and he didn't want to be a hero. After leaving that place, he rushed out of the chaotic void and returned to the virtual sky world. Just as he returned to the virtual sky world, He Tian ran into trouble. He was targeted by an ancient half-saint from the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity. The resources of a colossus like the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity couldn't be compared to ordinary forces. The Zhao clan easily found out the relationship between He Tian and Gu Fei. The ancient half-saint didn't say much. He attacked right away, causing Erebus to suffer quite a bit of a loss. This shocked and enraged Erebus. "Little child, die." This was a white-haired old man who had lived for countless years. His cultivation was world-shaking, and he already had 1 foot in the quasi-saint realm. The old man's saint-level aura was vast and mighty, and he already had the aura of a saint. Although He Tian was also a half-saint, he still felt extremely strained. The other party had been in the half-saint realm for a much longer time than him, so they couldn't be compared. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. The Zhao clan's ancient half-saint displayed a supreme great technique, conjuring the primal chaos furnace and trapping Mahakala within. He used the primal chaos true flame to refine Mahakala. The chaotic furnace was thousands of meters tall and contained endless chaotic fire. This kind of technique was very rare and powerful. After all, chaotic fire wasn't something that just anyone could control. He Tian, who was trapped in the furnace, had array runes rushing out from all over his body, interweaving to form a magic array outside his body. He used the power of the magic array to keep the flames of primal chaos out. You old brat, you want to kill Uncle He? You don't have the qualifications. Although He Tian was trapped, it didn't mean that he would wait for death inside. This wasn't his style. After all, he had a body that could die 100 times and had reincarnated countless times. Is that so? The old man sneered. He constantly sent out great Tao divine runes and branded them on the chaotic furnace. He was constantly increasing the power of the chaotic furnace. The power of the chaotic fire in the furnace was constantly increasing. Roar! This old guy really has some skills. Old Black, if you don't come, I'll have to reincarnate again. He Tian was still cursing in this life and death juncture, as if he didn't care about life and death at all. Read a word-free novel / your best choice. Chapter 1738. Semi-Sage Gu from the primordial Zhao clan was incomparably powerful. He wasn't someone that a new half-saint like He Tian could compare to. Semi-Sage Gu unleashed his great technique, conjuring the chaos furnace and trapping He Tian within. Semi-Sage Gu continued to send out primal chaos Tao runes, imprinting them onto the chaos furnace. The chaos furnace's power increased rapidly. Rumble, the chaos furnace shook as the primal chaos flame raged inside. He Tian was in big trouble. The grand formation around him was showing signs of collapsing. This wasn't a good thing. Once the grand formation collapsed, He Tian would be completely exposed to the primal chaos flame. However, he wasn't in a hurry because he still had a life-saving technique that he hadn't used yet. It's rare to be able to kill a formation grandmaster. Semi-Sage Gu from the primordial Zhao clan was incomparably arrogant. It was as if he already had his opponent in his grasp. The feeling of controlling his opponent's life and death was simply too great. He Tian was a formation grandmaster and had successfully cultivated the void formation technique. This was absolutely rare even in the desolate era. One had to know that a true formation grandmaster was an unparalleled expert. The Tao of formation was mysterious and unfathomable. There were great divine abilities and great techniques that could be used to draw upon the power of heaven and earth to increase one's battle prowess. However, it was very difficult to master the art of formations. Thus, from ancient times until now, not many people had been able to cultivate the art of formations to a high level. It was obvious that He Tian was an exception. His Tao of formation had reached a level that even Semi-Sage Gu was afraid of. He had trapped He Tian in the chaos furnace for so long, but He Tian was still alive. If it was an ordinary half-saint, he or she would have been burned to ashes by the primal chaos furnace and perished in both body and soul. He Tian's Tao of formation was different from ordinary ones. Countless formation runes rushed out of his body and imprinted themselves in the void around him. The grand formation could absorb energy from the surrounding void. Even the primal chaos flame contained the primal chaos flame was drawn over. Good fella. The Semi-Sage Gu couldn't help but admire Yi Shiwen. Becoming enemies with such a person would be a huge problem for the primordial Zhao clan. He must nip this fella in the bud. If He Tian was allowed to grow, he would undoubtedly become a powerful enemy for the primordial Zhao clan. Even if your Tao of formation is divine, you will still die under my chaos furnace. Sage-to-be Gu of the Zhao clan was very confident. Ever since he cultivated this great technique, he had been successful in every endeavor. Even some opponents who were stronger than him would die as long as they were enveloped by his chaos furnace. Semi-Sage Gu didn't think that He Tian would die. Humph, don't be too proud. It's still uncertain who will live and who will die. He Tian sneered. Even now, he was still calm and composed. Countless runes rushed out from his body, replenishing the runes that had been destroyed by the flame of chaos. The grand formation was in operation. Even the chaos furnace couldn't break through He Tian's grand formation in a short time. Huh, you're still so stubborn. Don't cry for me to spare your life later. Semi-Sage Gu laughed. Stop fooling around. At this moment, a voice rang out nearby. A figure stepped on the void and walked over step by step. A powerful aura suddenly appeared between heaven and earth without any warning. You are. Semi-Sage Gu was shocked when he heard this voice. This person was already so close to him, but he didn't notice it. Could this person's cultivation be higher than his? When Semi-Sage Gu saw the appearance of this person, he was shocked. He had seen this person's portrait before. This was the human race martial body Gu Fei, who had a great feud with the primordial Zhao clan. Semi-Sage Gu had just woken up from his slumber. He hadn't seen Gu Fei in person. He had only seen Gu Fei's portrait. How could he maintain his composure when he saw Gu Fei now? The human race martial body was synonymous with power in his era. He couldn't let such an existence get close to him. The consequences would be unimaginable if an accomplished cultivator got close to him. Elder Gu, you've finally come out. Your cultivation seems to be... He Tian noticed the changes in Gu Fei's body after just one glance at Gu Fei. Gu Fei's cultivation and combat strength were definitely not weaker than his. Gu Fei's arrival made Semi-Sage Gu feel a great sense of danger. This person only had the cultivation of a peak almighty, but his qi and blood were too vigorous. This person was simply a ferocious beast in human form. Semi-Sage Gu's clothes were soon drenched in cold sweat when he glanced at him. I'm not playing anymore. Just as Semi-Sage Gu was on his guard, He Tian, who was trapped in the chaos furnace, suddenly showed his might. A nearly transparent swordlight rushed out of his body. Buzz! The invisible sword vibrated, and the nearly transparent swordlight instantly split the furnace. Sage-level sword chi fluctuation spread out as it rushed out of the furnace. This is... Semi-Sage Gu from the primordial Zhao clan was shocked. His opponent actually had a real sage weapon. Sage-level swordlight had broken the chaos furnace's sealing power. He Tian rushed out of the chaos furnace. Only now did the Zhao family's half-sage Gu realize that Erebus was toying with him. No wonder Erebus's expression hadn't changed since the beginning. Semi-Sage Gu knew that he had made a fatal mistake. He had severely underestimated He Tian's combat strength. At this moment, He Tian and Gu Fei had blocked all paths of retreat for Semi-Sage Gu from the primordial Zhao clan. He had nowhere to run even if he wanted to. Semi-Sage Gu immediately gritted his teeth when he saw this. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The chaos furnace suddenly exploded. Monstrous chaos fire instantly enveloped the void within a radius of thousands of miles. Gu Fei and He Tian were no exception. They were swallowed by the mighty chaos fire at almost the same time. This guy, Gu Fei and He Tian were both shocked. They had never expected Semi-Sage Gu to be so ruthless. He had actually self-destructed the chaos furnace. Not everyone had such courage. After all, once the chaos furnace exploded, even Semi-Sage Gu would be in danger of losing his life. The mighty force directly destroyed everything within a radius of thousands of miles. Large swathes of trees were directly swept away. The earth shook, and one mountain after another collapsed. The entire region was in chaos. Countless birds and beasts did not even have the chance to escape. Chapter 1739. The half-saint from the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity was decisive and ruthless. As soon as he sensed that something was amiss, he immediately detonated the chaos furnace. The destructive power instantly engulfed the three of them. This was definitely a great disaster. No life within a radius of several thousand miles could survive. Mountains collapsed one after another. This kind of power destroyed everything. What was especially frightening was that the chaotic fire in the chaos furnace swept through the world. Under the burning of this divine fire, even the void was distorted. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't expect such a thing to happen. They used their divine weapons to protect themselves as they soared up into the sky, trying to evade the explosion. However, the destructive energy from the explosion of the chaos furnace was simply too strong, causing them to suffer quite a bit of impact. Preposterous. Gu Fei was furious. This guy wanted to kill him and He Tian together. This old guy is really ruthless. Mei Tian used the invisible divine sword to protect himself, so the flames of chaos were unable to get close to him. They were repelled by the sword chi that spread out from the invisible divine sword. Even so, he was still sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. Compared to He Tian, the impact on Gu Fei was much smaller. Buzz. Just as Gu Fei and He Tian quickly retreated, a sword chime resounded in the chaotic energy storm. Then, rays of chaotic sword light rushed out, breaking through the chaotic destructive energy and piercing towards them. Humph, Gu Fei sneered. He waved his fists and used his flesh and blood to contend against the incomparably sharp chaotic sword light. His martial physique was extremely powerful, causing the chaotic sword light to shatter under his fists. Big Dipper sword formation. At that moment, Erebus shouted and displayed a sword formation. 7 rays of sword light rushed out from his body and formed the shape of the Big Dipper. They met the chaotic sword light that was coming at him head-on. This kind of sword formation seemed simple, but the power it displayed was indeed amazing. The 7 sword lights resonated with the Big Dipper star field in the sky. Even in the virtual sky world, they still attracted the endless power of the stars. A starry sky vaguely appeared around the 7 sword lights. A vast energy spread out from the 7 sword lights and blocked the streaks of chaotic sword lights. Shwa. At the same time, an almost transparent sword light flew out silently and entered the chaotic flame. Roar. In next to no time, a furious roar resounded amidst the chaotic fluctuations of energy, and it belonged to the half-saint Gu from the primeval Zhao clan. The invisible sword light flew back with a drop of blood dripping from it. On the other hand, Gu Fei was even more domineering. He charged straight into the depths of the shattered space and entered into battle with the half-saint from the primordial Zhao clan. He completely ignored the terrifying energy storm formed by the explosion of the chaos furnace. A layer of stellar energy emerged from his powerful martial body and protected him. Boom! Bang! Shocking sounds of collision rang out continuously. The half-saint Gu roared again and again. He was in big trouble. He never thought that a peak expert could force him into such a difficult situation. This guy had a successful martial body and was extremely powerful. He couldn't be treated with ordinary standards. It wasn't a good thing for any expert to be approached by a martial physique expert, and it didn't take long for that half-saint Gu to be defeated. Gu Fei punched the semi-saint Gu's chest. His fist directly penetrated the semi-saint Gu's chest and came out from his back, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. The half-saint Gu's blood contained his power. 1 drop was enough to kill an immortal spirit. This blood was very precious to some cultivators, but it was useless to Gu Fei. No, at this moment, the half-saint Gu finally knew how terrifying Gu Fei was. He didn't want to die, but it was already too late. Gu Fei's right arm shook and a wave of power exploded from his arm. Bang! The half-saint Gu's body was immediately shattered into a bloody mist. The powerful half-saint Gu didn't even leave a single bone behind. In the bloody mist, a small figure wrapped in divine light soared into the sky, trying to escape. It was the half-saint Gu's primordial spirit. As long as the primordial spirit wasn't destroyed, the half-saint Gu would be able to reconstruct his body and return to his peak state. He wouldn't die. For existences of this level, the fleshly body was nothing more than a bag of skin. Their primordial spirit was the most important. If the bag of skin was destroyed, they could just get a new one. However, if their primordial spirit was destroyed, they would truly die. Gu Fei wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. He stretched out his hand and used the heaven-covering palm. The palm enveloped the sky and grabbed the primordial spirit. "Don't kill me." The primordial spirit struggled in Gu Fei's hand. The half-saint Gu didn't want to die, but at this moment, his life was in the hands of someone else. In the past, he was the one who controlled the life and death of others. This time, his life was in the hands of someone else. This was karma. Bang! Gu Fei directly crushed half-saint Gu's primordial spirit. The primordial spirit instantly turned into specks of light and dissipated in the void. The half-saint Gu had lived for countless years and experienced the darkest era. Even he didn't expect that he would die here. At the moment when Gu Fei crushed the primordial spirit, far away in the eastern domain, in a forbidden area of the primordial Zhao clan, an ancient life tablet shattered. The half-saint Gu's life tablet shattered. How could this be? An elder of the primordial Zhao clan who was guarding the forbidden area panicked. Very soon, all the experts of the primordial Zhao clan gathered in the forbidden area. How is this possible? Who dares to kill the half-saint Gu of my clan? Furious roars rang out from the forbidden area of the primordial Zhao clan. The death of a half-saint Gu was not a small matter. The half-saint Gu was definitely a peak existence in the primordial Zhao clan. This was a loss that was difficult to make up for. There were very few half-saints that survived in the ancient times. The death of one was one less. This was the foundation of the primordial Zhao clan. The death of the half-saint Gu caused everyone in the primordial Zhao clan to feel like they were going crazy. Very soon, news spread that the half-saint Gu of the Zhao clan had died in the hands of Gu Fei. This news shocked and enraged everyone in the primordial Zhao clan. That brat from back then has really grown up. Such voices rang out from the primordial Zhao clan. The rise of Gu Fei was unstoppable. He would become a great enemy of the primordial Zhao clan. Gu Fei's rise made all his opponents feel immense pressure. His enemies, in particular, felt uneasy. Chapter 1740. The rise of the martial body had truly made a name for itself. This made all those who had ambitions to walk the path of a supreme being feel an enormous pressure. These people were very clear on how terrifying a martial body that had successfully cultivated was. In the virtual sky world, the Dongfang clan and the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity all felt the danger. They had a great grudge against the human clan, so no one could stay calm in the face of such an enemy. Rumble, the battle in the depths of the chaos was still going on. The power of the human sovereign and the yin and yang Tai Chi diagram shattered everything. No one could sense the situation there. After Gu Fei killed the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity, he left the virtual sky world with He Tian. At this time, the virtual sky world was full of experts from various forces. There were even sage to be among them. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't want to provoke them. When Gu Fei and He Tian came out of the virtual sky world, they were blocked by a beautiful woman who emitted a shocking divine power. Her monstrous demonic aura deterred everyone. "It's you." When Gu Fei saw this woman, he was also surprised. He didn't expect the turmoil in the virtual sky world to alarm this person. Gu Fei. When the woman saw Gu Fei, her eyes immediately emitted two golden divine lights. They swept over Gu Fei like two heavenly swords. "Chaos Demon Lord, long time no see." Gu Fei said with a smile. This woman was the Chaos Demon Lord whom Gu Fei challenged during the turmoil on Mount Lingshan. This great demon was originally a golden bird with the bloodline of the Golden Crow, an ancient divine beast. The Chaos Demon Lord had a great background. He was originally a demon lord on the third layer of the ancient Buddha realm, but he was subdued by heavenly monk and converted to Buddhism. This time, Buddhism was not absent in the turmoil in the virtual sky world. The Savage Beast Lord also converted to Buddhism with the Chaos Demon Lord. This Savage Beast Lord was also extremely powerful and was almost as strong as the Chaos Demon Lord. You deserve to die. Without any unnecessary words, the Chaos Demon Lord immediately displayed her life-slaying method. Her hands turned into two golden claws and grabbed towards Gu Fei. Shua! Gu Fei grabbed He Tian and quickly retreated. This primal Chaos Demon Lord was a quasi-sage with unparalleled cultivation. His two golden claws tore through the heavens and earth, displaying a powerful might. Golden Winged Rock. Seeing this, He Tian couldn't help but feel shocked. This primal Chaos Fiend Lord was extremely powerful. If he were to fight against it, he would probably be killed in a single exchange. One must know that this great demon was a sage-to-be. Moreover, it was an ancient sage-to-be. Even the current Gu Fei felt immense pressure in front of this ancient sage-to-be. Kill! The primal Chaos Demon Lord's killing intent soared to the heavens. A pair of golden wings appeared behind her. With a flap of those wings, she transformed into a beam of golden light and charged towards Gu Fei. She's too strong. He Tian's heart trembled. This great demon gave him too much pressure. Although he was already a half-sage, compared to the primal Chaos Demon Lord, he was as weak as an ant. The pressure of a sage-to-be intimidated everyone. Every cultivator who sensed this pressure couldn't help but pale. Gu Fei didn't dare to be negligent. He grabbed He Tian and used the 8 desolate void steps, once again evading the primal Chaos Demon Lord's attack. The two experts rapidly moved through the void. The powerful shock waves alarmed everyone in front of the gate of the void sky. No one was willing to miss out on a battle of this level. Even some of the old antiques were alarmed. That person is, when they saw Gu Fei, the various superpowers were incomparably shocked. The current Gu Fei could be said to have shaken the entire wildlands. Even some of the most remote cultivators knew of Gu Fei's name. When the wildlands forces returned to the human world, all the superpowers of the human world were restless, afraid that these forces would attack them. One must know that not even West Earth's Buddhist sect could suppress these wildlands forces. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the wildlands forces that came from the third layer of the ancient Buddha realm didn't disturb the human world's cultivation world, nor did they fight for territory with the superpowers of the human world. The wildlands forces didn't clash with the human world's superpowers at all. Moreover, these experts that came from the third layer of the ancient Buddha realm rarely made a move. Almost no one had ever seen them in action. It was only today that people saw a divine beast protector from West Earth's Buddhist sect fight against Gu Fei. The primal Chaos Demon Lord was so powerful that even Gu Fei was forced to retreat, unwilling to face him head-on. To Gu Fei, this kind of situation rarely happened. Great sun incinerates the heavens. The primal Chaos Demonic Lord roared and displayed the great technique of the golden bird. Her body was engulfed in monstrous flames. She seemed to have transformed into a divine sun. Golden flames swept out in all directions and instantly enveloped a radius of 100 miles. It was as if a real divine sun had appeared in the world. Gu Fei sensed the terror of this divine fire. This was the true divine fire of the sun. It could burn everything, even immortal divine materials could be smelted. Buzz! The void trembled. Gu Fei shook his martial body and a ball of qi immediately emerged from his body, enveloping him and He Tian in the primal chaos qi. Killing martial arts weren't divine arts nor great immortal arts, but they weren't any weaker than divine arts or great immortal arts. Among offensive arts, killing martial arts were even better than divine arts and great immortal arts. Gu Fei summoned his primal chaos aura and blocked all the solar true flames sweeping over. The solar true flame could not approach him. However, although the true sun fire was blocked by Gu Fei's martial path qi, the terrifying heat emitted by the divine fire penetrated the martial path qi and entered. That terrifying heat was enough to melt godly metal. Gu Fei and He Tian both felt like they were suffocating. It was as if all the water in their bodies were about to evaporate, and their mouths were dry. "Boss, let's run," He Tian said nervously. This demon beast was far too strong and was not something they could fight against. Even if they used their saint weapons, they would not necessarily be a match for it. If he couldn't win, he would run. This had always been He Tian's style. Run your head. It's rare for a decent opponent to appear. Wouldn't it be a pity if we don't fight? Gu Fei wasn't willing to retreat. He wasn't afraid of quasi-sages. He used the 8 desolate void steps and moved rapidly in the sea of fire, looking for an opportunity to attack. At this moment, he was a little worried. Since the primal chaos demon lord was here, the savage beast lord was probably nearby. If 2 quasi-sages attacked him, he could only retreat. However, the savage beast lord did not show himself. Chapter 1741. In the mountains thousands of miles away from the entrance of the virtual sky world, Gu Fei and He Tian encountered their powerful enemy, the Chaos Demon Lord who came from the 3rd layer of the ancient Buddhist realm. The Chaos Demon Lord was definitely an unparalleled great demon. She was only half a step away from the demon Saint Fruit of Wei. Being targeted by such a powerful enemy, a fierce battle was bound to happen. Boom! The golden wings swept down from the sky like a heavenly blade. Golden divine fire covered the sky and earth, burning everything. A mountain was instantly turned into dust. The moment the golden wings swept the mountain into dust, Gu Fei soared into the sky, broke through layers of sun-real fire, and attacked the golden bird in the sky. An ant on the ground dares to challenge the 9th heaven divine phoenix. You're courting death. The Chaos Demon Lord's voice was very pleasant, but in Gu Fei's ears, it was a murderous voice, full of murderous intent. In the 3rd layer of the Buddhist realm, Gu Fei had offended her dignity. He actually dared to challenge her, and he even escaped from her hands. To the Chaos Demon Lord, this was definitely a humiliation. This humiliation had to be washed away with the blood of this human. There was nothing to say, they could only fight to the death. At this time, Gu Fei had already thrown He Tian into his inner world. In a battle of this level, He Tian couldn't help at all. Kill. Without any superfluous words, Gu Fei didn't hold back when facing his strongest opponent. He displayed his strongest fighting strength, and his qi and blood soared. Seeing how fierce Gu Fei was, even the Chaos Demon Lord couldn't help but be shocked. This human was stronger than he was in the 3rd layer of the Buddhist realm. How was this possible? How long had it been? This human's cultivation increased again. This kind of growth speed was absolutely heaven-defying. After all, in the Almighty Realm, the 9 minor realms were like 9 layers of heaven. It was very difficult to break through. Almighty Realm 9 heavens, 9 minor realms. Every minor realm was as difficult as ascending to heaven. We can't let this person live. The Chaos Demon Lord's killing intent was incomparably strong. Given the cultivation speed of this human, it wouldn't be long before he was no longer a match for him. Although it was cruel to kill a genius, it had to be done. Bang! Endless true fire of the sun condensed into a huge sharp claw, exuding a powerful demon saint aura. It grabbed at Gu Fei, shattering the void. A quasi-saint was much stronger than a half-saint. The primal Chaos Demon Lord was going all out. Half of the sky had turned red with the true fire of sun, and even the cultivators who were thousands of miles away could feel the heat wave. It was hard to imagine what it would be like to be in the middle of the true fire of the sun. The temperature there was probably comparable to the temperature inside the real sun. Who is that? How could he be so powerful? All the experts in the vicinity of the gate of the ruined sky were alarmed. This kind of fluctuation was too strong and intimidated everyone. Some of them had cultivated divine eyes and could barely see the scene inside the true sun flame. That Gu Fei is crazy. He's actually fighting with a quasi-saint. Someone said. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. This human martial physique was really crazy. There was only one outcome for a peak expert to fight against a quasi-saint, and that was death. This was too crazy. However, those who were rational wouldn't think that Gu Fei was going to die. Daring to fight against a quasi-saint, could it be that his battle strength had already reached the level where he could fight against a quasi-saint? The rise of the human martial physique was too shocking. This kind of heaven-defying battle strength wasn't something that just anyone could have. Who is that golden bird? Someone noticed the golden bird that was as big as a mountain in the true sun flame. This was a mutated species that had the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the golden crow. In the human world, a mutated species like the golden bird had long gone extinct. It seems to be the newly born protector of the Buddhist sect. Some well-informed people had already figured out the origin of the golden bird. On that day, the Buddhist sect of West Earth was in chaos. It was said that someone had attacked the spiritual mountain of West Earth, causing the Buddhist sect to suffer heavy casualties. In the end, a quasi-saint of the Buddhist sect jumped out and led two great protectors of the Buddhist sect to quell the chaos. Almost all the experts in the entire Tinglong continent could feel the fluctuation of the supreme Buddhist weapon of the Buddhist sect. This golden bird should be the protector of the Buddhist sect under the seat of the quasi-saint. Boom! At this moment, a huge collision occurred in the true sun flame. Gu Fei punched out. The chaotic chi was vast and mighty. It directly collided with the sharp claws of the Chaos Demon Lord. Two extremely powerful forces suddenly collided. A circle of transparent ripples spread out from the center of the collision. The endless true sun flame dispersed. Gu Fei blocked the attack of the Chaos Demon Lord. How was this possible? The Chaos Demon Lord simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. This human was actually able to block his attack. He was merely a pinnacle almighty. This is heaven-defying. This is truly heaven-defying. The Chaos Demon Lord was shocked. Gu Fei's performance had already exceeded her expectations. Bang! The sharp claws formed by the true sun flame exploded. Gu Fei was sent flying thousands of feet away by this force. A trace of blood seeped out of his fist. However, the trace of blood quickly disappeared. His physique was so strong that he could be reborn from a single drop of blood. In this world, there weren't many divine weapons that could truly threaten him. With such a physique, only a truly awakened divine weapon could threaten Gu Fei. Not long ago, he was completely not a match for the Chaos Demon Lord. But now, he could already challenge the Chaos Demon Lord. This cultivation speed would make anyone's heart turn cold. Even an existence like the Chaos Demon Lord could feel the threat that Gu Fei posed to her. Clang! The pair of golden wings on the Chaos Demon Lord's back flapped continuously. Golden feathers transformed into rays of golden swordlight that soared into the sky and slashed at Gu Fei. The terrifying sword chi rippled for 30,000 miles. All the cultivators watching from afar felt as though they had fallen into an icy cavern. Everyone felt as though a heavenly sword was pressed against their throats. This move again. Gu Fei's heart trembled. Back in the third Buddha heaven, he had experienced this killer move of the Chaos Demon Lord. This killer move was extremely terrifying. Every ray of golden sword light was imprinted with Tao patterns. This was a Tao sword. A sword of the great Tao that could destroy everything. Roar. Facing the Chaos Demon Lord's powerful killer move, Gu Fei exhaled and roared. Chaotic true force surged throughout his body. Streaks of Chaos Tao patterns surfaced on his skin. The Chaos Tao patterns activated the Chaos Tao power. Gu Fei looked like a Chaos War god. He waved his fists and activated the Chaos Tao power, striking out with the strongest Chaos fist. Boom! With a punch, the dozen or so golden Tao swords that had pierced through immediately shattered. Specks of golden light shot out in all directions like golden meteors. Chapter 1742. Gu Fei displayed his strongest combat strength and struck out with the Primal Chaos Fist. The Primal Chaos Fist was invincible. With a single punch, dozens of golden sword lights were instantly shattered. Specks of golden light blossomed under Gu Fei's fist. Like golden meteors, they pierced through the void and shot out in all directions. Boom! A speck of golden light hit a mountain in the distance. The mountain instantly crumbled into dust, disappearing from the earth. Seeing this scene, the spectators panicked because there were many golden lights shooting towards them. A speck of golden light could destroy a mountain. Even a half-step saint would have to retreat from such power. Buzz! A saint weapon hummed as the power of a saint was awakening. Someone wielded a saint weapon and blocked the golden lights that were shooting towards the crowd. No one could see the shape of the weapon. All they could see was the silhouette of a divine phoenix flying out. It looked like a true divine phoenix that had descended, emitting the powerful fluctuations of a saint. The divine phoenix danced in the sky as the specks of golden light dissipated in the void. Soon after, the silhouette of the divine phoenix disappeared as well. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. If it wasn't for someone wielding a saint weapon that blocked the golden lights, many people would have died. Who's the one that's attacking? Could it be that someone from that ancient race survived? Some of the old antiques seemed to have noticed something. However, they weren't too sure because that ancient race was said to have been annihilated a long time ago. At this moment, the battle was still ongoing. Gu Fei was fighting against the Primal Chaos Devil Lord. Each of his punches shook the heavens and earth, causing the mountains in the distance to crumble. Clang! Golden sword chi surged. The Primal Chaos Devil Lord was extremely domineering. He actually formed 100,000 golden swords that blotted out the sky as they slashed towards Gu Fei. Every single golden sword light was powerful enough to tear the heavens and earth apart. This was a killing technique of a quasi-saint. One should know that a quasi-saint was an expert that was closest to becoming a saint. In the entire mortal world, there weren't many quasi-saints even with the arrival of the Great Era. Such an existence was a deterring force in the mortal world. But now, Gu Fei was challenging a quasi-sage. Everyone who saw this was in disbelief. An almighty being at the pinnacle of the world was challenging a quasi-sage. Moreover, the battle was going on endlessly and he was not at a disadvantage. Something like this had never happened before. Boom! Primal Chaos True Force erupted as streaks of Primal Chaos Divine Runes appeared on Gu Fei's body, drawing upon the Primal Chaos energy of heaven and earth. The Primal Chaos energy of heaven and earth undulated along with Gu Fei's fist. This power was too strong, as if it was splitting the heavens and earth apart. How could he be so strong? Even the Chaos Demon Lord couldn't help but be moved at this moment. Gu Fei's strength had already exceeded everyone's expectations. This wasn't the strength of a peak almighty. However, even though Gu Fei's cultivation was at the pinnacle of almighty cultivation, his battle prowess was so strong that he could challenge a sage to be. This was the terror of the path of martial arts. Being invincible among those of the same cultivation level and challenging those of a higher cultivation level. This might seem impossible to others, but it wasn't just a legend. Gu Fei shattered the layers of golden sword rays and charged towards the Chaos Demon Lord. The Chaos Demon Lord would become his whetstone. Damn it! The Chaos Demon Lord was shocked and furious. She bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. This blood essence merged with the 9 golden sword rays in front of her. The 9 golden sword rays were immediately dyed with a layer of blood red. Swoosh! The 9 sword rays instantly pierced through the void and disappeared into the void. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly felt his heart palpitate, as if something bad was about to happen. This was a natural reaction of a martial body towards danger. Swoosh! At this moment, he felt a strange fluctuation coming from 9 positions around him. At the same time, 9 blood-red golden rays pierced through the void and shot towards him. What? Gu Fei was taken aback. The 9 blood-colored golden sword lights were clearly different from the others. With just a glance, he could sense that there were blood-colored runes vaguely appearing on the 9 sword lights. Preposterous! Gu Fei wanted to dodge, but the 9 sword rays had pierced through the void from different positions around him. The 9 sword rays had already trapped him. No matter which direction he rushed out from, he would be hit by the sword rays. At this moment, there was no time for Gu Fei to choose which direction to rush out from. He instinctively rushed to the side because the power of the 9 sword rays was the weakest in that direction. Pfft! Blood splattered. Gu Fei's left shoulder was pierced by a blood-red golden sword ray. He had dodged the other 8 sword rays, but this one was the only one he could not avoid. The blood-red golden sword ray was imbued with a power that could pierce through a martial body. The golden sword ray pierced through Gu Fei's shoulder and came out from his back, bringing with it a spray of blood. What a powerful bloodline power! Gu Fei had suffered a great loss. His martial body was incomparably strong. Even if he had been struck by the Chaos Demon Lord's golden sword ray, he would not have suffered such heavy injuries. Although the golden sword ray was powerful, it was very difficult to injure Gu Fei. However, the golden sword ray that was imbued with the Chaos Demon Lord's blood essence was different. The Golden Bird clan was the descendant of the ancient divine beast, the Golden Crow. They had the Golden Crow's bloodline in their bodies. The Chaos Demon Lord spat a mouthful of blood essence on the 9 golden sword rays and imbued the bloodline power into them. No matter how strong your body is, you will die under my Golden Crow's blood sword. The Chaos Demon Lord sneered. No one who had been hit by her Golden Crow's blood sword could survive. The Chaos Demon Lord's bloodline power invaded his body. This external power was destroying Gu Fei's vitality. This made Gu Fei feel danger. This was not good. He felt the vitality in his body rapidly draining away. The wound on his left shoulder was difficult to heal. There was a power attached to it that was difficult to expel. I didn't think that the bloodline power could be used like this. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. The Golden Bird had the Golden Crow's bloodline. When this bloodline power invaded his body, it was as if he was fighting against the ancient divine beast, the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow's bloodline power was eroding the vitality in his body. At this moment, if he continued to fight, it would be very disadvantageous for him. At the thought of this, Gu Fei wanted to retreat. The Chaos Demon Lord's cultivation was much higher than his. If he was at his peak, he might be able to fight endlessly with her. However, at this moment, there was a problem with his martial body, which affected his battle strength. However, just as Gu Fei was about to retreat, the Chaos Demon Lord had already made her move. Huge flags that were wreathed in flames rushed out from her body and trapped Gu Fei in a formation made up of 81 flags. Chapter 1743. The Chaos Demon Lord wanted to kill Gu Fei, so she used the bloodline power of the Golden Bird clan. This power was inherited from the legendary ancient divine beast, the Golden Crow. This bloodline power was comparable to the bloodline of the human emperor. The ancient divine beast, the golden crow, was a connate divine beast born from the sun star. Although it was not a supreme divine beast, a fully matured golden crow was comparable to a human emperor. As a sage-to-be of the Golden Bird clan, the Chaos Demon Lord had definitely awakened more than half of her bloodline power. Even this half of the bloodline power was enough to put Gu Fei in danger. Roar! Gu Fei roared. The golden crow's blood sword had pierced through his left shoulder, leaving a fist-sized bloody hole. The clothes around the wound had already been torn to shreds. The skin around the wound was blood red and there were golden things surging on it. It was as if there were earthworms swimming under the skin. Gu Fei's expression changed when he sensed this power. The golden crow's bloodline had started to corrode his martial body. The flesh around the wound was surrounded by golden snake-like essence energy. This golden essence energy was the bloodline power of the Chaos Demon Lord, which was inherited from the ancient divine beast, the golden crow. This power was attacking the Chaos Dao power on Gu Fei's body. The Chaos Dao pattern on his left shoulder gradually dimmed. It seemed like it would soon be unable to withstand this bloodline power. The power of the bloodline was very strong. The golden essence kept rushing towards his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he had imprinted the Dao pattern on his body and his martial body was incomparably strong, he would have died a long time ago. There was something wrong with Gu Fei's body and he could no longer fight. He wanted to retreat. However, at this moment, the Chaos Monstrous Lord made her move once again. This time, she unleashed a total of 81 banners, sealing the entire area and trapping Gu Fei within an ancient formation. To be able to die under the great formation of my Golden Bird clan, you should be proud of yourself. The Chaos Demon Lord stood in the middle of the array. A golden divine flower appeared beneath her feet and supported her. This was a divine flower that was completely formed by the power of the sun's true flames. The petals of the flower seemed to be cast from gold and were extremely solid. Preposterous. Initially, Gu Fei had wanted to retreat. However, the other party refused to let him off. Could it be that this demon lord quasi-sage still thought that he was that puny human from back then? Boom! An extremely powerful aura erupted from Gu Fei's body. Primal Chaos Dao patterns emerged around the wound on his shoulder. Chaotic Dao patterns interweaved and prevented the golden bloodline power from spreading throughout his body. After that, the space around Gu Fei suddenly distorted. A world appeared in the void. This was Gu Fei's inner world. The power of the world surged as he opened up his inner world. Torrential divine flames of the sun surged from the 81 flags. Ancient Dao patterns could be faintly seen on the flags. This was the supreme treasure of the Golden Bird clan. The Golden Bird clan had long gone extinct. This Chaos Demon Lord was probably the last golden bird in the world. She possessed many treasures left behind by the experts of the Golden Bird clan. The flags sealed off the entire area and formed a great formation. As it circulated rapidly, a shocking power gathered. Rumble, the 81 flags turned the surrounding area into a sea of fire. Within the sea of fire, the silhouette of a golden crow could be faintly seen. A powerful fluctuation of the saint realm spread out. This is a saint formation. Some of the old antiques saw something and were extremely shocked. A complete saint formation was too shocking. Only the ancestral courts of the ancient desolate clans would have such a great formation. Furthermore, the saint-grade great formation of the ancient desolate domain couldn't be moved. It could only protect the ancestral court from the invasion of external enemies. It wasn't like the Chaos Demon Lord, who could instantly set up a saint-grade great formation. A saint formation was incomparably terrifying because it was specially used to deal with saints. Even a true saint would face the danger of dying if he were to barge in. And Gu Fei was far from being a saint. Boom! The terrifying power of the sun was vast and mighty. Ancient golden Dao patterns began to rush out from the 81 banners. The Tao patterns intertwined with each other and condensed into a golden crow on each of the banners. This, sensing the changes in the Great Formation, even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. This Great Formation wasn't as simple as a saint formation. Under the control of the Chaos Demon Lord, 81 golden crows charged towards Gu Fei like 81 divine suns. The terrifying true fire of the sun burned the void, causing it to be destroyed. The inner world around Gu Fei shook. The power of the Great Formation was too strong. The power of this Great Formation had probably surpassed the saint realm. It was too easy to kill a pinnacle almighty with such power. It was as easy as crushing an ant. However, the ant Gu Fei was incomparably tenacious. The stronger the opponent, the stronger his battle intent. He waved his right hand and blood splattered. An arm fell off. Roar! Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind. The muscles on his face twitched slightly due to the intense pain. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He actually used his hand as a knife and chopped off his left hand and his left arm. This was equivalent to chopping off a small part of his body. You, the Chaos Demon Lord, who was standing on the divine flower formed by the true flames of the sun, couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. This human was even harder to deal with than he had imagined. This kind of person had an incomparably firm mind and was wholeheartedly pursuing the strongest power. If one offended such a person and couldn't kill him, it would definitely become a huge problem in the future. Gu Fei's cultivation had already reached the stage where he could be reborn from a single drop of blood. Chopping off half of his body was nothing more than a slight pain. The life force in his body was vast and mighty. His injured muscles and bones were rapidly regenerating. In just an instant, the half of his body that had been chopped off was as good as new. Buzz! At this moment, a rumbling sound came from Gu Fei's body. An illusion of an ancient cauldron appeared on his body and enveloped him. Rumble! The entire gold crow Great Formation began to shake. The 81 gold crow silhouettes, which had been rushing towards Gu Fei, all dispersed and turned back into essence sun flames. Amidst the flames, the golden Tao patterns were extinguished one after another. Within the golden crow formation, the ancient cauldron floated up and down. Even though the 81 flags emitted monstrous true flames of the sun and burned the void, they still couldn't shake the ancient cauldron. It's the mountain and river cauldron. Someone recognized the ancient cauldron floating in the sea of flames. The aura of primordial chaos energy made all the spectators feel a great pressure. Of course, the true primordial chaos energy hadn't appeared yet. This was just the aura of the ancestral energy. Even with Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was difficult to use the mountain and river cauldron at once. Using a supreme artifact required a long time of preparation and the power of heaven and earth. It was absolutely impossible to use a supreme artifact with one's own strength unless one was a supreme. Even if one borrowed the power of heaven and earth, it would still be difficult for the supreme artifact to display its true power. However, even if one could only activate a trace of the power of a supreme, it would be enough to kill all opponents. Kill! Sensing the aura of the mountain and river cauldron, the Chaos Demon Lord couldn't sit still. She roared and shot up into the sky. The divine flower beneath her feet dissipated. Boom! The 81 flags that formed the Golden Crow Formation vibrated. The 81 golden crows that had been scattered by the mountain and river cauldron's aura once again condensed on the flags. The formation activated and the sky darkened. The essence of the sun that hung high in the sky was almost completely devoured by the formation. The Golden Crow Formation was terrifying. It had borrowed the power of the sun. What? Gu Fei was shocked. The sun had existed since the beginning of time. This star had illuminated the starry sky for countless years. The power of the sun it possessed was definitely unimaginably strong. Legend had it that in the mythological era, there were supreme beings who tried to refine this star but failed in the end. This was a miracle of the world. An eternal star was something that even supreme beings could not refine. The ancient divine beast, the golden crow, was born on this star. Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. The opponent had attracted such power. This was like activating a supreme artifact. The shadow of the mountain and river cauldron trembled continuously and showed signs of dimming. Rumble, an endless amount of essence of the sun was attracted by the golden crow formation. The 81 flags released endless sunlight. The entire sky was illuminated in gold. The 81 golden crows bathed in the essence of the sun and rushed over from all directions. Boom! They collided with each other. The golden crow disappeared, but a divine sun appeared in its place. A wave of power that truly surpassed the holiness level spread out from the divine sun. It was vast and mighty in all directions, intimidating everyone. It's too strong. It's like a real golden crow has descended. Even some of the old antiques were intimidated at this time. The golden bird race possessed such a powerful great formation, so how could they have completely declined? The rise and fall of this race must be a great secret. When the 81 shadows of the golden crows collided, the patterns of the golden crow on the 81 flags fused together. A complete pattern comparable to that of a renhuang was intertwined. It was as if a real divine sun had descended from the sky. The golden divine fire burned the entire world red, and the ground was sinking. Even the spectators who were thousands of miles away had no choice but to retreat further away. The heat from the sun's fire was too shocking. All the vegetation within 1,000 miles withered quickly. The moisture contained in the vegetation was quickly lost. What was originally a lively region had actually turned into a withered yellow world in just a few breaths. This change was too fast. At this moment, Gu Fei sensed great danger. The divine sun in the sky was descending towards him. This was a power comparable to that of a human emperor. This kind of power caused him to fall into a dangerous situation. Chapter 1744. Rumble, 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 the godly sun descended. A peerlessly powerful force caused the heavens and earth to tremble. This was the complete Tao runes of the golden crow intertwining, transforming into a godly Sunday. It was as though the ancient divine beast, the golden crow, was making a move. The mountain river cauldron that enveloped Gu Fei shook. Under the impact of the golden crow's power, the ancient cauldron gradually dimmed. Billions of golden rays shot out from the godly sun, illuminating the heavens and earth. It was even more dazzling than the real godly sun in the sky. The golden rays pierced through the void. Within the godly sun, a golden figure was condensing. Roar! Gu Fei roared into the sky, his long hair dancing wildly. He stared at the descending godly sun in the sky. This was definitely a force that could kill him countless times over. The Chaos Demon Lord actually used the trump card of the Golden Bird clan to kill him. This made Gu Fei both shocked and angry. There's no other way. Gu Fei knew that if the Chaos Demon Lord didn't die, then he would. He didn't want to die. With a thought, an ancient cauldron rushed out from his dantian. An earth-shattering aura emanated from the ancient cauldron. Just a single strand of aura was enough to cause the heavens and earth to lose their color. At the same time, Gu Fei's strength rose rapidly. He held the ancient cauldron in his hand. Rise, Gu Fei had no other choice. He could only use this secret technique. His eyes were incomparably sharp. His eyes twinkled like the stars in the sky, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Boom! The void around Gu Fei trembled. Circles of transparent ripples spread from his body. The powerful energy emanating from his body shook the void. Within his body, it was as though an ancient beast had awakened. The energy that erupted from his body was too strong. This energy ripple even spread out from the Golden Crow Grand Array, causing the experts thousands of miles away to feel their hearts palpitate. What? Within the Golden Crow Grand Array, the Chaos Demon Lord was incomparably shocked. The energy ripple of this human who was trapped within the array had increased by several folds. Could it be that this human had cultivated some kind of secret technique that could instantly raise his battle prowess? Furthermore, the aura emitted by the mountain and river cauldron made the Chaos Demon Lord very uneasy. This ancient cauldron was extraordinary. Even within the Golden Crow Great Formation, the power of the Golden Crow could not shake it in the slightest. Damn it! Gu Fei's strength had exceeded the Chaos Demon Lord's expectations. To the Chaos Demon Lord, this was definitely not a good thing. This human definitely had a great background. At this time, Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the Ascension Secret Art. His battle prowess instantly increased 5-fold, allowing him to break through to the half-step saint realm. An ancient martial half-sage was an extremely powerful existence. The Chaos Tao pattern on Gu Fei's body moved the power of the Great Tao. His entire person was as terrifying as an ancient sage. Buzz! The mountain river cauldron in Gu Fei's hand started to vibrate under the drive of the martial path true power of the half-sage realm. A wave of heaven-opening power spread out from the mountain river cauldron. Boom! 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 Under this wave of power, the true sun fire around Gu Fei was like snow under the scorching sun as it dissipated into the void, turning into a primordial essence. Phew! In a single breath, the primordial essence of the true sun fire was devoured by Gu Fei into his body, replenishing his depleted essence chi. Sensing this, the Chaos Demon Lord could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. Golden sun illuminates the skies, Golden Crow incinerates the heavens. The primal Chaos Demon Lord didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately activated the Golden Crow Great Formation and displayed the strongest power of this Great Formation. 81 Golden Crow Great Flags fluttered crazily in the air. An endless amount of sun essence rushed out from the Golden Crow Great Formation and entered the Divine Sun in the middle of the Great Formation. Boom! The entire heaven and earth quaked as a terrifying aura spread out from the descending God Sunday. Within the God Sun, a golden crow was trying to break out of its cocoon. This was the power of the ancient mythological beast, the Golden Crow. To think that there would be a clone of such an unparalleled mythological beast within this formation. This had Gu Fei extremely shocked. It seemed like these 81 Golden Crow flags were left behind by the old Master Golden Crow. The ancient mythological beast, the Golden Crow. That was an existence that could even fight against the human emperor of the ancient times. These 81 flags were practically equivalent to a human emperor's legendary weapon. Gu Fei had no choice but to give it his all. The other party's cultivation state was way stronger than his. Even though he had used one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the Ascension Secret skill, to forcefully raise his fighting strength to that of a half-sage. However, there was no way he could make up for the difference in their understanding of the Great Tao. The deeper one's understanding of the Great Tao, the stronger one's legendary weapon would be. Given Gu Fei's current cultivation state, there was no way he could awaken a supreme legendary weapon with his own strength alone. But the Chaos Demon Lord's situation was different. She was a quasi-sage, and had a deep understanding of the Great Tao. She was just half a step away from attaining her Tao. The Chaos Demon Lord could awaken the Golden Crow flags to a certain extent. Even though she couldn't completely awaken them, this power was enough to contend against the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering noise, the terrifying collision began. Gu Fei and the Chaos Demon Lord were both fighting with their lives on the line. Around the Chaos Demon Lord, shadows of golden birds appeared one after another. This was the phenomenon that occurred when the demonic power of the Golden Crow in her body circulated to the extreme. The Divine Sun collided with the mountain and river cauldron. Countless golden patterns of the way appeared, instantly covering the entire space. The Golden Crow inside the Divine Sun finally rushed out. Wow! When the divine sun and the mountain and river cauldron collided, Gu Fei, who was holding the mountain and river cauldron, trembled violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of a human emperor was too strong. Even with the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, his martial body still suffered a great impact, causing him to spit out blood. Virum. The mountain and river cauldron vibrated. The ancient cauldron grew to the size of a small mountain. Gu Fei lifted it up with both hands and slammed it towards the divine sun. The veins on Gu Fei's hands were throbbing. He had already used all his strength. His shirt was torn to pieces by the martial path true power that erupted from his body, revealing the bronze-colored skin underneath. Roar! Gu Fei roared. The muscles on his body swelled and his bones vibrated. His entire body seemed to have grown in size. Beams of chaotic divine light wandered over his body. The sweat on his body evaporated into mist by the martial path true power. Using all his strength, Gu Fei used the secret skill of rising to heaven. He released all of his potential at this moment. This was an extremely powerful force. Under Gu Fei's desperate efforts, the originally silent mountain and river cauldron was finally successfully stimulated by Gu Fei's primordial chaos chi. An infinitely ancient aura spread from the mountain and river cauldron. Just a wisp of primordial chaos chi had blocked the descending divine Sunday. This made Gu Fei breathe a sigh of relief. What? Seeing that the ancient cauldron had only released a wisp of chi, but it had blocked the Golden Crow divine Sunday. This made the Chaos Demon Lord dumbfounded. How was this possible? The Chaos Demon Lord could not believe what he was seeing. Could it be, she thought of something in the legends. How was this possible? Myths and legends were not necessarily true. That thing probably did not exist. But now, it seemed that not all legends were groundless. Kill. The Chaos Demon Lord staked everything on this one throw. He mobilized the power of the entire Golden Crow Grand Formation to suppress the ancient cauldron. The Golden Crow incarnation formed from the fusion of the flawless Golden Crow Tao runes also sensed the threat from the mountain and river cauldron and instinctively acted. However, no matter how the Golden Crow Grand Formation revolved, the mountain and river cauldron remained unmoved like a mountain. Mountain and river cauldron, an old voice came from the spectators. An old man from the mortal world had seen through the origin of the ancient cauldron and the endless sea of flames. The true sun fire was one of the most terrifying fires in the world. Legend has it that the Golden Crow ancestor used the true sun fire to refine his divine weapon. This type of true sun fire could smelt immortal divine materials. Only a supreme divine weapon could resist this type of true sun fire. The ancient cauldron was immortal and couldn't be refined by the true sun fire. This ancient cauldron must be a supreme divine weapon. The two experts were fighting with their lives on the line, shocking everyone. This was the true rise of the human race's martial physique. The human race's martial physique had grown to the point that it could challenge a quasi-saint. This also meant that even a quasi-saint might not be able to suppress Gu Fei. Those who had a grudge against Gu Fei were all terrified, especially the Beitang clan, Dongfang clan, and the desolate ancient Zhao clan. These three clans all had a deep grudge against Gu Fei. Some people started to retreat. Gu Fei was too powerful. Once he was free, he would definitely deal with them. If they didn't leave now, they might lose their lives here. Roar! Gu Fei resisted the pressure of the Golden Crow Grand Formation with all his might. Blood seeped out from his 7 apertures. The energy required to activate the mountain and river cauldron was too great. Even a monstrous genius like Gu Fei had almost exhausted all his energy. Swish! 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 Just as Gu Fei was about to run out of energy, a beam of divine light shot out from his brow, chest, and dantian. A surge of new energy surged out from these 3 spots on his body. At this critical moment, Gu Fei didn't hold back anymore. He directly activated the three inner worlds on his body, drawing the energy of heaven and earth to his body. Phew! Gu Fei opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of murky air mixed with blood. His martial physique was like a withered tree that was suddenly irrigated with sweet dew. The energy that was almost sucked dry by the mountain and river cauldron was rapidly recovering. This was the benefit of having an inner world. Gu Fei's body was equivalent to carrying 3 mobile spiritual qi treasuries, providing him with an endless supply of spiritual qi. In a few breaths, Gu Fei had recovered. How is this possible? The Chaos Demon Lord was dumbfounded once again. This guy actually opened up 3 inner worlds in his body. Chapter 1745. Gu Fei opened his 3 inner worlds, drawing in endless worldly essence. His depleted yuan qi was immediately replenished, filling him with power once more. / open. Gu Fei roared angrily and poured all his strength into the mountain and river cauldron. The moment the mountain and river cauldron stood up, it trembled and the golden crow that was suppressing the mountain and river cauldron was immediately sent flying. Boom! The golden crow grand array shook violently. Primordial chaos qi surged, and the 81 golden crow flags tottered. The grand array was on the verge of collapse. What a pity that I couldn't bring out the true power of this grand array, otherwise. The primal chaos fiend lord was sent flying thousands of meters away, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The endless solar true fire dissipated like smoke blown away by a gale. If the first time didn't work, I'll try again. Gu Fei had 3 inner worlds to supply him with endless worldly essence. He was also using one of the 9 esoteric secrets of the Immortal Tao, the Ascension secret art. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook again. Although it consumed a great deal of yuan qi, Gu Fei didn't care. The mountain and river cauldron extracted his yuan qi, so he could use the 3 inner worlds to replenish it. Bam! The entire golden crow grand array was on the verge of collapse. The mountain and river cauldron was like a primordial beast flipping over. The commotion was terrifying, and countless golden Tao patterns were destroyed. Wah! The primal chaos fiend lord was sent flying again, coughing up blood. The demi-sage blood was like golden water, shining with golden light and containing terrifying power. This kind of essence blood could definitely pierce through a half-sage. A demi-sage was the closest existence to a sage. Everything on a demi-sage's body was a treasure. Their blood, flesh, tendons, and bones could be used to refine medicine. However, no one in this world would be crazy enough to use the essence blood of a demi-sage to refine medicine. It should be known that the essence blood of a demi-sage was very difficult to obtain. To a certain extent, a demi-sage was already the strongest existence in this world. Gu Fei continued to make the mountain and river cauldron vibrate horribly. The entire Golden Crow formation seemed like it could collapse at any moment. The 81 Golden Crow flags became dim and lifeless. Even the Golden Crow avatar became blurry, as if it was about to dissipate. The sudden change in the situation caused the cultivators who were watching the battle from afar to stare in shock. Even though the mountain river cauldron did not release any supreme divine might, it still shook the Golden Crow grand array. Supreme artifact, it's too powerful, this was the first thought that popped into everyone's mind. Of course, the true might of the great Golden Crow formation wasn't something that the Chaos Demon Lord could display. Boom! After Gu Fei collided with the mountain and river cauldron for a dozen times, the entire Golden Crow formation finally collapsed with a loud bang. The 81 Golden Crow flags were all blown away and their light dimmed. Even the Golden Crow avatar couldn't withstand the power of the mountain and river cauldron and dissipated in the void. Endless true fire of the sun swept out in all directions, burning and annihilating the void. Nothing was left behind. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into ashes. Oh no! The Golden Crow Grand Array collapsed and the true fire of the sun within it turned into millions of rays of divine light that shot in all directions, causing all the spectators to turn pale with fright. There was nothing much to think about. All the cultivators in the sky turned around and fled. That was the true fire of the sun. Even a demi-sage would be destroyed in both body and soul. Screams were heard in the end. Many cultivators were hit by the scattered true fire of the sun and were instantly burned to ashes. Both body and soul were destroyed. Even a few almighty experts were killed. This caused everyone to be terrified and they all fled for their lives. Even those who had sage weapons were the same. No one was willing to take the risk. The collapse of the Golden Crow Grand Array was a great calamity for all living beings within a radius of thousands of miles. The true fire of the sun could burn everything. As long as this divine fire pounced on it, everything would be turned into ashes. The ground was sinking and mountains were collapsing. The entire area was in chaos. It was as if doomsday had arrived. It was horrifying. Roar! The Chaos Demon Lord roared and flew back tens of thousands of feet. This time, she was seriously injured. The collapse of the Golden Crow Grand Array almost caused her to explode and die. Die! Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. He swept away the scattered true fire of the sun and rushed towards the Chaos Demon Lord. Swoosh! The Chaos Demon Lord flew up into the sky and flapped her golden wings. Her speed was as fast as Gu Fei's desolate steps. She dodged and did not want to fight with Gu Fei. The 81 Golden Crow flags gathered from all directions under the summons of the Chaos Demon Lord. They formed a simplified Golden Crow Grand Array around the Chaos Demon Lord. I'll smash you to death. Gu Fei did not say anything else. He flew up into the sky and smashed the mountain and river cauldron towards the Chaos Demon Lord. Even though the immortal rank weapon had not been awakened, it was still terrifying. This, after witnessing the power of the Supreme God Cauldron, how could the Chaos Demon Lord fight with Gu Fei? Go! The Chaos Demon Lord made a prompt decision. She took the 81 Golden Crow flags and transformed into a ball of divine fire. She broke through the void and escaped. Gu Fei wanted to stop her. However, the moment he moved, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. He almost lost his grip on the mountain and river cauldron. At this moment, Gu Fei felt that the power in his body was quickly dissipating. The time limit of the secret skill of ascension was up. The power generated by the secret skill of ascension was quickly dissipating. Gu Fei felt weak all over. He could not exert any strength. He just wanted to lie down and sleep for a few days. Overexerting one's potential would result in such a side effect. Even someone as powerful as Gu Fei was the same. Although he had 3 inner worlds to provide him with an endless supply of worldly essence, his martial body was still affected. Go! Gu Fei was aware of the changes in his body. Taking advantage of the fact that the power of the secret skill of ascension had not completely dissipated, he used the universal void steps and quickly left this place. Just like that, the curtains fell on the war. No one could have predicted such an outcome. This was too shocking. The name of Gu Fei was destined to be spread across the entire Tinglong continent. With the cultivation of a peak almighty, he defeated a sage-to-be. No one would believe it if they did not see it with their own eyes. The divine fire of the sun in this area could not be extinguished for a long time. The area within 1,000 miles was scorched. Nothing was left. The true fire of the sun had burned everything. This place was burned by the true fire of the sun. The worldly essence of the sun condensed. It was a blessing for those who cultivated the yang qi. Many people sat cross-legged around the battlefield. They operated their magic skills and drew the worldly essence of the sun in the surrounding void to cultivate. At this time, Gu Fei had already rushed into a valley in the 100,000 huge mountains. He then fell to the ground, panting heavily. This battle was a Pyrrhic victory for him. However, in the end, he still won. Even Gu Fei could not believe this result. I relied too much on the supreme divine weapon. Gu Fei had to admit that he did not defeat the Chaos Demon Lord with his own strength. He borrowed the power of the mountain and river cauldron, a supreme divine weapon. After all, the borrowed power was not his own. If he relied on his own cultivation and strength, Gu Fei could not defeat the Chaos Demon Lord. There was a huge gap between the two of them. Gu Fei did not want to borrow the power of the supreme divine weapon. Only by using his own strength could he be truly powerful. He did not need to borrow any other power. If he wanted to become the strongest in the world, he could only rely on himself. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the ground. He then operated his magic skill. The surrounding worldly spiritual qi began to gather towards him. At this time, he had already closed the 3 inner worlds in his body. He had used the mountain and river cauldron more than 10 times. He had consumed a lot of worldly spiritual qi. The worldly spiritual qi in his 3 inner worlds had thinned and needed time to recover. Specks of green light floated out from the flowers and trees around Gu Fei. They flew towards Gu Fei and entered Gu Fei's body. They were refined into his vitality. As the worldly spiritual qi seeped into his body, Gu Fei felt his strength gradually increase. His breathing also gradually became rhythmic. In the end, he drew out a stream of water from the heavenly spring of life and refined the huge amount of worldly spiritual qi contained within. Only then did he manage to recover. Boss, you're too fierce. You're an unparalleled fierce person. You actually dared to challenge a quasi-saint. Gu Fei opened up his inner world and released He Tian. In the battle between Gu Fei and the primal chaos demon lord, He Tian could not interfere at all. Therefore, Gu Fei could only throw He Tian into his inner world. Fierce my ass. Gu Fei kicked He Tian, causing him to somersault. This time, he had won by a narrow margin. If he encountered the primal chaos demon lord again, he would not be so lucky. After all, his opponent was an ancient quasi-saint. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly felt a strange fluctuation in his inner world. Could it be? A rare smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. He opened up his inner world and walked in with He Tian. They then arrived in front of a killing array. Rumble, the killing array shook and countless formation inscriptions flickered. A shocking power was emitted from the killing array, causing it to almost collapse. Has that fatty finally broken through? He Tian couldn't help feeling shocked when he sensed the energy fluctuations coming from the killing formation. This killing formation was something he had set up himself to temper Gu Fei's disciple, Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong would be able to break out of the killing array whenever he could. Gu Zhong had been trapped in the killing array for quite some time now. Today, Gu Zhong had finally taken that step. Master, you're here. Gu Zhong's voice came from the killing array. Very good. Gu Fei nodded when he sensed the disturbance in the killing array. His disciple did not disappoint him in the end. Gu Zhong's cultivation had broken through to the almighty realm in the end. Read the ad-free, word-free novel. // your best choice. Chapter 1746. Within Gu Fei's inner world, He Tian's killing array was displaying its final might. Clang! Like the clanging of a divine weapon, rays of sword light shot out from the killing array. Countless rays of sword light illuminated the entire space, and all of them were pointing towards a single person. At this moment, Gu Fei and He Tian were standing on a mountain peak tens of miles away from the killing array. This is the final transformation of the killing array, myriad sword annihilation. He Tian's eyes lit up. Gu Zhong was really about to break out of the array. With such combat prowess, could it be that Gu Zhong's cultivation had truly broken through to the almighty realm? This killing array was unable to trap an almighty realm expert. He Tian laid down this killing array to temper Gu Zhong, all for the sake of stimulating Gu Zhong's potential, allowing Gu Zhong to break through under the most extreme circumstances. Roar! A furious roar rang out from within the killing array. Countless array runes were ignited, releasing the last of its power, which was also its strongest power. 10,000 rays of sword light shot out, interweaving into a resplendent sword net, piercing towards Gu Zhong, who was in the middle of the killing array. Break! Gu Zhong exhaled. His entire body was radiating golden light, as though a golden divine sun had appeared between heaven and earth. A powerful metal-type true force gushed out. The entire array was trembling. When the 10,000 rays of sword light collided with Gu Zhong's metal-type true force, they all crumbled apart, as though they had collided with a golden wall. Boom! Gu Zhong struck out with the metal-type fist. An invincible fist intent radiated from his body, and the 10,000 rays of sword light all crumbled apart, transforming into specks of golden light that dissipated into the air. Just a single fist was enough to destroy the killing array laid down by He Tian. Countless array runes crumbled apart, and the entire earth trembled. This extremely powerful fist shook the heavens and earth. Gu Zhong and his master, Gu Fei, walked different paths, although they were both martial artists, but Gu Zhong only trained in the metal attribute true power. In the distant past, it was not as if there were no martial artists who solely cultivated the metal element true power. When Gu Fei was still an unremarkable disciple in the Supreme Mystery Sect, the indestructible martial body he found in the depths of the black cold pool was an indestructible martial body that cultivated the metal element true power. By cultivating one of the 5 elements, one could also achieve great success and become a supreme expert in the world. On the other hand, Gu Fei's true energy could transform. The 5 elements could transform into yin and yang, and yin and yang could transform into primal chaos. It kept transforming, growing stronger and closer to the ancestral qi of heaven and earth. The path that Gu Fei had taken was something that no one had ever taken before. Even the supreme martial progenitor had not taken the path of limitless evolution. The killing array collapsed. However, there was no destructive damage. At the same time that the array patterns disappeared, the power of the killing array also receded like a receding tide. A golden figure walked out. It was a man that looked like he was made of gold. The fatty Gu Zhong had disappeared. There was not a single piece of fat on this man's body. It was like he was a completely different person compared to Gu Zhong, who had a big belly. This, Gu Fei and He Tian were dumbfounded. This transformation is too big. Gu Zhong was originally a big fatty. Now, he had actually become a strong and robust man. This truly caused Gu Fei and He Tian to be in disbelief. Could it be that after this guy's cultivation broke through, he reconstructed his martial body? Master, martial uncle He. Gu Zhong walked over. With a single step, he arrived at the mountain peak where Gu Fei and He Tian were at. His speed was almost comparable to Gu Fei's. Both master and disciple are heaven-defying monsters. He Tian could sense a boundless energy fluctuation from Gu Zhong's body. This energy fluctuation was too powerful. Even though he had become a half-saint, he still felt a great pressure. You're suppressing your cultivation. Gu Fei could tell with a single glance that his disciple had suppressed his cultivation. However, there was still a trace of almighty aura lingering around Gu Zhong's body. Yes. Gu Zhong nodded his head. At this moment, he realized the difference between him and his master. Even though his cultivation had broken through to the almighty realm, he still could not see through Gu Fei's cultivation. You're thinking. Like master, like disciple. He Tian rolled his eyes. He immediately realized the reason why Gu Zhong had suppressed his cultivation. It seemed that someone was going to be unlucky. These two master and disciple were too different. Your appearance, Gu Fei looked at his disciple from head to toe. His disciple's figure had changed too much. The big fatty from before was gone. I still prefer that fatty. He Tian smiled. The fatty Gu Zhong from before was much more adorable than the current Gu Zhong. Martial Uncle He, this is all thanks to you. The killing formation you laid not only raised my cultivation, but it also helped me lose weight. Gu Zhong said. Even he found it hard to believe that he could lose weight. I haven't named this killing formation yet. Seems like I can call it the weight loss formation. A fatty was thrown into the formation and became a strong man. This is really, He Tian couldn't help smiling. Let's go. We can't undergo our tribulation here. At this moment, Gu Fei could already feel the pressure coming from the heavens and earth. This was the sign of the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. Even if Gu Zhong could suppress his cultivation, his heavenly tribulation would come sooner or later due to the subtle and unpredictable nature of the heavens and earth. He opened his inner world. Finally, I could go out and get some fresh air. After Gu Zhong was thrown into the killing formation, the only thing he did every day was to cultivate. Now that he had successfully broken through to the mighty realm, he naturally wanted to find someone to practice with. However, he didn't want to waste the tribulation of the mighty realm. As long as he made a move and showed his cultivation, the tribulation would probably come immediately. Gu Fei and his disciple were also very particular about the place where they would undergo their tribulation. They left Gu Fei's inner world and appeared in the 100,000 mountains. That's, as soon as they came out of Gu Fei's inner world, Gu Zhong sensed several unimaginably powerful auras. In front of these fluctuations, he felt as weak as an ant. The battle in the virtual sky world is still not over. Both Gu Fei and He Tian were surprised. After such a long time, the aura of the human sovereign realm and the demonic might of the evil spirits from the virtual sky world still enveloped the entire 100,000 mountains. Master, the virtual sky world. Gu Zhong's interest was aroused. You want to take a look? Gu Fei knew very well what this disciple of his was thinking. This fellow's hands were itching to find someone to spar with and test out the strength of his new life. Gu Zhong nodded. At this time, the virtual sky world was full of strong cultivators, and there were even human sovereign realm cultivators. This was a good opportunity to sharpen himself. Of course, Gu Zhong's main purpose was to test his combat strength. But your tribulation, Gu Fei knew that Gu Zhong's heavenly tribulation was about to descend. This was the result of Gu Zhong suppressing his cultivation. If he had not suppressed his cultivation, the heavenly tribulation would have descended the moment he broke through to the almighty realm. We can't waste the tribulation. Let's go find those big baldies, said He Tian. In fact, he also wanted to go back to the virtual sky world. After all, there were still many good things in the virtual sky world. Okay, then let's go back again. Gu Fei nodded. He knew that at this time, most of the strong cultivators of the whole Tinglong continent must have gathered in the virtual sky world. People from all the super forces must have arrived. The appearance of the supreme martial artist's corpse affected every cultivator's nerves. People from the Buddhist school of West Earth couldn't be absent. The Chaos Demon Lord had appeared. Although he was beaten away by Gu Fei, the other protector of the Buddhist school didn't appear. There was also no trace of the current Buddhist Lord Qinglian. Perhaps the Buddhist school was plotting something in secret. People from the Dongfang clan, the Beitang clan, and the Zhao clan of the remote antiquity all had a great grudge against Gu Fei. At this time, the strong cultivators from these three clans must have arrived. Gu Zhong's tribulation couldn't be wasted. Swish! Gu Fei soared into the sky and flew directly in the direction of the virtual sky world. Gu Zhong and He Tian hurriedly chased after him. This was the third time they returned to the virtual sky world. At this time, outside the gate of the void sky, the various forces each occupied an area and watched each other. These forces from the ancient desolate era didn't trust each other. The Zhao clan, the Dongfang clan, and the Beitang clan joined forces and occupied a large area. The Zhao clan was a force from the ancient desolate era with an extremely long inheritance. It had existed since the desolate antiquity era, and the Dongfang clan was also a force from the ancient desolate era. However, the Dongfang clan was different from the other forces from the ancient desolate era. They didn't move their entire clan to outer space. Instead, they stayed on the ground. Among these three forces, the weakest was the Beitang clan. This was a rising clan in the cultivation world. There were peak cultivators and even half-saints in this clan. However, this clan's foundation was too weak. They had no choice but to attach themselves to the super forces and obtain their protection. Soon, three figures appeared near the gate of the void sky. The disciples of Buddhism occupied an area to the west of the gate of the void sky. A peaceful aura enveloped the area. Among these disciples of Buddhism, there were obviously true experts who cultivated Buddhism. And among the people of the Zhao clan, there was a half-saint. If there was no such existence, the people of the Zhao clan would have been chased away by the other forces. So what if they were from the clan of the desolate? If they were weak, it would be impossible for them to stay here. In the human world, although the forces of the ancient desolate era were powerful, there were also people who didn't fear them. The waters of the human world were very deep. No one knew how many powerful existences there were in the human world. How about it? Gu Fei and the others arrived at the top of a mountain. They carefully observed the surrounding terrain. The place where the Zhao clan and the other two forces of the desolate antiquity joined forces was very easy to find. Jump into the crowd and trigger the heavenly tribulation, said Gu Zhong. Only a sudden attack